When it was Kemet, Black Egypt. It was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war. When it just said Jeshurun got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianti, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and out through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first nome of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows, now I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 Peace, what up? What up this morning? What's up with the family? Hope all is well. Like the video, subscribe, let's get it popping. Have another nice show today. There's the Flinder's Petrie crew. They took an L. We gonna talk about it though. White crown. Oh hell no. You gotta start that from the top. What's their problem? No, I'm see. That's the unedited version. Upper Egypt boy, got that white crown. Yeah. Upper Egypt boy. Babylonian bars, you can really spit it, get it, dagger on me. That harpoon, it ain't for abalone. Phoenician pieces made of Nubian gold. Antediluvian scrolls hit the Nubian poles. And if you wanna debate that, you'll get truly exposed. I'm like the king of Axum, Axon. Bring the maxims of Patar back to action. I actually swing my axe, so Y-axis 32 degrees west on the Y-axis. Try and catch us. Christianity was stole from Kemet, lying. Compare the book of Psalms to Aminope. Sometimes when rhyming, I'm just like a shaman, okay?
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Like conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Like conquering my crown, and that's really very silly.
I'm a star charting Bantu boy with my bow and arrow. I raise a king in my gnome if I don't know the pharaoh. Explosive and lethal in your dreams like Joseph the Hebrew. And no sending evil jet and neck bent. Here to ward that off, I'm not a sage burner. Scroll learner, the page turner. The script writer, put the pen down cause I don't need it. Cause I got the white crown, the upper I rock Egypt. The white crown, say top Shimu. You rock the red crown, say top Mehu. You rock the white crown, say top Shimu. You rock the red crown, say top Mehu.
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Like conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Like conquering my
I'm a C group, Magi Archer, from Ta-Nehisi. You conscious community pseudos never try to test me. As I'm in Rock Squad up. Religion, and when I'm on the mic, don't cut my wisdom, boy. I'm W.E.B. Du Bois. I'll smother you under the Sphinx, heed the voice. Ancestrally cooking up mean lyrics. Cats fighting cause they don't think the Dogon has seen serious. And DNA can't prove ethnicity. How you conscious? You say Pacific instead of specifically. You know my so raw, you get crushed. Think the force of a hippo jaw. I rock the white crown, say top Shimu. You rock the red crown, say top Mehu. You rock the white crown, say top Shimu. You rock the red crown, say top Mehu.
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really
we going members only mode to promote the membership. I don't like that video.
Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly.
Like the video so we can open up the chat.
Conquering my crown, really very silly. My crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly.
Alright, let me stop that. It ain't gonna never stop. Upper Egypt, boy. What's up? Gonna share this with you. We could get some people in the room. What's up with y'all? Doing this month. Yep. The Flinder's Petrie crew took a big fat L. What was we watching yesterday when my computer just shut off? I touched something and it just was like, bah, bah. I'm like, dang, how that be happening like that? What's up, Christoph? What's up, brother Khalil? Joe? Omar? So we just in members only mode for a minute until we get the likes close to the views. And also so people can see how to join and support the page. It's right there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the Flinder's Petrie crew. Do we gotta even give a recap? You know, no one has the prerogative or authority to maintain debunked concepts about Egypt. That's when you become pseudo. That's what the definite, that's what pseudo is. Maintaining debunked concepts. That could be a good definition of pseudo. So a lot of people don't even know about. I'm going to see what they're going to tell us about Flinder's Petrie. Look, they're going to tell you right here, Egypt's problematic fave. Here go the armchair Egyptology we be doing. We might as well all follow this channel right here. This is armchair Egyptology. I don't mind sharing other people's content. Normally, if you promote their pages, and if you ain't trying to be a hater, they ain't tripping off it. So this page is called Armchair Egyptologist. So let's listen to the Flinder's Petrie, the shouts of the Flinder's Petrie crew, and let's see how they took an L.
If there were ever a personification of the awkward position Egyptology holds among the humanities, it would be William Matthew Flinders Petrie, whom we nowadays tend to simply call Flinders Petrie. His contributions to the field are unquestionable and have been extremely valuable. More than that, Petrie incepted new archaeological practices, including the alarmingly new idea that archaeologists should catalogue all of their findings, however insignificant they may seem upon discovery. Yet he was a Victorian, and this is borne out in his morality. I'd like to address that first so I can't be accused of viewing the man's accomplishments through rose-tinted glass. Flinders Petrie was a eugenicist and espoused deeply racist views about human intelligence.
Let's stop. This ain't me telling you. This is the armchair Egyptologist. Cats with a Mediterranean, Mesopotamian influence on Egypt. If that's you, you in the Flinders Petrie crew. Just like it ain't no magi choose they self. They choose to defend Kemet. So by default, they are magi. If you choose to say Egypt was heavily influenced by Mesopotamia and the Mediterranean, you are in the Flinders Petrie crew. Now let's see why. Let's just hear it. This ain't even me telling y'all.
Petrie was a eugenicist and espoused deeply racist views about human intelligence. Indeed, part of his legacy is a theory now no longer anywhere near mainstream that while the ancient Egyptians were indeed for the most part of mixed African and Asian heritage, their religion, social structure, and accomplishments were to be credited to a more intelligent dynastic race who likely hailed from Mesopotamia and may also have been the ancestors of later Europeans.
Now let's stop. Caucasoids. You know what I'm talking about? Mesopotamians. That is only Flinders Petrie crew. Listen.
Were to be credited to a more intelligent dynastic race who likely hailed from Mesopotamia and may also have been the ancestors of later Europeans. I shouldn't need to say in 2021 that models of intelligence which include racial differences ought not to be taken any more seriously than the idea that the Earth is flat, but here we are. Actually, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked to find those two beliefs in many of the same people. Moving on, I don't think Petrie's views were remarkable for the time. Not that this excuses him having them, but the scientific community in Europe in the 19th and early 20th centuries was quite firmly infested with eugenicist thought, including the idea that different races may even be different subspecies of human. Right, I think I've demonstrated I'm not idolizing Petrie. Let's talk about why he's a famous Egyptologist, even today. I call him an Egyptologist, and he was, but only really because the word Egyptologist has so many different meanings. His most significant contributions are probably as an archaeologist in general. He's widely credited with the invention of a technique called contextual seriation, a painstaking method whereby different samples of the same type of object are placed in rough chronological order for the purpose of creating more accurate timelines where written records are absent. The method has limitations. For instance, it works...
So really, that's his most notable contribution, if you want. Not most notable, but the fact that he basically came up with the type of Dewey Decimal System for archaeology. Cataloging, the ability to catalog and recall items by your system code. His great contribution was not saying that Egyptians were Mediterranean. But the modern leader of the Mediterranean crew, Chief X, he seemed to think that it's cool to stand. Cats disappeared. Because when you be wrong on YouTube, your videos be there forever. So you be trying to do a few months away, so thinking people gonna forget. But this the source of that.
Best when something, pottery for instance, goes through discrete aesthetic stages over time and that no fashions significantly repeat. We all know this is untrue for many everyday objects, and also that sometimes a thing varies locally or for reasons other than time passing and fashions changing. Look at kitchen knives, for example, or everyday cutlery. But Petrie introduced a very important idea to Egyptology and perhaps to archaeology in general. No find is too insignificant. He believed that when excavating, every inch of soil should be sifted for signs of human activity. And granted, most of us aren't likely to be excited by fragments of pottery, but even they are a connection to the past. Petrie catalogued everything he discovered, which not only meant he could study his findings more thoroughly, but that future archaeologists could understand and take up his work. Part of his painstaking nature reflected itself in how he treated the workers who dug his sites. While it was customary to have intermediaries to supervise the dig, Petrie preferred to supervise directly. That way, he could make sure that the project was not completed with enough haste to cause damage to the site or any findings. Combined with his tendency to make note of even findings other archaeologists would overlook, this gives Petrie a considerable impact, if measured by discovered artifacts alone, on the world of Egyptology. Though not formally educated, he was given a professorship at University College London.
You hear that? I told y'all this. I told y'all this over and over again. We so hard on our people. Flinders Petrie was not formally trained. And this lady right here made him the first Egyptologist. Because they started Egyptology just from having paper. They was like, oh, we about to open up a new something called Egyptology. You about to be the first Egyptologist. But I don't hear nobody critiquing Flinders Petrie for not having no degree in Egyptology, for not being formally trained. All I hear is people talking about Dr. Ben. Now let's listen.
Egyptology. Though not formally educated, he was given a professorship at University College London.
He was given a professorship, yo. Just given a professorship like a rapper. You see, it ain't nobody you could go to to say they a PhD at hip hop. So you just gotta find qualified hip hoppers if you want it taught in the institution and get them a PhD, get them professorship. This your man Flinders Petrie, the eugenicist who just became the first Egyptologist because they had paper. Listen.
Egyptology. Though not formally educated, he was given a professorship at University College London, bequeathed to him by his friend and fellow Egyptologist Amelia Edwards. The professorship continues to exist to this day. He didn't spend much time in London, as his later life was taken up on digs in both Egypt and Palestine, where he would later...
Bequeath mean given. Bequeath is just to give somebody.
To retire and live out his days. Today, artifacts unearthed by Petrie-led projects are found all across the globe, making him one of the most prolific archaeologists of his time. In London, the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology continues to bear his name. Don't let its humble appearance, relative to the British Museum anyway, fool you. Its collection is anything but humble, and includes some of the oldest Egyptian artifacts discovered, including 7,000-year-old pieces of linen, medical papyri, and a 4,000-year-old architectural plan. Recently, the museum has been working on up-to-date translations.
Let's just stop real quick and note that he said 7,000-year-old pieces of linen. But that would be before so-called civilization, because we ain't at the year 3000. So that'll be pushing us back to 4,000 BC. And they got linen. Somebody was making linen, but it wasn't no civilization. How'd that work?
Of its papyri so that they can reach a wider audience. Petrie's gifted mind, controversial ideas aside, put itself to the task of improving the effectiveness of archaeology as a historical method, and introducing the idea that archaeologists have a responsibility to the landscape and artifacts they're unearthing. His career represents a turning point, and thanks to his determination to proceed carefully, that is now the default behavior of most archaeologists. Would taking a careless shovel to the earth have revealed something as fragile as linen older than Stonehenge? I'm not big on the idea of cancelling historical figures. A cancellation in the real world serves a purpose. It robs a harmful person of their platform, and thus limits how much harm they can do. Petrie's dead, and his legacy is pretty secure, but we should look back on it, on everything about our past, with honesty.
Is that me in the Zoom meeting? Sorry, I was watching on the YouTube. Yeah, I'm well. I'm very well. I especially have Smash live to watch early this morning. I actually had a I was saying, I actually had a kind of personal question. Sorry to just kind of hijack the live. I think the stream is kind of behind, so I may have interrupted out of timing. But I was born like most of us with a European name, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was spending my money to change my name in Trinidad, and so I used a series of Egyptian names or Tawi names.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I wanted to know if I could contact you personally to find out if, like, let's say I phrased the names correctly in Middle Nature and how to properly write them in Middle Nature because I also have to change my signature. So if I could get, that would be,
Oh, we could deal with
I don't know.
that. Yeah, we could deal with that. From the name I see right now, it looks phrased correctly. And then
Right.
you was talking about how this would appear in the Medu Nature.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull some things up. So, what tools do you use already when you study? You use the common online dictionaries. You got Vigus.
Oh no, actually, right now I'm actually a fanboy, so
Oh yeah, you
like
just
I'm no come,
enthusiast starting getting into it.
yeah. And actually watching your show has made me realize it's actually very possible to become like competent and get comprehensive knowledge of Mother Nature as what they would call a layman. So now I'm even more invested in studying this, and this is
Oh
why I want to
yeah,
get it correctly.
yeah. That's my main motivation for even doing my show is just showing people that we could do it. Well, you don't have to. It might appear intimidating, but eventually, we could do it. And so, you don't. Do you have Vigus's Mark Vigus's? That's one to I would recommend starting with Mark Vigus's dictionary. I probably could find a link to it real quick. Because when you and we'll just ask a series of questions to see how that's working out for you right there. So let me see.
I have so many books that I've picked up over the time. I'm seeing two Middle Eastern dictionaries by Budge for
Mm-hmm.
Middle Egyptian grammar, Gardner Egyptian grammar, but I'm not seeing Figer. I'm not seeing that at all. I see Robertson, a very brief introduction to
Oh, you're
hierarchy,
not
but no, I
seeing
don't.
it's Mark Vygus
Oh no,
Vigus.
I'm just talking. I'm talking about the documents I have already downloaded, waiting to be sorted through. Mark, yes. No, so let me see
Oh
if
no,
I can
I'll
find
get it.
that.
I'll get it for you real quick.
Oh, safe. Much appreciated.
Because first you want. I mean, so how did you form? What source did you use to form your name?
To be honest, so I was looking through the different, what do you call them, regnal names of uh, different Nusubiti over the different dynasties. So, but to be honest, I don't really, there's no way to type the name in this chat here, is there? I don't necessarily want to type it so hard. There it is.
I see it at various sources here. I'm just trying to make sure it's a safe download link. And so I don't. It's something called Egyptological Archive. I don't know. They got a lot of fake download links, so I don't know about sharing it. I want to find qualified source to share that. Okay, so we got Pyramid Text Online. Let me go back to this other screen, and I'm going to share this in the chat. Um, So yeah. Now I'm just gonna tell you what I read when I see your name, and you can tell me what you if that's what is that what you intended. So it says min ma'at ra. So min is like to bring together, to establish, or I mean, now if you say min, then we would be talking about like men, the deity. Men, to bring together, to establish, or unite. Not necessarily unite, but like establishing. We know Ma'at Ra, so that we could define that as establishing truth in Ra or under Ra, whatever. Ma'at Karu. Now Ma'at Kara, is that to say no? So I see you got Ma'at Karu at the end. So then we would take Ma'at Ka Ra, being like the true spirit of Ra, or if that's what you intend by saying that, Ma'at Ka Ra will probably be better said as true spirit of Ra, but Ma'at Ka Ra works well as we know the deity Ma'at for what her qualities. Ka being the spirit, Ra being Ra. Set Imhotep. And so that's a combination I don't think I'm familiar with. But it's allowed, and the person normally who places Set in their names would probably be like a king of the, what is it, the second or third dynasty? Maybe the third dynasty is where we stop seeing Set kings, so to speak, because we had our Heru kings and our Set kings. And so we know Sutek to be an original deity of Taseti, one before he was vilified and adopted by Hyksos. So we also know Imhotep, but if we reading this still, it would be like Set or Seth or Sutek comes in peace or comes with offerings, however. And then we got Mary Atum, the beloved disk of the sun, Ma'akaru, your real talk or true voice, or your words are justified. And so is that what it intends to say?
For the most part, yeah. I actually liked your translation of them, or maybe transliteration. I don't know what the better word would be to use. Let me just use um, what's sorry about that. But just one clarification and then one question of clarification. So the Set Imhotep, well, you see how uh, it's not somebody's actual name. That's not an actual pharaonic name
Mm-hmm.
that I saw anyway. But you translated it exactly how I meant it. So I'm glad that at least my limited knowledge of grammar is okay. But yeah, it's supposed to be, because I kind of identify with, as you said, the set principle that kind of. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. Is a post-colonial, very recently post-colonial society, and I kind of associate set with like bringing shedding light on disorder, the disorder that is underneath an ordered system, to force you to have to confront it, to force you to change a thing. Because I'm a politician in this country, that's kind of the direction I'm going for. Like I'm not advocating for violent revolution or anything like that, but I do want to highlight the festering that's going on underneath now, boys. So as I said, so it's set energy, but I come at peace. I'm not interested in no violence or anything like that. So that was the point of clarification. And then the question of clarification is, why were you saying that Ma'akara would be better than Ma'atkara?
Oh, okay. You can hear me?
I
Yeah,
can.
I was thinking that so Ma'at, um it depended on what you intended to say in that what that statement intends to translate to. So Ma'a is the root to Ma'at, and Ma'a is to see or to realize. It's like truth. It's And so if you were to say the true spirit of Ra, it could be said Ma'at or Ma'at, but Ma'at references more back to the encapsulation of truth, righteousness, reciprocity, and all these things in the deity Ma'at. So obviously, if the deity Ma'at is intended to be referenced here, then we see the term Ma'ah with the T. But it could go either way. And so that's why we use that's why that dictionary is very good to reference. I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it up real quick. And have you seen that name in the glyphs yet, or have you formed how it would be composed in the
Atkara,
glyphs?
well, everything except Set Imhotep, and I think maybe Mariatam I may not have seen either, would be directly from somebody's regnal name, but I can't tell you who now, unfortunately. One of them I think is Seti the first, so let me look for that first. Seti one. Yeah, Menma Atra. So that one is there. But I didn't know, let's say, how do I encapsulate that all, like all of the name as, how do I phrase it? Sometimes when you see somebody with two, all right, so I'm on SETI one on Wikipedia right now. So I'm looking at his prenomen and his nomen. The prenomen has, well, the prenomen is the men master. That's the one that doesn't matter for now. But the nomen has Seti Merin Pata. So it's got Pata and it's got Set, and then it's got the determinatives. So I
Hold
wanted to
on,
be able
somebody's
to.
saying they can't hear. That must have been a long time ago. I ain't looked at the chat right, but they saying they didn't get your name to know your name. So can you say what your name is again? Because I think the chat couldn't hear for a moment.
No problem. Set Imhotep Ma Kerry.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, you could continue. I just seen that.
No, you good, bro. Yeah, so I was saying that so like in his nomen, Seti Merin Pata, I guess his Sarah name. They've got the middle nature for Pata, then they've got the middle nature for Set. And then they've got, well, the rest of the determinatives, right? So I'm saying when I'm writing out that whole name, the Menmaatra, Maatkara, I don't know like how I'm supposed to phrase that all together because I know you're supposed to do the, what is it, honorific transposition, I think they call it, where you put the deities before the rest of the grammar. So I just don't know how to order that is really what I was.
All right. Well, let me try to see if I don't know if I got JSesh on this computer. I could download it real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna need it anyway, so let me see if I can find this program called JSesh. It's to be able to write metal nature in a computer. Let me see. Yeah, so I'm about to just download.
To be fair, I wasn't actually trying to hijack the show.
Oh
I actually
no, it's
wanted to know
all
if I could have
good.
give
No, don't worry
okay,
about
okay.
that. We could keep on. My bills is cool. This is interesting. And it helps me study, download Windows version.
Also, I don't know if you know, but you're not sharing your screen in
Oh, in the Zoom?
Zoom.
Okay, hold on.
So I have to watch in the.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Here we go. All right. Download Windows. So yeah, we'll form this name in a couple of ways real quick and try to get it as accurate as it should be seen. I need to put this on.
I'm gonna have to come back to the live and take a screenshot.
Yeah, we got
Because
people
I'm not gonna be
who
able to get that.
could help too in the got a few people who study here.
Question, brother Smash. You mind if I smoke on your platform?
No, I don't mind.
Safe.
Thanks for asking. I don't smoke on people's platform because I think they might take it like disrespect. But everybody just be
I know you don't
chilling.
like people cursing, so
Pardon me?
again. I know you don't like people cursing on the platform because of YouTube, so I just didn't know
Well, you
what the
know,
policy.
YouTube changed the rules at the beginning of the year. I ain't trying to be like no stickler or nothing, but it also makes for better viewership if we. I mean, profanity and vulgarities are two different things. I really don't trip too much off just profanity, but vulgarity is just ridiculous. The harsh, strong F words and stuff. You know what I mean? Like you could keep that, take that someplace else. And so let me see what we could do here. Now, if we was to start with men, I'm gonna just put an M and an N. It's gonna bring up the typical men. Right? I gotta make this bigger so everyone can see. And then you can tell me, is this what you were seeing? That's the typical men, but it needs to be complemented with its phonetic complement. So we'll probably look. I probably should make this a whole lot bigger for everybody. So just 1 second. Men, right? And so if this was the men of uniting or something, let's go look at in the dictionary. MN. So it's gonna be like to establish when we this use that we find. So you see this board here is a SNET board, right? But we'll see the one of the most common uses of it is like, so this is like men nefer, but that's just like an established beautiful place. I want to find the use that's the most common use. And we at about attestation 22. So that steadfast and that remainder is cool to be permanent, but it's going to be like to be firm and established. Here we go. Establishing like the enduring of a king. So this is how they used it in regard to pharaonic names or whatever, to be established, to be firm, to remain, to be fixed, steadfast, established. You know what I mean? And so this is how it would appear with the papyrus roll under it. But you don't always have to have the papyrus roll there. So then it was men what? What was after that? Ma'at Ra?
Yeah, men ma'atra.
So really, if the name was Men Ma'at Ra, you really not. I see how you said, how is this about to be honorifically transposed correctly? So I want to give a good instance of a name that we could look at to give us an example. Tarak Amin. Because his name was Neb Ma'at Ra.
Okay, well, yeah, that works.
And the word
I was going
Neb,
to say,
go ahead.
it's actually, so it's SETI, the first specifically that I got men ma'atra from. So actually, some of the
Oh, okay.
determinative glyphs are not in his name. But I do want the whole explanation. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, so there you go. So we're gonna put the so look. So I thought his name was Neb Ma'at, but I ain't tripping. Right here we got Fatarak Ahmed on the right side. Oh yeah, there you go. But it's Neb. All right, see, this is Neb Keperura. Keperu is holding the place of Ma'at. Now notice here, I read this from bottom to top because of what we're talking about. Honorific transposition. The name, you know what I'm saying? The reason they do this is because they don't want to put themselves in front of deity. So it's the way we're supposed to read it is from top to bottom. But since this is transposed or the positions are changed in honor of the deity, we see the deity occur on top. So that would have to be the same phenomenon when we write your name. We would have to go Ra first, right? So we go Ra or Ray, let's see, and then put a space. Oh, so they want me to do it different with a capital A probably. Oh no, that's a different Ra. So I'll pull up that Ra real quick. Somebody probably could put it in the chat what that Ra is. Or I can just look in the dictionary. This is how you do it. If I put Ra in the dictionary, it's going to show me the Gardner sign list code so that I can reproduce it in the sign list. I just put the sun. Hopefully it's going to show me quicker. Or somebody probably in the chat is going to put what the Gardner sign list for Ra is. And so we'll have this real quick. So the Ra would be first in that part of the name. We'll do the SETI part and all that other stuff. But first, I just want to do each piece by piece and be able to verify these things with the dictionary. All right, so here we go. So N5 is the glyph for Ra. That was my fastest way to find it. And as you see here, we got rising, rise, shine, glitter, appear, because Wabin is the sun rising. So if I take N5 and put it over here, you'll see how that works. So we got instance of Ra. Now you said the name is Min Ma'at Ra, right? So we got to write that backwards. Next we put Ma'at. Let's see if that appears from my transliteration or not. Well, this is a spelling of Ma'at, so I'm about to fix it. That ain't what we want to see. You could do it in various ways. Would you want the Ma'at in the name to appear as the deity Ma'at, or as would you want it to appear as the deity Ma'at, or would you want it to appear as Ma'at spelled out?
I think with the deity it might just be shorter to write, because I'm thinking about writing it. This is all for signature purposes.
So
yeah, as it.
So here we're reading from left to right, right? As you see, my eye is facing to the left, but you got to notice the name is Min Ma'at Ra, and so you actually you gotta transpose this name. And so in theory, you see the Min is right here. Ma'at is less than Ra, so she shouldn't be in front of Ra either. When you honorifically transpose, you also transpose with a hierarchy of deity. You see what I mean? Like you couldn't put Ma'at in front of Ra. Ra the most important. So here, this is just one example, and the Ra normally has a certain dot in the middle, but it doesn't have to have the dot in the middle. And then you said Set, what did you say next? Set Imhotep, right?
No, the next one was actually Ma'at Kara. Oh, I suppose Ma'at Kara.
So it's on you, because if you want Ma'at to repeat, or you could, like Ma'at, the deity will repeat like that. You see what I'm saying? And so then it'll be the same thing, and it'll go like this. How did I get that Ra N5? It'll be another Ra, and then another Ma'at. Oops, I ran them together. So now, obviously, sometimes the artist stand in order to not repeat. On this Ma'at, he might go M. Let me see. No, that's the wrong one. Capital M, lowercase a. Let's see. M-A, and then you would probably do this other. You could probably spell it M-A. So let me show you. In order not to repeat, to make it look more, that's another good way to do it too, with just a feather. So you got options in order for the art not to look redundant. You see what I'm saying? This says Ma'at too. You can put the feather and the T there, because you don't want to keep repeat. I mean, most artisans won't. They probably will.
Could you go back two?
Go back two of them. Yep.
I think I saw right doing or something like that.
Yep. Let's go back. Right doing. So yeah. So it's still Ma'at. That's what I'm saying. We get all of this encapsulated in her name every time we see it in any way it's written. I mean, so the right doing is going to apply to the other instances when we write it too. They just perhaps use that for this one. But if you would have wanted to appear like that, it can. I'm going to show you one of the most common appearances of it, where it kind of occurs like this, but it has this sickle looking thing in it, and we'll see. Notice how always when we talking about here it is. So the way it's written like this is one of the most common ways to write it. It probably won't be as easy to reproduce just like this, but it's as simple as me going, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I would take these, right? So U5, I mean, it depends how you want it to look, though. I ain't about to choose for you. But this would be the process, nevertheless, to make sure that anybody who was really on a level and was reading the glyphs would know that it was done correctly, at least to the standard that we understand today. Yeah,
then sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh no, so I'm saying, well then I think maybe I need to know what is the most common rendition of Ma'akeru before I could choose this Ma'a,
Okay.
so that we don't have the repetition as you were saying.
Here go my Akaru. So notice my Akaru got the beginning of what they also write into my I, but they don't feminize it and put the T. And this is Karu right here, which is your voice. So this is truth of voice, which they say means justification, vindication, triumph. If we look at other, I'm gonna go through the dictionary so you can see them explain it in various ways. So here, my Akaru. So one thing about my Akaru, you see how they say it's deceased? You earn the status of my Akaru upon judgment of going into the afterlife. So we use my Akaru like real talk today, but I don't think no one was really walking around that was my Akaru. You know what I'm saying?
I don't remember who, I mean, it's a YouTube scholar. I don't remember who I was watching, um, but they were suggesting that I think it's Taylor the Eloquent Peasant or something like that. When a person is like vindicated in their regular courts, maybe it's Ojirafu, um, vindicated in the regular temporal courts,
Okay.
and you found that your testimony is truthful,
Yes.
and you're innocent, that you're also found to be Ma'akeru.
Yeah,
Is that
that does sound about right. I do remember, and I even recall. Maybe you said the eloquent peasant.
Yeah, I don't wanna. That's the only what I remember, but
Yeah,
I
you
don't
might
wanna
be
really
right.
put
He
that on
had to
whoever.
try
But
himself. You're right. He tried himself in like 7 courts. And he was so eloquent in trying himself. I think they was like he Ma'akaru. So yeah.
okay, so then I think then I may have made my decision, and I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do this on the glyphs that I want to use for this Ma'akara, which would have been the right doing one.
Okay.
Um,
For
and
no, not
then
for
the right,
for my aughts. Yeah. It was the my
yeah,
aunt
Ma'akara.
rendition. All right, let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Two. It was the one that said. All right, let me go back. So that's cool. That makes it easy because
Specifically
it was
because I understand African naming traditions to be like, I mean, not to spook it up too much, but like you're casting a spell on yourself, whatever you're answering to. This is the character that you're claiming now, boy. So, like, specifically because this is a name I'm entering into politics with, I wanted to uh, the right doing, specifically truth and right doing, like that. Like, I don't know,
mm-hmm.
that's the right one. I feel like.
Yeah, that's perfect. So I'm going to there you go. So you could do it with a single feather, or you could do it with the feather feminized. They both gonna say my eye. The single feather would render a shorter, a shorter name. And here's just so you can see them again. This is right doing righteousness with just the single feather of my ot, which we all know your heart is supposed to be weighed against. And then here are the other rendering. The other rendering just simply was the same feather, but hold on. It was the same feather, but it had this T behind it of femininity, and then a single stroke. And so those are all easy to reproduce. Matter of fact, I'll just pop them in there. H6Z. I wish I could just copy this. I thought I could.
I feel like, uh, is it necessary to feminize it in this
Nah, you
particular
don't have to. You could
instance?
just it'll
Oh yeah,
they'll
then
still know it's my eye without the T. So I'm gonna put them in there, right? And then I'll take out those final two. So in the theory, now only some people might be confused, like, is that shoe? But you see the same feather right here? So now we got another Ma'at Ra. And what was before this Ma'at Ra?
Ka.
Oh,
So
no,
let
no,
me
wait.
erase all.
Say the name again for me.
Ma'at Kara.
Okay, so we got Ma'at Kara. So really, we gotta put the Ka, because the Ka is the only one that ain't it ain't a.
Boy.
So if the name is Ma'at Kara, I want some help translator honorifically transposing this one. So here's the thing. We got two deities in that part of the name and a spirit. We know the two deities order, Ma'at is under Ra, but the name, the conjunction part is Ma'at Ka. So let me see how I would read this. I would know it's not Ka Ma'at. And so I don't think the Ka needs to be over to the left. And so right now we're gonna, this could be a good placeholder until I get some commentary from other people who read Metal Nature in the chat to see how they like that. So where did that name come from? But this is your own, because we chose this one. It may look different than the other one, but the transposition should still be the same. So we could go look at the pharaoh. Who is Makara? I know who that is. Hatshepsut?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
let's go look at that.
Her one has the deity. It's in the same
Positions though.
but
Okay.
hers has the
So if you can verify that, we don't even have to look. So we got the positioning right. So her Ka is most to the right side of my eye, or what have we?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's perfect then. You just got your own rendition of it. So far, if I'm reading this, I got Min Ma'at Ra, Ma'at Ka Ra. Because when you come to this, you know it's not Ka Ma'at Ra. So everybody will see that and know that, oh, this is Ma'at Ka, not Ka Ma'at. And so then what do we have next?
Set Imhotep.
All right.
So now this one, right? This one, I was trying my hand at. I think you talk about the Egyptians like to do puns a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Seti the first, his name is Seti Merenptah, and they have his name transposed as the Set deity with the two reed leaves. So Set II or Set YY or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Seti, yeah.
Right. And then Imhotep, the multi-genius, his own is a relief with walking feet. Let me pull that from memory. Yeah? Let me pull that up. But I think it's a walking relief. And then a man determinative, and then Hotep. Yeah, no, and then owl for the M, and then the Hotep. All right. So I was trying to like make it upon like, so it's the man of Set who comes in peace, Set who comes in peace, and then no, I think that's just it. Yeah, the two positions. Is that possible to like um to represent in English?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's
Bet. Bet.
correct. I'm trying to look to see, for some reason, I'm having a problem recalling Set. I put Seth, I put all of those dumb names that they call him.
I see C7 here.
Okay.
Gardener sign, let's C7, sorry.
Let me try that. Hold on. This dictionary just giving me a hard time. Oh, capital C7. All right, let's see what this is hooked on to. So we got the Set. So you want the Set deity, you saying? or you don't want
unless
to.
you would recommend something better.
No, it's on you
Something.
because one thing about it is, if you wanted to read how they do a lot of wordplay with word, see, Set could also so Set is a name that also has double meaning. Set could mean your throne, right, or a place. If it and essentially that name could also mean a place of peace, as well as it could mean Set, one who comes in peace. The thing is, if you use the Netcher, it kind of like identifies, it takes the ambiguity out of it. If you never intended ambiguity, then we don't have to worry about that. But you see what I'm saying? But Set being a place of peace, because a Set is a throne also. Or you could go Set like this. This the one you was talking about?
No. You are correct in that I would like to preserve the ambiguity because I want it to be punny, you know. So then no, I was wrong about the C7. It shouldn't be that. That's just what it was in for SETI the first. That's the only reason I brought
I
that.
wouldn't say you were wrong because we making names, and so you could do it however you feel me. And so it ain't like you was wrong. I'm just suggesting that there's another way to say Set Hotep. Now it won't be Seth with the TH, and if you definitely intend to reference this god Sutek, if that's the first intent, when there are multiple ways to do that too. For instance, if we just took this over here and don't even put the Netcher sign, then it could be more ambiguous too, because as you see, well, what one thing we learned is the S in this Su plant leads back to the south automatically. And in this kingship, you see the word above it, it says kingship. Notice how that is very closely rooted to the word Set. But if we only are reading the Medu Netcher and we're not doing the English, the only difference is this one has 2 strokes and this one has 3 strokes. But don't be confused; these strokes represent different things. This one, as you know, represents a Y. This one represents a W. They actually represent the same thing because let's be clear. This one means it's one entity, and this one means it's plural entities. But in order, we put the 2 Y's here in order to make this a Nisba. And so it's showing that Set is an actual person when we write it like this. If we're referencing, not person, but deity, if we're referencing the deity, this will be appropriate, or just putting the deity will be appropriate. So C7.
But then, so did I also hear you say? Because I go back and watch a lot of your old live, so I don't know how long you said this, but like that SETI, the word also means like a shooter, like an archer or something like that.
So yeah, and that's a different set too, and you could use that one too, and it will also, let me show you. Now that's what we be talking about. If you use that one, it's gonna put, single, double, triple. This will be a triple entendre, basically, if you use the other set that I'm about to show you. Let me say STI. And so it's less commonly used when we say Taseti, and is less commonly used to say the deity Set, but all of them are said. Here it is. It is this. So this is why it is kind of like said and not said. This don't got much to do with the deity Set. It is an arrow through the tail of some type of an animal. It is still the word, as you see right here, it's still the word Seti, right? And so and this is how they do it, because when we talk about Taseti, which we know is the land of the bow, which you had to actually shoot a arrow in order to be getting props for being the land of the bow, a bow is not called a Seti. A bow is called a Pejet. So it's really the land of shooters, if you think about it. But they put it again, all of these multifold, and they also was the first place to venerate the deity Set. So it's still saying it ambiguously if we're referencing these same time periods. You see what I mean? And that is this one, without all of these, This just by itself would still be saying like a SETI, but let's see if that's clear. And we got some masters in the chat who can help us along. You notice how this is still saying to shoot, with this being the foremost thing in the beginning. And so now that one right there links up Nubia, the land of Taseti, and Set the deity, but I gotta see how it's showing Set the deity. All right. And let's see if people. Yeah, okay. So Christopher seems to think that's a different word, but I hope you seen what I illustrated, Christopher, about Tapedjet. So you got to know how they came to the conclusion, Christopher, that Taseti was the land of the bow. You feel me? Because Taseti, and then we, just like I explained, we clearly see that this is shooting. And the only mechanism they had for shooting was the bow. And so we start to get some type of three things occurring with these three consonants out of the same region. We got a deity called Seti, even though they say it may be some other things on his name. We got shooting, or the land of the bow. And we got the final one, I forgot which one it was. But just to stay along the line of not finding no contention, you would probably go with the C7 one that we referenced. But all of these things are good to know, when, especially if somebody try to dig into your name and see how much you know about it. You know what I'm saying? And so you want to go with that C7?
Well, so then now I'm wondering if, to preserve the pun, if it's possible to put, let's say, like set in the front with the honorific transposition, then you put the animal loin with the arrow.
Oh, so no, that's going to say, so for instance, if I put the animal loin with the arrow, it's not going to match with the deity. It's like different ways to make the mouth say set. You see? But some of them all have different meanings. And essentially, if we go into it, they are really all attached through the area Taseti. You see what I'm saying? But it depends on if your ultimate goal is to say something about the veneration of the deity Set, it would be appropriate. You can spell his name out here because it looks weird, right? Just putting the Netcher next to this, so you would have to probably spell it out. And so, how did they spell it out?
So then another question then, a better question then might be, if I want to use the animal rum to make the mouth say seti, and then you put determinatives for the S, maybe and the T or something like that, with the Y's underneath, so that you're spelling out what it says. And then you put the Mhotep afterward. Would that be grammatically correct still?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Am I messing up something?
Yeah, so I would probably use this rendering, or one that spells it out. So this actually says Su, and then it says T. So you know how some people say Sutek was his name. This says Sutek, but you can leave out the Uchik just to get, because Su is already said right here. So Seti, you could just use that rendering, and that would be perfect. And I would just pull that by going like this up and popping it in there. I mean, you could say, let's change this or change that. But in order to make progress, I'm just going to pop this in here and then arrange it the proper way, because it's not arranged properly. C7, well, I'll take out that C7. So now you got the Su and the T, but this T needs to be on top of the Y. And again, those are some of the things that be making people tattoos be messed up and stuff. And so if I get over here and go, I need to put this T on top of the Y like that. And so right now, if a person reading this and they knew how to read it, they probably wouldn't mess up. They would, so far, they know this is honorifically transposed, because you're going to put these in Shinus. I forgot. So I forgot how to, oh man. What J Mill? Hey, J Mill, how you put this in the Shinu if you watching? Yeah, J Mill, what's up? How you put this in the Shinu? I need to put each one of his names in the Shinu. First I could think of what a Shinu. I know how to do it. Let me try to figure it out. I think I put you inside of these brackets, right? Let me see if I could do it. Put your name in the Shinu, and then you'll see what I mean. Then everybody will really know how to read it. But let's see if this works. Did that not work? Oh yeah, J Mill just showed me in the chat. Okay, it's on. See, you know, we got archers all over the world. They be looking to see if I'm still on the level. Yeah, see, now we slapped it in the Shinu. You see what I mean? So now you can't mess that up. And so you want the whole, how do you, so the entity is one person, so essentially this is a lot to put in one Shinu. And different statements will be placed in different Shinus, right? And so, let me see.
I thought the two Ra names might have been in the same Shen or the same Shen.
Oh, you want it like that? Okay, yeah, it's probably in the same.
Well, no, I'm asking for
no,
your
you could do
expertise.
So basically, when we went and looked at the example of Tadak Amin, he put Neb Kepara in one Shinu, and then he had Tut Tadak Amin in the other Shinu. And again, your name is longer, and some of those, you know, you can have 5 names. And so someone might just address you as Min Ma'at Ra, or someone may just address you as what we see here, Ma'at Kara. You see what I'm saying? And so I don't know. It's like for you, how much of this you want in the Shinu is basically it's your decision basically. So I'm gonna just show you another option of what I mean. If I go and take this and put this over here, wait, where's the Ra at? Ka is last, so I'm gonna put this right here. The first 2 names is in the Shinu. You see what I'm saying? And then you can have the and that everyone will know how to read that too. No one should pretty much mess that up if they know the glyphs. They might wonder why this Ma'at is like this and that Ma'at, but everybody know why. It's to avoid the redundancy, so to speak. So I mean,
Right. So then I think then Set Imhotep and Mary Atom.
okay, so let's try that. Set Imhotep and Mary Atom in the same Shinu.
Yes, sir.
Sets. So we got sets right there, but this is messed up because it got this. We don't want this. We want to show that it's Sutek at the end. So we'll change this A40 to C7. And if anybody wonder what app I'm using, it's JSesh. So we changed that to make it appropriate. Now they know you're spelling Sutek. And then we want Imhotep. So to come in peace, right? So we got the EE. I think we're gonna put double I's. Did you see that on your Imhotep?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that's the EE. Now we need the M, right? EEM, and then we're gonna put Hotep. We put a HTP. I should put H capital TP, right? Let me see. No, just let me see. H capital TP. No, it's a capital HTP. All right, so we got the Hotep, but it needs the T and the P under it. So we're gonna put some colons. Put a T. Wait a minute. I'll remember once I try this. No, I need to put colons and then parentheses T dash P, then close the parentheses. Yeah, there we go. That's red. That's wrong. So it's red wrong. So notice the P is to the right. But if we're reading TP, yeah, that's right. HTP. So HTP, that's correct. So this is now we can put this all into the Shinu.
Wait, but take out the quail chick.
Hey, you know I'm putting the cash up for you, right? I'm just playing. Hey, I'm just saying, I'm gonna put the cash up for you because somebody could be going to make sure their stuff is right. I could have my little boo-boo business make sure your tattoo, ancient Egyptian tattoo, is right. $5 on Fiverr. You know what I'm saying? I'm just joking with you though. Hey, but where we at with the this is the suit. So we at the suit. Let me find this suit right here. I think there we go. Bow. So I don't know. Let's see what this reads. What am I reading when I come? I do definitely see Sutek easily. I see Seti, right? And I see Imhotep. I mean, is that right, Christopher? So Christopher said, just please make sure the translation makes sense. He said, I think you should start with a phrase or sentence first, then build your name. So he's, well, I'm not doing that for him, Chris. I'm just taking the name that he has. It seems to be working. It makes sense. Like you would possibly see. But see, if I was an ancient Egyptian artist then, this part start getting hella crowded.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? And they don't really like to be like that. So I got to figure out how they would make this look fresh. And so they probably wouldn't put this M. They probably wouldn't put the M in the name Imhotep, but they would know it's still Imhotep, Imhotep. But they be leaving certain stuff out for aesthetic, for the beauty of it. But actually, it's parsed correctly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
On the Wikipedia page, at least, I can't speak to any attestations, but on the Wikipedia page for Imhotep, the M is in all of them.
Okay.
But what I was gonna ask though is if we take off everything in front of the deity right there, is that still gonna be grammatically correct?
Yep. You can take out all of these words. So I'm gonna do it. Let me see. It'll be 100% correct. Let me see. You don't need this part. Let me copy it in case we want to put it back in. You could go just like that. And now that says it kind of like better. You feel me? How that's more aesthetically, it looked better. And it literally says Set comes in peace. And it's you see how it's transfers? It don't need no transposition. The Sutek is in the beginning. You see what I mean?
Okay. Right. Well,
Somebody said change the owl to M over Hotep. Oh yeah, that'll look a lot better. You're right. So there's a way that they do this like this too. The M will be there, but you can tell me if you like this. We just came up with a solution. Another one that you might see sometimes is this capital M, and then if I put it over this like that, yeah, that's cool. That works too, but I think the other one look a little better right now. Yeah, you feel me? Yeah. But yeah, that does work. That is another way that they do it. Let me see. M and dash. Yeah, that's looking a little better because we took out that first stuff. So if somebody reading this, they're going to see Ra is first, so they know not to say that first. They see Ma'at is second, they know not to say that. So they're going to say Min first, then they're going to go Ma'at Ra. They see the same thing over here. Ka, Ma'at, Ra. Okay. Now they see this, and so Sutek is first. But this is different. Oh, hold on. What is the name again? So Set Imhotep. So this is different now. And I got to make sure we do this right so they don't accidentally think that this name is on. Oh, no, they won't. No one's going to go Imhotep Set. But I want to check with people who doing this to say, see, the difference about this name is the deity's name is actually in the initial position in your name. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so I don't want the reader to come and not know not to read this first, but they will. They'll know. This is not Imhotep Set. This is Set Imhotep. Because you know Imhotep means to come in peace. So, all right, what's next?
Mary Atom, but that's supposed to be in the same shin.
Okay. Oh, we could do that. Mary Atom. So then we'll do the Murray kind of quick, I think. Let me see. What happened to the Murray? What happened? Let me see something. Why when I'm pressing stuff now it's acting like It ain't even reading me. I'm just gonna put an A and see what. Yeah, it's not even responding to me right now. Did the app just? Oh, let's see what's up. We'll see what's up. Maybe MRI. That's weird.
Christopher Withers in the chat saying the name of Seth would be abbreviated. I don't know what he's referencing, but
He said the
what do
name
you
of.
do?
So he basically saying we would have to put the words in the front and not just use the determinative. Is that what you're saying, Chris? Well, let me save this real quick, and you can screenshot this. But what happening now? For some reason, it be doing this, man. My computer be acting funny sometimes. For some reason now, when I put in any character, it's not giving me anything. You see how I'm pressing stuff and nothing's happening? And so I wonder what just happened.
Okay.
I'm just going to save this transliteration and then I'll pop it back in. So I'll copy that, close the app, and open it back up. I don't even need to save. Don't save. JSS real quick. Hold up. See if this could get right. The name of Seth will be abbreviated, huh? Pop this back in here. What's going on now? See how that? So it's just not working no more. Am I not pressing enter? Well, I mean, I got the code. I could just give you the code right now. Look, for everything we got so far. But my computer don't be liking JSS. Or JSS just be going haywire on my computer. So this is what I'm gonna do. In the chat, you can download that same exact app, and all the code that we worked out so far is right there in the app. I mean, in the chat, and you could kind of actually look at. That's called manual decodage. So if you pop that, there's plenty of things you can pop that into, and those glyphs for the beginning part that we worked out will pop right up. You know what I'm saying? But since I don't know why this JSS is giving me problems, I'll try it one more time.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, that's just fun for me, and it really helps me freshen up on stuff that I knew a lot more of a while ago. Let me see. I'm going to pop it in here, press enter. See what's going on? Like, it ain't even showing me nothing. So let me just put my, let me just put raw. Let me just put me. Oh, see, that popped up. Something the matter. Let me just go. I gotta see what's the matter.
It's too long at this point.
You could do whole. You could do whole.
Okay.
Like, you could do whole text. Let me erase some stuff and see is there something in here making this code malfunction. It was working just fine. See, look, that'll pop up. So something in the code making it malfunction. Maybe I need to close the channel. Hold on. There you go. It was just an open channel that it wasn't reading the code correctly because I did not close that channel or the shin. Yeah, most of the times when you see shin, they got it pluralized anyway. That's why I'm used to saying shinu. So we back to here. What was the next part? Oh, we was trying to work out the suit tech, huh? So you want to? Christopher said the name of Seth would be abbreviated. One abbreviation is just to put the Sue plant in front of it. Let me ask. So I will go like this if you say that. No, not that Sue. Hold on, that messed everything up. You see how it changed the Shinu to something else?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't intending.
I was saying a lot of fancy Shen boy.
Yeah, that was like a Shrek. So it'd be more Old Kingdom. But let me see. This should be SW, right? What they doing? Every time this is acting crazy. But it's cool, it's fine. Capital SW. No, it's changing the whole thing. Okay, that's cool. Right now, anytime I amend anything in front of the C7 for some reason, let me try one more time. T-I. Okay, I could put stuff in front of it. Oh, nope, it changed it to a Sirach again.
Change it again.
Yeah, so I don't know what that's doing. But right now, we just got to deal with it. It's still the same code. I don't understand.
Well, in any
Okay,
case,
hold
I
on.
suppose I don't. Mm-hmm.
I see what J Mill put into the chat. Let's put that. Z T lowercase Z T capital S. But it's just my thing. Oh, hold on. No, that's me. Bad code. Okay. Y'all. I mean, what y'all say? That's I don't remember seeing that in the dictionary, but I know y'all know what y'all talking about. I know what that say. Wait a minute. Why we got the S at the end though? ZTC. I thought we gonna have a TCH. Maybe if I'm gonna put the ZTS into the dictionary. I wish you could explain that. Let's look for this STS. Yeah, okay. See? So he just gave me an abbreviated one. You see, it say Seth right there. Seth, but you might want the shorter one like that. You feel me? And then you just clean. You just go, you got a more in-depth rendering so that people. Oh, here go another clean one too. You feel me? You could just put the dog and the man though. It's really how you want to have it. And so they gave some good suggestions in the chat. And but it's like, so tell me which one you thought looks the best, basically. I mean, that's
I
fresh
don't know. The
too.
dog and the man was kind of fresh. Yeah,
With the dog, the one
yes.
with the dog and the deity. Yeah, that was kind of hot. Let's see though.
At least it's less cluttered than the
Yeah,
what we have there right now.
that's kind of hot. I mean, again, you could just go like that on them too. But let's go. You want the deity? Let's see. That's just E21 and A40. Now, somebody might say, you might not see that when that's common, but it says what it says, so you know what I'm saying. Let's see if I could get this right. With no C7, huh? Man, there's been some deadly accidents out here. You might not like how that look now. How you like that? I mean, you could take the deity out. I mean, it's on how you want it. Because everybody know that that's the deity. You ain't got to say that that's just a dog. But right now it's about aesthetic purposes. I would go back with the nature set, you know what I'm saying, and probably have...
Yeah, I feel so because that dog kind of white. Boy.
Yeah, it look kind of, he doing too much. So let me see if I could just copy the whole thing back in here again.
Now, but to be frank, I don't really understand what it is the chat was saying in terms of it being abbreviated. Like, are they saying like with the deity in front and the emoji behind that it will be read in an abbreviated way?
Nah, they was just saying that the name would probably have some phonetic qualities and not just the determinative. That's what I got from that. Like you would put a few words in front of it, which they normally do. So let's go back to the original one. Right? So that, I mean, all they telling me is to put two letters basically in front of that nature right there. Which one of them should be the supplant. But J Mill said what it was right there. He said ZT. I mean, if you didn't like how that looked, the Z T capital S. I messed it up though. Yeah, that's kind of, it is what it is. But it do say his name, Sutek. We looked it up. But that's just like you could put the other one we had with the Y right there at the bottom, SETI. Instead of putting this S at the end, put the Y. Those are
Yeah, all
work.
right, yeah.
You feel me? So is
Okay,
that
well, I
did I
feel, I
mess
think I
up?
feel this one a little bit better. Sorry.
I'm asking the chat, did I mess that up? But I know we seen that already. I just don't know if it was a different S. Yeah, that's saying this. They know that's SETI. Sutek, but they can say if that's messed up or not. I'm just gonna go back to the last one while we proceed and see what they say.
Do
Why?
you know the sign for the Seneb S? The
Seneb?
folded cloth?
Oh, the Seneb S,
Yeah.
you can use that right there too. You want to try that?
Maybe if you might, no, as in take out pull back the Y's and have the bread loaf, the T, and then the Seneb S in front.
Of what word?
The same thing we have here, so it would be like Seneb,
Uh huh.
bread loaf, Y.
Okay, let's try it. When I put a capital S, that ain't right. Lowercase s, it ain't changing because I didn't do this. Let me close this back off. Like that, but you got to put the S to the side of it, basically. Like this. You want that?
Yeah. Oh no, but with the Y's underneath the T instead of the S.
Oh, I could go down to the next row. Okay, let me see. With the Y, oh, Y, yeah, with the Y instead of the SH. I'm tripping. Yeah, that definitely says it. That says SETI. And what Sutek calls SETI, we seen that in the dictionary, right? I thought we seen one of these renderings in the dictionary. With the Y. Here it go, back here, look. Let's see. So no, they got the S at the end. You gotta have the S at the end.
You have to have the S. Okay.
All right, so yeah.
But so the question is, those double strokes are the same thing as the reliefs?
The double strokes are the same as the reed leaves. They're gonna render a Y, but his name got this TH, STH or whatever at the end. And so in order
Okay.
for
Okay.
a Y is for SETI, and you know what I'm saying. And so yeah, we should put that
All right.
SH,
So then see.
the SH. So let me go back. I mean, at least this is how you can know that it's pretty close to accurate. Somebody can change it. And then all right, so to go to the next row, I'll just press click right here, right? I thought, because they say use multiple rows. Thought I could do that, but what happened? We'll see what happens when I do the next part. So what's the next part of the name?
Mary Atom.
Oh, now when I was writing Mary earlier, I couldn't get her to pop. So you want it like that, with the Marie, if you want to go Marie. I don't want to really put. You don't have to put the Y on Murray. That's Murray. They don't know that is Murray, but
No
some
problem.
will put the reed leaf. So let me just put a reed leaf. Nah, that's kind of weak. But let's see what the people
Yeah,
say.
I know. Say, nah, you ain't gonna put that. You ain't gonna put that.
Yeah,
Well,
you
yeah,
don't
you
need
can
the
see what
reed
you say.
leaf. They know from the Murray to say Murray Amin, you said, or Murray Atum.
Atom.
Let's see how I could get Atum in here. So that's just gonna be another sun, right? Or what's the disc of the? It's just the disc of the sun, huh?
That's Aten.
Oh,
That's not
Atin,
Atom.
Atum. All right, not Atin. Yeah, I'm tripping. Okay, so yeah, here we go. We just put your Tim, like some Timberlands, yo. You got that Tim. So let me see, Murray Atum, and now we gotta make it be parsed correctly. Hold on. Actually, that's right, because you can't pull this down. I mean, Murray Atum being so, you got to put the Murray behind the Atum. Hold on. To honorifically transpose it. Let me see. I know I was supposed to put that on a different road, J Mill, but it didn't work for me. I don't know what I'm doing. So I just made it a little smarter. Now, this does say Murray Atum. Now, if you really wanted to just be a hard Mariatum, let me put a Y on this to see what happens. I mean, that ain't right, but they would, I mean, maybe put it on top of it. Let's see. Nah, you don't have to put it. You just put. Yeah, that means the same thing. So the line is a page break. In the code, type. All right. So in the code, I need to type a. Where'd it go? TP. In the code, I need to type an exclamation point, and it should give me a page break. Ah, yeah, my dude. Thank you. All right, so yeah, that's perfect. So now I can make it back bigger. And
Could you like put either like one of the owl on either on top or below the other one, just to like squeeze that together?
can you do what?
Put the owl either on top or below, or is that an owl? I don't know. On top or below the one before it?
Um,
No, not really.
so this is the M, and it's a phonetic complement to this. So this word is TM, right? So it has to end in the M. The option of putting it under the 10 might work, but not over. So let me see if I try to put it under. Let's see if we like that. I messed it up. Hold on, I'll fix it. Let me see what this code says. LG. Can you just go Control Z? Yeah, okay, great. So this just simply needs to be under that. So I should just do that like that. You feel me? Aesthetically, you want some small baby glyphs going to some big old glyphs. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
And
I
so,
say yeah. I guess you could change it. But
yeah, let me see. Let me try to go back. And that's how it's in the dictionary. If you go, let's go look at it actually in the dictionary, even though they got it like that. They got it written out like that. And we just got Mary after it. And then if we put this in a Shinu as well, I mean, you could choose what goes in what Shinus. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to do it the traditional way. Was that right? Mary Atum, yeah. T on top of the U15, no owl needed. Oh yeah, that's right. You cannot even put the owl. You feel me? That is true. You don't need the owl in this. It'll say it already. And if the owl is making it look too bulky, because the owl is just a phonetic complement, like I said earlier. So you could just go like that, which look a lot better. You feel me?
right.
Because this says a T and an M, which is Atum. That's letting us know it's a deity. So it's in the first position. And that is Mary or Mur. So that means Mary Atum. So if that's what, and then what was next?
Ma'akeru. But actually, I feel like this one should not be in a Shen. For the
Yeah,
reason
it
that
ain't.
that's
You're
the
right.
surname I'm choosing.
You're 100 right because it's more like your status. You feel me? And so some of the things behind names. I mean, again, you can merge these into a shin. You can merge those into a shin. These are just encirclings to traditionally. So if we go to Tadak Amen, or if we go to any, let's notice this real quick. I'm just gonna go to any pharaoh. They about to have about 5 shins. You feel me? It's not like they squeeze everything into one shin. And so
No, I just passed it. Under his picture, you'll see something saying Royal Titulary.
Oh yeah, okay.
Sure.
So a royal titulary. So, but the funny part, I need him to show it. There you go. So now see, look, he chose to do those ones that we didn't like. You notice that he was like put we call it a Shrek turn. It's like a building turned to the side, basically. And so notice he is a Mary Ma'at Ra, and he also chose not to put no Y on the Mer word. You just know to say Marie because it is one who is beloved. So you form a nisba out of it in statement. But notice that was just one of his cartouches or Shreks. Here's another one, okay, with the name of Kemet in it, which is protector, Kemet, all kind of stuff. I mean, anyone can read what it says. But notice here we got one of his golden Horus name, as it says here, and it could just be read Usur Renpet Aa, right? Yeah, Naku. Okay. And so let's look at how they did this too. Notice how the Ra's is in front of these two. So since we know Ra is the chief deity, we know where the honorific transposition starts in his name. Ma'at is under. Well, this is funny. Okay, that helped me out. So that means the Ka might need to be in between the okay, yeah. So let's go back to yours. I think the Ka needs to be in between. You see what we're seeing here? This name User is lowest of rank in these three. But the fact that it's in conjunction with Ma'at, the name is User Ma'at Ra. So we start in the middle to read this one because of the rank of these three things. But User Ma'at is a conjunction name, just like Ka Ma'at you got, or Ma'at Ka, or whatever we have. And so this is letting me know that right here should be switched around, I think. Let me see.
Not that I have the ability to correct you, but as I said on the Wikipedia, when they have Hatshepsut's royal titulary, they have it the way that you have it there,
Okay,
except that his
great. Thank
deity
you.
is there.
Great. So that's
Yeah.
cool. That's cool. That means that that's that we don't have to trip off of that. Thanks for pointing that out. And you definitely got the ability. It's just about, you know what it's about? We all come across different information. And if, you know, you got some information that might help me, then that's cool. And if I got some that might help you, that's cool. I never think like I can't be corrected. I ain't one of them people, you know what I'm saying? And
Nah,
so
it's just I rocking with Wikipedia now, boy. When you rocking with primary attestation, so I had
yeah.
to humble myself.
I hear that. And so right now, even they doing the same thing with this name, Sintep and Ra and everything. And so I think we made some progress. What was the final? We got Mary Atum, and then what was it? That was it? Oh yeah, Makaru. Now that's an easy one. A M, a capital A, a lowercase a with a hyphen, a X, a R, and a W should give us. Oh, but I put it in front. So let me take that out. That was definitely Ma'akaru, but I need to put it at the end. So all I'm doing is put a hyphen, a M, a capital A, a lowercase a, another hyphen, and an X, a R, and a W. And that's Ma'akaru. It could be said in many other ways, but that's Ma'akaru. So let's pop it in the dictionary, and I'm gonna put the same thing. M capital A X R W. And here's another Ma'akaru. So this one is more like saying Ma'at Karu, but we got this in there a lot of the times. And so you probably want to use like one of the renderings that don't make your art repeat too much. You know what I'm saying? And so here it is again, what we just wrote, except that we left out this hand. We don't have to always put the hand. Right here, Ma'ah. That's Ma'ah, truth. So if you put just this and just this, you got Ma'akaru. So let's show you right here. So that's that. You see? But yours is, we can put it like that too. Oh, okay, let's see how to put it like that. So I need to rotate this Karu, J-Mill. So I'll put a slash R. What do I do? Hold on. How do I rotate this? Slash 90. How do I rotate this Karu to make it lay down? And then I need it to be up under that Ma'ah. Add the bread loaf on top. P5 on top of U15. No 5 needed. Oh, I gotta go put that bread loaf on top of that Tim. That's right. Yeah, you could put that for the T. That make it look way better. That's 100%. So this is what he's telling me to do here. Put the T on top of this. Right there. Yep, that's perfect. Because that's how they say tune, and it fits more aesthetically. And so so now I just need to remember how to rotate this Karu. I know how to go do it. It's something like, let me let my memory work. Slash R90. Slash capital R90. Yeah, he said slash R90. Told you. So let me tell you. I know I ain't that boosie. Slash R90. But it ain't working. Oh, because why it ain't working? Let me figure it out. Because I got all of this stuff in the middle. You
Is
got to
there also
connect it.
another?
Slash R90. I think you got to connect it. Let me erase all of this. And there goes. It ain't working for me. Slash R90. Yeah, that's not working. I'll figure it out. I know it was slash R90, but it just ain't working for me because I ain't doing something right. So right now we got it spelled out right. So here's the thing. You want this thing that looks like a spoon to be laying to the right up under this. You see what I'm saying? I could get it
But
up under it. Pardon
is
me?
there also another rendering of Markeru? Because I'd kind of written it down. I don't know if I was actually watching one of your videos, but like there's one with the sickle with that
Oh yeah,
same
that's one
Ma at the
too. Yep.
bottom,
Yep, watch us keep
and
going.
then
It's gonna pop
mhm.
up. You like this one?
Nah, that's not the one I see in here. Well, at least the one I see in here doesn't have the swirl and it doesn't have the hand.
Oh, he said I was doing the slash the wrong way. Hold on, let me see if I can fix
Okay.
this real quick. Not that slash, is the other. I thought I was doing the right slash. R90. Oh, there we go.
Bet.
My man.
Okay.
But let's still focus on what you said now. You like the one with the sickle? I could just add the sickle because you notice that it's still the same thing. I'll just stand this back up and put this hand under it. That's my akaru
Um,
right there, you see? So what were you saying?
well, I didn't write down the reference of where I got this image from. I saw two different versions of Markeru, right? So one would have been the sickle above the, I guess it's a platform or something. The one that is Ma'a, the one that, yeah, that one right there. And then the Keru on the right hand side vertical. No
Okay.
hand, no man, no
Okay.
spoon.
Just to make that easy, I'm just gonna take U21. So that's U. I just need to add the U1. Let me see. U1. Now and then you want the wait, well let's go look. Let's see how it's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
wind up turning out. If I put that on top of the platform, it'll probably look better. And then take the Karoo and let it stand back up.
vertical, yeah.
But not under it, so it has to stand up to the right of it. Wow. Do you want like that? That's
Yeah, I mean that's
clean.
fresh, yeah, that's fresh from me, yeah.
I'm about to
Because
make
as I
it
said,
big
that's
on the
supposed to be
screen so you could get a cool screenshot of it.
like,
Actually, if I'm gonna take this code and just give you the code too, but let me make it big on the screen.
oh yeah, because after the show I'm gonna download the GHS. I already have up the website.
So what I want to do is get this purple thing off of here. I think I need to put another exclamation point. Well, that didn't help. I think I need to. How do I get this? I hate that purple thing. Because if you want to take a screenshot, you don't want that on there. Oh, there we go. Now if I'll just make it to what, 1600? No, that's way too big. Yeah, well that could be. You could get a screenshot of that. You know what I'm saying? And that's fairly accurate. I mean, let's put it this way. Hey, ain't nobody gonna be able to pretty much disqualify that. They might want to say some nuances, but this is like right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, so then at some point in my Egypt, well, I guess in my nubiological study, I'm gonna figure out like if any of these Medunacha symbols are anachronistic with each other or whatever. Maybe I'll change it at that point. But as a starting off point, brother, you bless me so much.
Oh, we
Kind
could
of
do
blown
that
away
right
at the
now. We could do that right now. So first you
oh,
have to
okay,
establish what time period is this your name in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we in 2023, so we can use
right.
all of the glyphs. But if you want like it to be read right for the 18th dynasty, we could appropriate that right now and look at it. I mean, this is right. This is right, bro. Like, it would be written this way dynastically, probably not in the old kingdom because we got too much verbiage going on. I mean, a lot being said, but yeah,
Right.
this works.
Okay, yeah, no, safe. Now, I don't really have any problem with using it anachronistically, but as you said, people might want to challenge you on the grammar, on the nuances and whatever. So I figured that's just something somebody might say, you're using glyphs that they would not ever use together or some shit like
No,
that,
that's not here.
But
That's
whatever.
not here. That's not there. That's not happening here. So let's just do a brief go over of that. All of the Netchers, Atum, Ra, Ma'at, who else? Let's see, Sutek. There's no anachronisms with them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like here's this is an anachronism. Horus, Amun Ra, you know what I'm saying? Because Heru, Amun Ra come way later after merging Ra and Amun, but Heru was there since the beginning. Again, people, you can venerate things all over the time span of Egypt, but I don't see none of that really happening here. Even with the glyphs, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think. Especially with all the people who, the main people qualified to point that out just helped in the chat. You see what I'm saying? Like every
Right,
mistake that I
okay.
was going to make, they made sure I didn't make it for you. So those are the people qualified to say that, you know what I'm saying?
Safe, safe. Okay, well then, well for the most part I'm done now, but I did have something I wanted to raise just by watching a lot of your videos breaking on Medunacha and that kind of thing. Um, People say a lot of the times that you can't speak Medunacha, right? And we just using Egyptological pronunciation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But unless I'm incorrect, the pronunciation of words, even within, let's say, Happy Tawi, the two civilizations would have changed over the 3,000-year history.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who's to say that we can't take, if we understand the grammar, we understand what they sound like, why can't we not necessarily reconstruct, but construct a 21st century uh, Kemetic language?
Oh, we could.
Is there any reason that
That's what they did with Hebrew. They had
exactly?
the exact same problem, no different. They didn't have the vowels, so somebody had came up with that Masoretic to add the vowels and stuff, but they rebirthed it the way that they felt they needed to, and so essentially, we could do that. Now we say that we know that simply adding the e's in between words where we don't know what vowels was there is a convention brought to us by Egyptology. They had I think it was 1926, they had a symposium because this was what was happening. Heck of different scholars would be researching one term, but they wouldn't even know they was researching the same term because to you it was Inhotepu, and to somebody else it was Ahatapa. You feel me? Because they would
Right.
add their own vowels and still be all dealing with a HTP with no standard convention for scholastic purposes on what terms we are looking over. So they said, look, let's at least stop this and form a convention to place e's in the middle of consonants where we do not know what they are. And so that is a flaw when we say that Nater is pronounced Nater because Europeans said place two E's there because we don't know what was there. Nater could have been no tour. It could have been Anotar. You know what I'm saying? It could be anything that you could form vowels around an N, a T, and an R. So, and now if we were to go along that reconstruction, we have to work with the brothers like, it's brothers in the field who look into other African languages to find these cognate terms where they have the same consonants and, they got the same meaning. And then they can start seeing how these sounds were situated in these apparently related languages. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't my work, not necessarily, because I'm not a linguist. I'm not qualified to go say, look at all these other. Some people make pseudo cognates, and they form opinions in ways that aren't really scholastic. And when you really ain't trained in the field, that's an error we can make.
See.
So,
Well, yeah. So, sorry.
no, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, I was just saying. I guess this is as good a platform as any to just like hope to send that idea out to the community in a way. Like I'm sure that we have linguists. I don't know if the Data Squad has any linguists, Amara Squad has any linguists, but like to like just get that going now so that we could stop quarreling about how it's supposed to be pronounced and establish a pronunciation for ourselves. Even if it is we don't want to use the Egyptological pronunciation scheme, and you don't even necessarily want to reconstruct it from doing the whole cognate work with the other African languages. I feel like it's still possible if you understand what the words mean and how they are pronounced, at least the consonant sounds, to be able to construct a language from that. Now. So I just hoping somebody's. I'm not a linguist, as you know, either, but hoping somebody will be able to do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up this picture. My man just shared with me. Let me put it on the screen. I'm trying to see what I pulled this up for, J Mill. Let me see. We were talking about some of these names. Oh. Here we got, so okay. It's funny because a lot of the names we talking about is right here.
Tim, I see in here. Tim,
Yeah, we
right?
got the Tim, we got the Mintu, but this is Mintu or Mantu or whatever. Here we got Shu, I think. You feel me? That's not my aunt, so that's Shu. You
Do you know that
know,
shoe because it has the quail chick or something
so there's
as
two
the E?
options. It's two options. It could be my aunt or Shu, and since they put a ooh after this,
Mm-hmm.
it let me know it ain't my aunt. It's Shu. You feel me? Now notice on this name Tim, we got the T and the TM. So we know what we got here. Right here we got a T too, but what else we got? A F and an N and a T. Tefnut. Tefnut. You see what I'm saying? We got Gab. You know what I'm saying? We got Newt. You know what I'm saying? But this is just a photograph my man Jay Mill took while he was in Kemet. He just sent it to us. I'm just investigating it. So we got Asar here, but notice what we got is a IR and this is really weird, a IR and a ST. But is this set is just like a place because I sat next to him. You see the two thrones is synonymous in their names. So the where we get the I sat here, we got set with this T and this little egg or whatever, letting us know that it's something feminine, whatever this is, it's something for femininity. But here we have the I or the creator I that is over the throne. Nevertheless, he can't get the throne without her. And lastly, who we got? I'm gonna let you say this last one since we dealt with this today. Who that last
This
one is?
SH, so I see where it's set. Sutek.
Yeah. So that's Sutek, that last one, you feel me? And so this is
No,
the
but
way that he recommended we write the Sutek. And now we got primary showing that it ain't nothing messed up about that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
hey, peace to the chat. I appreciate your patience with me and with Brother Smash for going through this because this are real, it real personal to me. So yeah.
Yeah. And here are the words said by each of these netchers. You know what I'm saying? And so, Jed Medu, but this is different. This looks like the word said by Ra. Because they put the circle here, right? The snake is, and then Medu over here, word said, but it don't say by. It just got Ra in 4 strokes and then an N. Now, normally, it would just be a leaf right here and this N. So I'm going to take it that this still says words said by Ra to Sutek. And something like words said by Ra in Aset. In is 2. Aset. I mean, in is like a preposition. So if it's word said and we got the ra here in 4 strokes, I don't know what the 4 strokes represent here. 3 strokes is plurality. 4 strokes would take it into the realm of the number 4, actually. So that's what I'm saying. But I'm just scrutinizing the picture he sent us.
That N, is it possible that could be a through? You said it's a preposition.
This right here,
Yeah.
yeah. So if I just
'Cause-
pop it in the dictionary, right, and just put an N alone, most often they'll tell us, you'll see it most in between 2 nouns. Notice this, because it's like it's just like a conjunction, just how we use certain. You see what I'm saying? What's that called? A preposition, a conjunction, not in preposition, but a conjunction. Between two to form a phrase, like to connect 2 nouns. You know what I'm saying? So now I want to look up preposition. I know what preposition is, right? But I want to make sure we're using that correctly. I definitely know I am because I've seen it in the dictionary enough times. So a word governing, usually preceding a noun or noun. Like she arrived after dinner. Where what to do for. So into, I don't know if somebody want to necessarily define it that way, but it's definitely a conjunction used in between like 2 nouns. And let's let the different dictionary be the ultimate authority on that by getting to in by itself. And they're gonna tell us. Go ahead. What you say?
Not to, I meant though, through, as in words said by Ra, like through Ma'at or through Sutek. If you take in the principle that all these natures are like principles are not, sky daddies or whatever. That is, they're
So
expressing the
look,
principle
there
of
you go
creation.
right there. Look.
See.
You see that in right there?
Oh,
Now this is just a
that's not the
different
same
glyph
end.
for it, but it's the same exact thing. Now look, it say for, belonging to, through, just like you said, in, as, of, and it is a preposition. Now they got this
Well,
on
even-
on a Necrolis stela for a reference of where they use this glyph to say in, but still in can be written in many ways, and it is, as they stated, a preposition. And so it's in preposition to that noun, right, following it, and it's really connecting those 2 nouns or whatever. It's making a noun phrase. Here we got another one, which is a suffix, is a little bit different. It means R's in suffix. Oh, so look. Notice this is 4 strokes, right? See, look. Notice this is 4 strokes. And notice this is an in conjunction. Now, what do we have on the picture? Yep, we got 4 strokes. Remember I said something about them 4 strokes? I
Right.
gotta find that picture again. I was like, I don't know why they got 4 strokes, but now that's even letting us know they're using it more as a preposition because they put the 4
Right, so the
strokes and
end
an in.
Right. So the N is a determinative in this case then.
So, or is basically a complement to the 4 strokes, so we wouldn't get confused. Because see, right here they got just the 4 strokes, and they're telling us is an N to represent R here. Now, I could again, we're looking at our options, okay? And so, would that make sense? It says words said by R Ra. You see what I'm saying? Then that leaves out the 2. It makes more sense to say words said through or to or by Ra to a Sar. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see what somebody translates in the chat, just see what y'all say, if it say words said, whatever. But it's all just like incantations that are synonymous with each deity he spoke to, you know what I'm saying? And so, but it's good to look at, and I still would want to know the anomaly of these 4 strokes in this in here. Well, what I do is lay out all of the options. Like if I was going over this, I would write this option down, you feel me? And then I would keep beseeching the other options. Now notice, why do they have 3 strokes here that is an N of preposition? Normally 3 strokes is either going to give us this Kemet word right here, which means 3, or it's going to give us this, the U of plurality. So notice all of these words are plural. They, them, their. See what I mean? And so that's what the oo in suffix, look, it's going to say suffix. It's a suffix pronoun. So if I put a W at the end of any word, this is what you get out of it. So they're telling me here, I know about that, about the 3 strokes, but they're also indicating 3 strokes could be a preposition to give us of. I know it's getting complicated now and a bit off track, but I like to note these things as I encounter them so that when I'm reading glyphs or something, I can refer back to all the different rules. You know what I'm saying? That might give us some understanding. So notice this says tap in, and it says on account of, but it always has to be a noun following this to let us know what it is on account of. You see what I mean? So now this one says tap in arret. Arret is to make something or to create something. So it says the working method or on account of working, as we know that hebes tep or whatever is a proper method. But anyway, you know, I love doing this and I could just expound on it for years. But it helps us to understand that in right here, how you see it's a conjunction between that and that. So this is hurry. This is like on top of, right? And this is cat. So this is like, but right here, this is going to have to do with a boat because I see a mast right here. I mean, I see a sail and a ooh. So this is something like on top of something. Let's see what it says. Yeah, I did say a mast. Huh? I wasn't trying to, I know I might have accidentally seen it earlier, but see, you can see how you can just get that out of that by finally knowing what this is. Because this is like on top or up front, and then it's connected to things of wood. I call this word cat. Let's see what it was. Cat, see? So cat means things. But since they use wood to draw the things, feel me? Because they could have wrote cat with a circle. So they saying on top of things, wooden things, and then you see a sail, and then it's plural. So that's like a mast of a boat, basically, as they say. And the tip, that's why they say the tip, because they say hoary, not really on top of, look, hoary sa. So sa is a sun, but what else could sa be? Sa could be wisdom, but what do we see right here? Like something, this is something like on top of something, on the outside of something. So let's just do hoary real quick. I know I'm way off, but this is how I like to study. So I wanna see how that hoary don't mean on top. It might mean in front of. But we're gonna see how. Well, hoary is a face, it's your head, right? So it do mean on top. We don't have to be confused. They wasn't stupid. If they drew a face, it's gonna mean up top. But we'll see. To be pleasing. And I ain't even looked at the chat. And somebody else could click the link too. We just building, you know what I'm saying? Hoary. H-R-I. To go far away, belonging to Horus. Man, it took us straight back to our word. Let me see. Anyway. It comes from the root of this word for a face, right? Whore. But let's keep going. We're gonna see. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I got a football game about to happen. I don't want to lose this game. Hold on. I know, I'm about to take a break and do this GLB too. Man, heck no, we're not losing this game. So let me see something. When did this game happen? And this game happens. All right, at 14. I got 3 hours. Just make it show. Oh, look, dude put me back. Dude put me back. Look, that's hella funny. All right, that's funny. That's just some amusement. You got to keep up with your well-rounded life. You can't just turn into like a study freak. So anyway, where are we at? What's up with y'all? I see Chef Renell in the chat. The chat is open, J Mill. Oh, you said open the chat? Oh, I never opened the chat. Oh, I was tripping. Thanks for telling me. Let me go open up the chat. But nobody joined the page, so why should I open the chat? You know, J Mill has to be tripping. Life, you can't just. Let me see. Let me open up the chat. I forgot it wasn't open. You know, drivers, bows. Let me hear from y'all. I did not know 3 and 4 could give you the end value. Yeah, I didn't know that too. That's why I'm looking through those dictionaries off to help a lot. Let me see. Yeah, so I hope that was somewhat helpful for on your on your journey to make sure that it ain't right. I mean, it ain't wrong. You know what I'm saying?
It definitely will. Well, two things. You'd never actually put the completed one in the Zoom chat here
Oh,
for me.
okay, hold on. Let me go back to the JSS, right? So I should just be able to click on top of here. Here go the code for the first line. Up into the page break. And I'm going to copy it into the Zoom chat. And then I'll give you the code to the second line up to the page break. So there's multiple, any device that any app that reads manual decodage, that will work inside of there. Like you could pop that code in there. Where'd my Zoom go, man? Did I close the Zoom? Oh, I'm tripping. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna take this whole code and show you what I mean. I'm gonna copy this and go to a different place on the internet, right? I mean, it should just reproduce at HIEROGLYPHS.net, hieroglyphs.net. So this is a spot that also has a composer. And they got different ways to compose that are, let's see if they still got the old system. So look, I'm gonna pop your stuff in here and press submit and bow.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And it's pretty much rendered exactly how we had it rendered but they messed up over here on your Hotep. That's just their system, but your code ain't messed up. So we want to go look and make sure that T and that P is there on that Hotep word. And look, it is there. So they manual decodage ain't up to date. But that's how that code works.
And then the final question I guess I have is whether there's a app or a website that does that in hieratic or demotic, so that it will be easier for me to actually write in my signature.
Okay, so that's gonna be hella fun, but it's not gonna be a website, but it's definitely gonna be you got tools that you could do, right? So really you can look at most any translator, hieratic translator book on hieratic is gonna have a chart that lines up the medu neter signs with the hieratic signs. But you're going to know that hieratic only goes from right to left, right? It ain't like you can flip them all up. So you'll have to invert it because this is going from left to right. So because hieratic is made to be simpler and easier. If you got the strokes down, then it's right. And so you simply just look up each of these in a hieratic dictionary and reproduce this going from right to left. That would probably be the easiest way. You know what I'm saying?
Did I hear correctly? I don't know if it was from you or somebody else on your panel that demotic is a Nubian script. I think it was you actually.
So I said demotic started. So this is what they do. They say the Nubian Empire or whatever of the 25th dynasty ended about 650, but then they credit demotic to. No, they say it ends at 656. Then they credit demotic to 650. But scholars is past that, and they're not doing that. All of that is excluding black people out of contributions. And so if you go into Nubiology or even modern day Egyptology, they'll tell you that Demotic started in the 25th dynasty. It's only those who don't want to act like black people made contributions to Egypt who tend to try to avoid those facts. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's definitely, it's not even newer information, but you can clearly see how close it is. And no one says Demotic is related to because the Demotic has a lot of affinities with a script called Old Nubian, which is a surviving script that is related to Coptic. So we start to get Coptic, Demotic, then we get Coptic, and then we get Old Nubian, and they all are closely related. So yeah, I'm definitely willing to stand behind that, and we could show a lot of source material. So somebody says the Ra symbol means time also, right? Yep. It's the same symbol, but when it's intended to mean time. So I probably could put a single stroke under these Ra's, but in names you really don't need to do it because time is not never stated in too many people's name. But when they want to talk about time, it ain't Ra no more. I think it's Su. It's like Su for the time of day, but it's still the same glyph. So Heru is an hour, like a portion of the time of day, and Su is the whole day. So I'm about to use the dictionary to show people what I mean. I'm gonna write day. You're gonna see Ra, but it's gonna say Su. So right here it says Ra Neb. That is saying every day, so it kind of contradicts what I'm showing you. But notice this. Watch this. We're gonna keep going. And we're gonna get here go a day for a Ra too, right? But when is it gonna ever say Su then, Smash? Let's see. Because my memory don't be betraying me like that, right? So a Ra is a day, but let's keep going. There it go. What does that say? Su Wep. So this is Wep Pool, but the Su in this is who? See? So sometimes, yeah, there you go, Dash Arab. Su, he says Su means daylight, and daylight comes from the sun. So sometimes Ra would just be Su. Well, let's look at this. Watch this. New Year's Day, who is it gonna have in it? Neither of those. I'm just looking at a heck of different ways to say the day, right? So we can see what words they put in there. All right. Now this one says Wep Heru. So this is a particular, but it still has Ra as the sun right here, but this is particularly like an hour or the start of the day, like they saying. Normally, Heru is referenced in portions of the day. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of this one. So here's something where they talk about our man Sutek, and look how they did it. Just for reference, they only put the dog, and then they put the deity behind it. So again, there's plenty ways you have the options of showing that Sutek. Here's a word for day that got Ra. So Ra and Su can be used for day, but it seems like Ra is occurring more than Su as I look here. I don't even see no Sus. Maybe I ain't got to. There it go. Finally. God, I be knowing I ain't messing up that bad. You see what I mean? So they both, look at this. One of them, you see what I mean? This is what I mean. They're both the exact same glyph, right? But one of them says Ra and one of them says Su. How do you know when to say Ra and when to say Su? You see what I mean? And so really, it's not like you got your chance. It's more like the context of how the author wrote it. All right, so I just wanted to finally get to that Su to show that could still mean a day too. Somebody said they thought that circle. Yeah, the circle means time too. When they want it to mean time. You feel me? Yeah, so you're not wrong. That's not a mistake. That circle could definitely mean time. Watch when I put time in here. It's gonna say the same words we was just looking at. I'm just gonna put time. All right, what they talking about? Primordial time, but there's too many words for time. How they got 197 words for time? Long time. So I'm not gonna go through time because all right. So they got new for time. Nuri, new. Here go an hour of time. It should be newt. Time new. So time is hitting us with more news than shoes. And how time sep. There you go. So this is the most common time that I know, sep. And notice the difference between that glyph that looks like a Ra. It's really the whole cosmos or the universe, I think. The circle, I could be wrong on that. It's not just Ra. But yeah. Where y'all at? Y'all gonna hit the link? Somebody hit the link. We could get a build up. We got a good build going on.
Yeah, but Sasha, let me let the head out. But I guess just one more question. That song that you have, Duara, is it from a particular um piece of work? How do I say that? A particular attestation?
Which one? What you say again?
Duara, the song that you have.
Oh, do a
Never,
ride. What's up with it? What's up with it?
yeah. Is it like straight the lyrics that you're saying? Is it straight from a particular attestation or anything?
Nah, it's not. I was free. So I went to the studio one day and couldn't remember my lyrics, and I wanted to be productive. And I was really in the middle of doing a few lessons from Alan Gardner. And one part in the lesson that I remember he said was Nefer. I had to translate Nefer Ab Ah Pef Anuk Sesh Im Amin Ra. But and that really was a statement it made in ancient times. So I was like, that's gonna be my hook. Nefer Ab Ah mean Nefer we know a heart, but Nefer Ab was a conjunction word that means a happy heart. Nefer Ab Ah E or Nefer Ab E being the suffixed reed leaf on the word Ab, which is your heart. Nefer Ab E or Nefer Ab Ah mean my heart is happy. Nefer Ab Ah Pef, that is or that. If I put any of these words in the dictionary, they'll pop up just like that. Like if I put Pef right now, it should be that. I'm just gonna put a P and an F. Nefer Ab Ah Pef, that. Then if I put Anuk or Nuk means I am. So it might not pop up, but Nefer Abba Pefa Nuk Sesh Im Amin Ra. Okay, and so it's like just be happy. This is neck popping up, not Nuke though. But it was something out of Alan Gardner's work, and then I just wanted to expound and Anuk Atef Ek. See, this is all Egyptology speak, but I'm saying things that Anuk Atef is a father, Ek means your. So I was like Anuk Atef Ek. I am your father. Then I said, Netta Keparuba Atra. It's like a puzzle for people entertained by it to go into it and try to see what it's saying. And you could definitely use dictionaries and see, you know what I'm saying?
See, now that I know that you made it of yourself is even better. I don't want it to translate anymore. I'm gonna go and look that up and figure out, what it is you were saying. Like, cause I rock that song all the time,
I made it.
So
I made it funner. So if you go to the band camp, I actually got the transliteration up there, so you can pop each term just right into the dictionary and form your own translation. You feel me?
yes, well, that's how I learned the lyrics. So yeah, safe. I will definitely do that.
Word
Bet.
up. Well, thanks for tapping in and helping making it a show, man. I don't know if
Yeah,
anybody
man,
else
I
gonna
appreciate it.
tap in, but I appreciate you. Word up.
Yeah, give thanks again. Yeah.
Word up, yeah. Yeah, where y'all at? Anybody else hitting the link or what? Because I ain't gonna have nothing to talk about in about 2 minutes. Feel me? I'm gonna go back to talking about my paper, man. Trying to get things right. No back. Matter of fact, I'm trying to look at emails. So can't be going all day without looking at emails. It's cool. It is cool. I don't like not having no business email. At least somebody just got back at me. Are they trying to help me with my universal audios? What? Press the Windows key and type system information without quote. Then press enter. On the screen appears click file save. Please save the file. Attach the file that was created in my reply. Man, come on, man. Just tell me how to get the software. Yeah, people say talk about making more bread using ChatGPT. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, look, this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to see if ChatGPT can read this code. I'm going to say, what is this code? Watch this. I'm going to say, decode this. It's going to say, I'm sorry, I do not have the ability to decode this. Let me see. I mean, I'm trying to learn how to make bread with ChatGPT and talking about useful ways that it plug into our life. That crypto up, somebody said crypto up. Come on, man. Oh my gosh. Oh, crypto up. Oh my dude, we've been waiting for this day. I mean, not like this. But since crypto finally broke 1.1 trillion, it had dipped down back to 900 million the other day. It's on its way back to 2 trillion. I'm gonna get the screaming back at the top of the roof because the money we're gonna be able to give out to people gonna be bigger. I'm gonna be like, write your proposal for 3 racks. Then as crypto keep going up, write your proposal for 5. Then somebody gonna bite. Why they gonna be like, I gotta write my proposal. Oh, you found your name in the Equifax breach? Yeah, those is the talks we need to talk about, man. I'm waiting to hear back about some credit for one of my LLCs today. Brand new LLC, bro. Forget struggling, man. This time we be spending knowing how to do this, we could spend knowing how to do that, man. I know everything in crypto. I made sure I learned it from the top to the bottom. So as this industry progresses, I can just do anything in it. Like you need somebody to do something, I know how to do that shit. Because this is the next computer science we need to be learning. The crypto. Don't even think about investment and all that stuff. Think about the science. So something gained 30% today. That's good. Somebody came up. But I ain't on my crypto hype. I'm gonna say what code. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if it can understand what code is this. What code is this? It can't determine, man. They stupid. Now it says it appeared to be a string characters by hyphens and colors not recognizable syntax. Man, you can't tell this is manual decodage. I'm about to make the AI smarter. This is manual decodage. Yeah, now it's knowing. So recognize manual decodage when you see it, man. I'm gonna be the first person to train ChatGPT how to read the glyphs. Yep, now it knows. See, it say the code represents a phrase in the sentence of hieroglyphs, where the N5 and the HK represents the Ka. Oh my God. So you gotta know how to use the AI for whatever you're doing. This is incredible. This code represents the title or a heading with U15 and A14 and UI represents specific hieroglyphs to other symbols. Don't let nobody. Don't you, man? You better use your AI. Time to get creative. I need some music. See that? What I just made? That was called a jingle. It was never in the earth, and I just put it into a tangible form. You cannot go no place and go and not be able to prove that you had that intellectual property before me. That's called a poor man's copyright. Just being able to prove that you possess the intellectual property at a previous period in time. Feel me? You think that ain't true? Then how come people go, they got a content ID on YouTube that go look at what anything you say in the video is your intellectual property? We got to start getting more game. I'm getting more game for myself. I don't think like being like a puffy billionaire is out the picture. If you think that's out the picture, then you just ain't tripping. It ain't out the picture for nobody. You know what I'm saying? But so what am I on? What I've been on? Well, opportunity-wise, I've been on licensing, trying to expand my licensing potential. I got licensing potential, but I don't got the most licensing potential, and I understand getting other people bags, but people be dumb, man. Like, people be thinking you playing. So you be having to spend time doing silly little kid shit. Like selling people shit that's unobtainable to them so they can respect your shit. Excuse me. So let me try. Let me show you something. Like I'll be telling people that don't understand, it ain't about, you gotta know how to be a good old rapper. I'm just saying, everybody ain't a rapper, but you can't just fall off. You got to understand where the things are for you. So I was going to Chad Johnson. Chad Johnson Super Bowl commercial. Where you going to hear your boy? This was a long time ago. So they probably don't even got that no more. I think that was like 2005. Dang, that don't even. Yep, look. What this say right here? Ocho Cinco original NFL commercial by who? Rondo Brothers with Casual. So when we be talking about licensing and stuff like that, that's what we be talking about. For the longest time, I maintained that I made up the name Ocho Cinco. I didn't make it up because it wasn't my thought creation. But I put that into the world on this song. And Chad Johnson liked the commercial and started calling himself Ocho Cinco after that. Y'all didn't know that? I know you cannot put a 1 in the chat if you knew that. Nobody could put a 1 in the chat to that. Because what I'm supposed to be sitting around saying, this happened in 2005. So, you want to hear the first time, you can try to go date it, but you want to go hear the first time Chad Johnson was ever called Ocho Cinco? Let's listen. Where you at? Yeah. Where
you at, 85? Ocho Cinco. Been all around this great big world to see you do what they say you do. Where you at? I can't see you. Where you at, 85?
It's an NFL world, and we're living in it.
Don't nobody even care. You ain't even got to say nothing. Look, you ain't had to do nothing. I didn't care about no lyrics, nothing. It's just work.
Where you at?
They was like, say where you at? Say where you at, 85. Then they said Ocho
Where you at,
Cinco.
85?
Look.
Ocho Cinco. Been all around this great big world to see you do what they say you do. Where you at? I can't see you. Where you at, 85?
Ocho Cinco.
It's an NFL world, and we're living in it.
That is a result of being down with some brothers who had their licensing game together. And learning how to get into licensing, I learned that would be advantageous. So just learning how to, how you do that. That wasn't, I think, in NBA 2K12. That's how I was able to perform at the, it's 2K7? Dang, that was a long time ago. See how life be going by you? You think you talk about something from 2012 and you talking about something from 2007. Shout out to Dan for putting me on this. So this ain't particularly like licensing, but it's the same. I don't know when this was. Maybe this wasn't that year. Am I on here? Yeah, I am. I thought I was. No, hieroglyphics is on here. I'm on one of these, but it enabled me to be able to go to. I got to perform at the NBA. I got to perform at the NBA All-Star game. Little old me. I was like, what? Heck yeah. Maybe it ain't NBA 2K7. I don't know. But those are the conversations I like to have because it's more beneficial for us to, learn how to get into that space. But I ain't really tripping though. Dang, he's put out a gun on the Karen. Y'all didn't know I made up Ocho Cinco? Told you we have to show people so they can understand. I was trying to show something. Am I wrong? Which oh no, this was on a different album. Microphone Specialist was on a different album. That wasn't on NBA. I think that was on the NBA album. Anyway, I ain't tripping. But that was a connect that I got from some people and I got to meet the dude who made NBA 2K. NBA 2K, the hoop game. And it turned into something good. How are to release the info locked in the data banks? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, it's called It's Like That. It wasn't called Microphone. But this is Handsome Boy Modeling School, but I think this song was put on 2K7. I don't know. I guess not. Look, what about Knockout Kings? Knockout Kings 2022. 2002.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
They don't even got all the songs on here. We had a slapper in there. Who remember this song soundtrack? So I had this song,
it's in the
right?
game.
Just to give us some game, I had this song right here. Look, now check out this. I had this song on a album that I never even released like that. I only sold this album hand to hand for a few years. I mean, the majority of people who got this album, they got it from me out of my hand. And I took this song, Classic Material, and licensed it to NBA, to EA Sports for that album, for Knockout Kings 2002. And so, you don't have to hear a song, it don't gotta be hella popular. There's ways to get your stuff out there.
If you want it, you run a phone. Here it go, that classic material. High road, invincible, invisible, indivisible. And I have you know, if you want it,
this is all good slappers.
That classic material. High road, invincible.
Who remember this from Knockout Kings 2002?
Boy, I have you know, my talent. Spit from my saliva glands is validated. Bodies out of line, rappers that I calibrated. Mass toys of an alligator. Comedic etiquette embedded with a delicate elegance.
Comedic etiquette embedded with a delicate elegance. Who said that on Knockout Kings 2002?
Is validated, bodies out of line, rappers that I calibrated. Mass toys of an alligator. Comedic etiquette embedded with a delicate elegance. The mammals, mastodon channels his energy through battles and hip-hop panels in the industry. Candles on my mantle when my ammo's the ability to fill up Socrates sandals. You don't want to box with these. Uppercut, low body blow. Lock your knees for them random hypocrisies. So in hip-hop, I'm treating rappers like Pac would be. My nemesis get dealt with horrendously, surreptitiously. I hurt them viciously, mercilessly. Days later, they still asleep. They wasn't feeling me, now they don't feel a thing. If you want it.
Yeah, that was that Knockout Kings. But I ain't tripping. What work I got to do? I'm waiting on emails, man. I ain't even tripping. Life is crazy. But you can't get to, rest in peace to my man True Growing. And we all gotta learn how to respect the little life that we have, man. You feel me? That's it. I'm gonna get ready to close this down. If somebody come in the chat got something to say, that's cool. If not, I'm gonna get ready to go watch somebody else and handle some business, maybe. Ain't got much to do, but I wanna stay productive. So I'm gonna be doing some more research. Yep. You should be long crypto for now if you believe it. Yeah, I'm definitely long crypto, but not because no other reasons besides the market turned. And it forced you to go long to not lose money. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out to y'all. There's a few people in the building. We're going to go over some of them clips we was talking about yesterday. I'm damn sure going to be playing these every video.
And so this demonstrates that the first cataract wasn't actually a barrier to Nubian culture getting into Egypt, that the boundary was quite fluid and permeable.
The first cataract was not no border. Don't ever let nobody tell you that nonsense. All right?
So let's start looking at the most obvious geographic division, which is the first Nile Cataract. As I said earlier, this is the traditional political boundary or ideological boundary between Egypt and Nubia. And it's here that the character of the landscape changes. So we get the fertile banks of the Nile in the north in Egypt give way to the more desert-dominated landscape. the cataract is defined by these granite boulders that sort of block the river so that you can't really travel north and south by boat. And that is the reason that this has been made this boundary between Egypt and Nubia, or by the ancient Egyptians, because it's the point at which travel by river becomes difficult. And from that perspective, it's sort of seen as the place where Egypt ends. But this idea is only really relevant for people traveling from the north, so from Egypt by boat. And for people who are focused on the river, who live by the river, who travel by the river, and whose life depends on the river. So let's start looking at the most obvious geographic division.
Did I ever respond to Ankh challenge on retainer sacrifice? Hell no. Why would I do that? I got all the information in front of me. I'm tired of embarrassing people so they could get mad at me. You know? It just deals down to the facts. We went and looked at everything that they did to come up with the fact that there was retainer sacrifice. And we could categorize things on whether they're fact, well-founded fact, or interpolation. And we could just look at the categories of all the information and see if there was any ancient Egyptian text that said, when the king died, you got to kill all your people. So what we're dealing with is archaeology that is what they call unsubstantial. And if those are the facts we're dealing with, then those are the facts we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? If it's unsubstantial, you ain't gonna substantiate it more than the archaeologists. And so that's really what the stance is on that. But I don't necessarily think me and Brother Ankh disagree on that. We know it was hella people found buried in mass graves. Oh, so this one I want to go to show y'all something. How about this? And even when people see, when you actually get to look at a retainer sacrifice grave or whatever, you're going to start to see that it wasn't even like how you think. Look at this. This is one site where they say all these people so-called buried around the king's tomb were retainers. Do you think that was this what you was imagining first? When they talked about retainer sacrifices, was you imagining it like this? That each individual had their own grave in this instance? Don't that process of what people propose start to seem kind of a little different? Because you ain't digging out no graves and stuff like that. You dumping people in the pot, bro, in one pit. If they not important and if they like slave retainers or whatever. Being buried around the king, come on, man. There's many different ways that we could honestly look at being buried around the king without the European Egyptological interpretations that you know they're going to mildew. Everything they're saying about that is going to start mildewing as soon as we put the scrutiny to it. And in Egyptology, they're going to start saying we need to reconsider our concept on retainer sacrifice. You see? And so ain't nobody got but all people could do is talk and bump their gums. We deal with primaries, right? Archaeology. Here goes some archaeology. Here goes a retainer sacrifice, quote unquote, tomb. Explain it. Where did they get sacrificed? How do you kill 580 people because one person died? You lock them in a room and say, y'all got to drink the juice? You surround them with more than 580 people. or maybe 200 people who got weapons. People, no one has went forth, no scholar has set forth to explain the process of retainer sacrifice. And so I'm just saying that the conversation deserves honest discussion. Not like, oh, we could just lean on people because they say something. If you look at what someone says, and I got documentation. I bet you a lot of us ain't read Van Dyke on the subject. And so really, 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 we really, 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 really don't want to be too big for our britches. You feel me? We can't stand on everything just like it's fact when it's not even fact in the field. Retainer sacrifice is not a fact in Egyptology. You know that, right? It's something they're considering. How did this happen? And the most probable thing, and I'm not saying what they're saying is unfounded. I think many of us would come to a lot of the same conclusions in order to do convenient scholarship. To come up with the convenient, nice, quick answer so you can stop thinking about it. Oh, they just killed each other because the king died. We got evidence of that tradition lasting longer in Nubia. So it's not unfounded. But saying that all of these, particularly instances like this, that are anomalous, because this don't fit with the consistency of what archaeologists classify as a retainer sacrifice. Cats don't even know what make a grave be considered a retainer grave site. So, if you saying that people thought that some people needed to be disregarded, then why did they go through the effort of digging them graves? Like if it was the next king who said, y'all gotta die because y'all king just died. Or if they say, no, you willingly need to die because the king died and we gonna give you a grave that you could be honorable. These are all of the things that we are trying to propose. And I'm just saying, some things, my logic, I'm not going to go against my own self. It has to ring logically true as the most probable cause for this. And first of all, that's not most probably what happened when you find an archaeological excavation like this. That's just stupid to even think that's the first most probable thing. People want to be buried around prominent rich people. And no one, there's been, read Van Dyke. None of this has been come to by, man, I could pull up the documents because we know a lot about stuff. None of this has been came to, no carbon dating on retainer sacrifice. You know that, right? They have nothing other but continuous grave tops to say that these people were buried at the same time. It's not like hella skulls and bones date back to the same year, like, oh, got them. And so I don't want to stand out and refute things that seem irrefutable. Then you start to do the homework and you start to see that it ain't what you think. And so here we go. Van Dyke, right here. All you gotta do is read this document. They're not gonna say it's fake. They're gonna say that they got some foundation in believing that it's true. But they look at it from a perspective. Have we read this? Yeah, we read this because we read everything. But then if we read this, we should pretty much know that it's still speculative. I said Van Dyke, right? It's still speculative. So he even pull out right here a testament where that goes against it. Let me read this to y'all. But he don't come to the conclusion that it didn't happen. He's just pointing out all the evidence that, look, this is how they came up with that. So I imagine you would want to read this first. So it says, human sacrifice has long been, and perhaps still is, somewhat controversial subject amongst Egyptologists. The ancient Egyptians have been considered too civilized for such a barbaric custom. As the Canadian anthropologist and archaeologist Bruce Trigger puts it, the cruel form of human sacrifice practiced by the Aztecs has caused many Egyptologists to wonder if such a people can really be considered to have been civilized. Invariability, a famous episode from the early New Kingdom literary text. Then listen to this. The Westcar Papyrus is cited in this context. You haven't heard many people cite this. It says, in this collection of fairy tale sets, this is how cats will get beat up. It is a collection of fairy tales set in a distant past, the time of the Old Kingdom pharaohs. All right? See, this is when we pull from primaries. The Westcar Papyrus. We can't say you could go kill people and treat them like guinea pigs and make them retain for you when we got primaries that speak against it. So look, now these are fairy tales, right? But the fact that you could fairy tale something like this lets you know the nature of reality at the time period. One of the stories tells of the magical skills of a man called Jetty. All right? He is able to reconnect the severed head and restore the victim to life. So Jetty can restore a severed head and bring back a victim in this tale. That lets you know they knew about victims of severed heads. So watch this. In the story, King Khufu, or Cheops, the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, now this is a primary account. Even though it's a story, we have to classify ancient Egyptian texts appropriately. King Cheops, the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, is keen to have a demonstration of this and gives orders to fetch a prisoner and to use him as a guinea pig. So, you see, there was a man who could supposedly put heads back on dead people. So they say the Pharaoh was like, for real, go get a prisoner, not a slave, but go get a prisoner. I don't know where the prisoners was at. I don't know none of that. But go get a prisoner and use him as a guinea pig. So they want to cut off the prisoner head in order to use him as a guinea pig. But what happens in the story? But Jed tells the king that it is forbidden to do such a thing to noble cattle. That's a translation. i.e. human beings. And so a duck, a goose, and a bull are then used instead. Now, the fact that we have a text, a primary text, that speaks against doing these type of things, well, primarily is speaking against using a human as a guinea pig. So they really went and used a duck, a goose, or a bull. Reloaded, Reborn, you started a debate league. 3,000 for the winner. Oh, man. No, that's all love. That sounds like a very good idea. You know, I support those efforts. Let us know what channel it is in the chat. But I ain't about to body none of those dudes. But that's a very good, because you know, I don't want to speak about my mind about the makeup, but it sounds like a very good thing. So in this text, they're talking about we have a primary attestation that shows, speaks against or forbids treating people in such a way to kill them for such purposes. Nevertheless, it might have happened in real life. We only got to go with the primaries. Now, I'm not about to read all of this, and this, don't act like I'm saying that this document is a refutation to human sacrifice. What this document is, it corroborates everything we put forth. That they ain't got nothing. First of all, I'm about to read you one sentence from this document. It's about to come. It's going to tell you when, here it go right here. Wait. All right, hold on. It's about to be, here it go. Wait. So they basically have a sentence where here it go. I'm sorry. He's something he said about the first dynasty is not this. I'm going to find it. And he tell you this, and this is something that every single person, here it go. Here go the sentence. Well, maybe this ain't it. It's still it. It says the last two kings to be buried in the first dynasty necropolis at Abydos were Semerkhet and Aa. Semerkhet's tomb is particularly interesting that it has 68 subsidiary graves that were constructed directly around the king's tomb and burial chamber, and were almost certainly covered at the same roofing timbers and structures. So again, the covering of the graves with the same roofing timbers and superstructure is how they conclude that we had black or whoever, African people killing themselves because the king died. It's not because they found marks on their bodies. It's not because they dated the death of the people. It's because they simply say the roof on all of these graves were covered at the same time. So it says a further strong indication that these burials were simultaneous with the royal funerals. Reisner considers all 68 burials to be the case of retainer sacrifice. So nobody should be wanting to debate something so shaky, because on either side of that discussion, we won't be able to come to anything definitive. You won't be able to get past all of the scholars who already say that it's shaky. And they're coming to these conclusions from the same roof timbers and superstructure being on top of the graves, not from carbon dating, not from any primary text. The primary text speaks against treating people in that manner. All right. It says some of the retainers buried were dwarves, as evidenced by the skeletal remains, as well as the depiction of some of the 7 stelae found in the tomb. Semerkhet's funerary closure, although it's been identified with the so-called Western Mastaba, a building neighboring the enclosure of Den. If so, there do not seem to be any subsidiary burials. Ka's tomb only contained 26 burials, are graves which were again constructed around the core of the royal tomb itself. So they just got people being buried around a tomb, and they conclude since it appears to modern archaeologists that there was a continuous roof on all of these graves, that these people killed each other to escort the king into the afterlife. So there's 2 things that you have to understand. There's no Osiris yet. All of this ends at the end of the first dynasty. So this ain't even an Egyptian thing. That's to say that when the first dynasty came in, they was like, oh, hell no. When the second dynasty came in, they was probably like, what's going on? We don't do that. So saying something that happened in the first dynasty is Egypt is like saying something that happened in the first colony of America is American. Oh, I had a meeting still open? Good, I'm glad it closed. So they put me back on the 40-minute meetings? I gotta go. I don't know, Zoom must be not on autos, right? That's all right. So yeah, I didn't have much to say, but I definitely want us to look into this stuff because you'll see what your task is to pull something definitive that the scholars use out of their work. They'll even tell you it's not, it's not inconclusive, but it ain't what we think it was. But yeah, I think it was. I don't argue against it. I just wanted to show how it was kind of like made up. But I don't argue that we find these graves and there's something that needs to be answered. You see what I'm saying? We find them graves and there's stuff to be answered. I've been bumping them, and this video is about 3 hours on the dot. I want to say thank y'all for tapping in. On our way out, look at this. When we talk about primary attestations of ritual sacrifice, since they superimpose this on you, they say this is this right here. Look. So now you're trying your hardest to make some type of ritual sacrifice out of this, and it looked like, what, he's stabbing him right here? I don't know, but this is nonsense. If you want to pull this into a debate, you got to make sense out of it. Because you could very well say it looked like this guy right here is killing him. But this is the type of stuff that they use to say, look, this was sacrifice. Straight up, look at this. Look at it. Y'all see that? Let me show you another attestation for so-called ritual sacrifice. Hold on, though. Let me see where my phone at. So I can get some Cash App shout-outs. I always give my shout-outs. The cold part, a lot of people might be getting at me after some shows, and I'll be having to shoot out, give you a shout-out after it already happened. Let me see. My phone. Oh no, this is the same two people from yesterday. Guaranteed and Dizion. Thank you. I didn't get to tell y'all thank you, feel me? So that's appreciated. Same two people from yesterday showed some appreciation. So look at this. This is some more of the nonsense. Let's scrutinize this closely, y'all. As close as you can. Some people try to say that this is a primary account for attestation of human sacrifice. Just show me where the human sacrifice takes place. Let's look at the first row. Every symbol we see. See, now, I see words and stuff, and we could talk about it, but I don't see no human sacrifice yet. The second row, I can read this stuff, bro. Everybody, if you know Metal Natural, you can see how you can read it too, but it's old kingdom glyphs. So what's happening on the second row, if you think I'm lying? The birth of the Bull King, y'all. Mesh, I would say Mesh, or the birth of the Bull King tribe is the first thing I read. We see Mesh is written on there. Then we got the bull on the standard. Hold on, let me look back. I think I got to say what's up and peace to some more people. Corey, what's up, man? Thank you for showing the love, B. That Cash App love be kicking in. So we shouting out Dizion, Guaranteed 2 for yesterday, and Corey for today. Just appreciate it, family. Now look. Now, if we really scrutinize every symbol, we'd probably be able to get more reading out of this, but the vignette always accompanies the word, and really the only word they put at the beginning of this is the word for birth. Okay? So this is some type of ritualistic birth, not death. But look, when we get to the third row, you see this right here? And then you see that little cup right there that they hold. And this is another person holding this cup next to a figure that appears to be small with two hands behind their back. So how are we looking at this? They say that this is human sacrifice. I say that that's complete foolishness. But you tell me what you see. You can't even make that a knife like he poking into him and then holding a jar, because you could say something different. You could say all kind of stuff. You could say that they looked like they was extracting seed or something. You feel me? But you can't just readily sit here and tell me that this is what we got and we stand on for evidence of human sacrifice. Simply show me where it's at. Because what we see is we're going to be molded at everything we think we see. We don't even know what we see. Right here, what they're carrying ain't no dang human. Look, what they carrying right here. Hit the link, Abju. Some people thought you wanted to debate me on this. They was puzzled. They don't know what we saying, you feel me? I ain't even got the link up no more. Yeah, also, you're it's nonsense that if you're gonna come into the chat and say that this is human sacrifice. And you've been playing yourself lately, and you might not want to continue down that road. And that's advice from a good friend. Put a 1 in the chat if I've been playing this up. I'm just playing. Yeah, so take that good advice and know you're not prepared or qualified to come in the chat and teach anybody how this is human sacrifice. You don't got that, bruh. You feel me? We looking at it all of ourselves. And I'm about to show you all the shit that you don't even know because the white people ain't told you this. See the word birth over this damn catfish? Show me where you can show somebody that. Do you see the word birth over this damn catfish? Show me who gonna show you that. Do you see the symbol for the king of the South? We ain't qualified to talk to some people about some shit. You see? We ain't got a source that tell us that this is a catfish right here, do we? Do we? All right. I hate to see you do it to yourself, but since you ain't been in your right mind lately, we're going to let you keep on doing this to yourself. Now watch all this no source work we get. All this loud convincership we about to hear. Link been up for about 2 hours, first of all. Nobody clicked it. Come on. You're on the clock, buddy. Now, I'm about to do something. I'm going to my phone, and I'm seeing how long it take me to get in the damn link. I just clicked the link on my phone. Let's see what happened. I'm going to beat you to the link. Look, I'm in the chat. Smash. There he go. So I ain't fiddling and fumbling on my phone right now looking for sources. You see? How I beat you in the link. There go my feet. Look, y'all want an angle of the feet? Socks is clean. Fat woofer. It's good. See? That Lennon fumbling on the phone right now. Because you know you're trying to deal with the magi, you done messed up. And let me beat you to the link. So we already slow out the box. Feel me? We slow out the gate because whatever we think we looking for in the sources ain't gonna top shit I'm talking about. So now I'm debating with myself in the link. What's up, Smash? Shit, what's up with you? And beat you to the link. Now I'm about to make myself the host so I can do this as I roll through the streets because I don't even need to be at a computer to refute retainer sacrifice. I got the homework. So let me make myself the host and see if you can even get in the link before I hit this corner. See how we do? You ain't got enough Googling going on. Ain't enough Google. Hold on, mic check. Y'all can hear me? Why is it echoing? Oh, it's echoing. All right. Took way too long, Brother Bobby. Somebody else copy the chat and beat Bobby to the link. He fiddling and fumbling. Who else could beat Bobby to the chat? Come on. Let's show how this shit really works when you want to talk to somebody, you click the shit. Come on, boy, I'm the right friend to play with, boy. Taking too fucking long. You supposed to been outside already. It's like I'm in front of your shit. You ain't coming outside, man. Damn, this is sad. You can't find the fucking document you thought you had? I'm almost in the car, hitting the corner on this food. I can't see the chat no more. So hold on, I see somebody trying to come in. You late, boy. Oh, this ain't even Bobby. Oh my God. Donnie, what's up, boy? Donnie, you there? Donnie, I hope you can hear me. Yo. Dang. That boy finally got his son, Bobby. Bobby. Dang, is my phone messing up? Man, is my phone messing up? Can't nobody. Let me see if y'all can. Oh, they. Bobby took you long time, brother Banger. What's up?
Yes, yeah. Oh, you think really?
Hey, it's just look. Donnie Williams beat you to the chat because I know you was looking up a document.
Nah. I already got that on deck, man. Anybody want to dive out the window and bust their head? I'm good. Yeah.
Hold on, you about to get the whole floor. I just gotta greet you first so they know how we do. What's up with it?
Hey, man, you know we here, man. Doing what we doing, teaching, man. We ain't never scared to lose, yo. If you ain't scared to lose, you ain't really trying to win, yo. I'm gonna put it on the line every time, bro, and I'm gonna come prepared, and I'm gonna come well studied and well read on any subject I open my mouth up about.
Hold on, let everybody can before I real quick. Hold up.
I can hear you loud and clear, bro.
We got Black Lion, we got Chef, or hold on. I'm about to just. Yeah, you're mad. You're mad. I'm gonna use it how you told my man What was the nigga name? Inky?
Yeah, definitely
Mad.
might be. I heard what you said. I heard your statement. I've been out my mind lately.
Yeah, you have, bro. I told you. I'm the best one to tell you that.
Yeah, you been said that. And I'm freaking out like I'm thinking you out your mind. So one of us actually out of our mind. I'm feeling the same way.
So then that's when we have to be fair to each other and take it to a council of our peers. You feel me?
Yeah,
that's how you do that.
Yeah, but you can't use pseudos, yo. You be having a panel full of dedicated pseudos at times, yo, and it's horrible. And they all take your side because they don't got nothing. They don't got you ain't teaching them good enough.
You want to know what, bro? What? I think my character is solid enough to do this on your platform. I go on the pseudo killers and have everybody on there tell you wrong. Nigga, I'm solid. I'm rock solid. I do that on any of your platforms, SideNetter or whatever. I'm the nigga to do it, blood. You know that, right?
And I'm the one to stand up and say, I dare you.
Nigga, let's do it. Let's go on your platforms and not. No, I'm talking about the things that I've been telling you out of pocket. Everybody in the world been telling you that.
Name the three. Name the three items. I don't listen to the world. Name the three items. Name the three.
Man, so look, if we don't listen to the world, we won't be able to get to the bottom of nothing. Somebody gotta judge what we saying and say whether but we not gonna listen to them.
Not the world, yo. The world stay wrong. I learned that a long time ago. It's a few that know what the hell they talking about. Got a lot of sheets out there. A lot of sheets.
We respect each other first. We got a council. We got a council of men. We respect their opinion, right? So who opinion do you respect?
I respect you. One, you fighting against Afro-Asiatic. So now you in this. I gotta put you in the same bunch with a song Wu John on it because that's crazy. Right? And you think that's crazy.
I never mentioned Afro-Asiatic. Let's not go on.
You fought me on it. You had your man on there. What's his name? The crazy guy that Reggie brought in. I forget his name. Comniverse. He was like, yeah, he got y'all. How? He don't got me with that.
All right. See, this is what you about to do. You about to put too much stuff on the chalkboard.
All right, just give me the items. Give me the items.
Sacrifice real quick. This might be for the people.
Okay, but I'm saying, but what else you got? The race of the Egyptians? Well, I know that ain't anything. Okay, so where I'm wrong at? What's the other item?
Wait. Are we dealing with return and sacrifice?
We want to deal with return. No, I must call them human sacrifice. I don't want to use no other words. Straight.
Oh, no, you said where you wrong at. Let's keep it a buck. I never had to tell you was wrong about too much. But I had to call you and say you was completely out of pocket about telling Sekou to go back to Africa.
And I still say, okay.
It might step outside of scholarship. But look, you could be right about even return of sacrifice. But if you want to be the person telling people shit like that, people gonna stop rocking with you. That's all.
You're right. But guess what? I don't need none of them people to rock with me that don't clearly understand what I'm saying when I tell a human being to go back to where they're actually born at. If they don't understand that,
don't try that over here because that's some fake bullshit. You got past hella niggas with that fake ass angle, but that's complete bullshit. That don't justify nothing, bruh.
It justified for me.
Where a nigga live, bro. You ain't telling the nigga go back there and acting like you right. You not convincing me of that shit. You convince a little nigga of that shit.
All right. Well, you a big nigga. You a big nigga.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big nigga. Size-wise, and I'm a big nigga in life.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So let me tell this big nigga to say, cool, can kiss my black ass and he can take his ass back to Africa. That's what I'm saying. And I'm double down, tripling down.
That's crazy.
And anybody that don't like that, then so what?
That's all I'm saying. It's a controversial statement where you're normally going to lose support and not gain it.
So what?
The wiser people know how to gain support in controversy.
And guess what? I don't need that.
How to lose all their support in controversy.
That's how I feel. I need a whole new line of support. How about that? That's how I'm feeling though, bro. Because I'm thinking that you know what I'm saying because you ain't a little boy. You intelligent and you can think stuff through. You can say, I wouldn't have said it that way, brother, but I get what you're saying. So if a cult leader, hold on.
But what are you saying?
Let me finish my point. You finish my point? So if a cult leader come over here, Malachi York, and he born and raised in the Sudan, and we know he born and raised in Sudan, right? And we say, bro, take that cult shit back to your community in Africa, right? Anybody get mad at that, they must be trying to support that foolery. And they ain't got no homework, right, to prove that I'm wrong at what I'm saying. So they want to focus in on the go back to Africa part, knowing damn well I'm not using like them Europeans used when they was talking to African Americans after being stripped from their homes for 500 years, bro.
Nah.
Well, that's where I'm at.
I hear you, but I see that backwards, and you analyzing it backwards. That's like a boxer fan I can't get fucked with when I play my defense, but when I poke my chin out, they knock me out. Yeah, when you out of pocket and talking about shit you shouldn't be talking about, anybody could attack that shit. But just because you read some damn books don't mean that you right when you say somebody should go back to Africa. You don't lose talking about archaeology or shit like that, but you would definitely take an L if you thinking you about to convince some niggas that you right about that shit, no matter how smart you think you are, bruh.
And I'm not trying to convince nobody because I don't give a damn. See, that's the point. Some shit you just don't give a damn about who or what somebody think about because I'm going to stand on that. And I'm going to tell them every time. That's what I'm saying. Like some shit, I just don't care, bro. I don't care if a person don't understand what I'm saying because I know what I'm saying and Sekou know what I'm saying and Sekou is just misusing it to gain the fake supporters to continue the misinformation. I get what you're saying, bro. I clearly understand what you said when you pulled me up on it, though, yo. I did. But that man said a whole lot of stuff and nobody called him on. Everybody act like he ain't say it. So I ain't mad, so I got to defend myself.
Nah, nigga, you a bigger leader. You were not a little nigga. You a big ass leader in the conscious community, and you let people down. This ain't what we was trying to talk about. We trying to talk about retainer sacrifice.
So let's get
but
on
if
that.
you want to go all over the place, I got shit
I want to stay right there. I just wanted to hear what I was letting you down on. I wanted to hear them parts.
No, you a leader, motherfucker. And if you about to turn to where you gonna assassinate your own character by turning against everybody you led. Just because really, nigga, you mad at Jabari and Sekou his man so he could get it too. Fuck all that. Let that shit go, man.
Nah, I ain't mad at Jabari. I talked to Jabari on the phone. I'm actually not mad at him.
All right, I feel you. We came to a better place. But you
I ain't mad at Jabari.
Like your partner on the phone. But you act like I don't know what I'm talking about, or am I right on point, my nigga?
No, I'm not. No, you saying the same thing Sekou followers are saying. Yo, you saying I'm mad at Jabari. I'm not mad at Jabari because he ran off with the bag. I ain't mad at him for that.
You're not mad no more. You got over it, nigga. You was
I'm saying right, because that shit was unorderly, yo. For a person that's claiming priesthood and teaching our community, bro. That's like me starting selling dope and keep talking, y'all. It would be a little bit unorderly, yo. I can say the hell with y'all. I got to take care of my family, but it still would be out of order for what we're saying out of our mouths. So no, I'm not mad. I talk to Jabari. We cordial. We keep it cordial. I have no hate in my heart for Jabari. I actually don't. Right? And I don't have no hate in my heart for Sekou. I'm just saying, bro, you like he in a time capsule somewhere kicking that nonsense that Diop's himself wouldn't even kick. That's
now, when I talked to you about it, I told you what I'm gonna say again. I know what you talking about. I know your heart wasn't saying what white people saying, but I said don't nobody else know that, and that don't the effect that it have is worse. But this to keep it clear, you asked me what was you wrong about, and I had to bring this up. I don't got no intent in talking about this shit right now. You feel me? You were challenged and said what I've been wrong about, nigga. I will pull it out, nigga. You 100% wrong telling a black man to go back to Africa.
Yeah, come on, yo. We homies, yo. We, you know what I mean? We've been through too long, yo, for real. And I mean, come on, yo. So we finally found an item we really don't agree on.
Yeah, I ain't tripping. But let's do the knowledge shit. Let's do the knowledge shit. People will learn. When I buy this, first of all, we had the flow and more people tapped in. Anybody else still out there? What's up with y'all?
Yeah, I heard somebody a little jumpy. They was talking a little bit.
They was agreeing with me, wanting to shoot you down. Yeah, they was agreeing with me. They was putting the nail in that thing, man. Go on.
Jumpy, man. Little jumpy, man.
Hey, this is an intervention.
Like me and Garfield right now. Over historical Jesus. Y'all sound like me and Garfield right now over historical Jesus.
Come on, smash my man, yo. Like we can play together.
Yeah, Garfield, my man, and y'all. So yeah, I feel you. But I was just trying to beat Unc up here because you said let's see if somebody can beat him, and he beat me. So I'm just listening. I want to see the source that counters what you just said. That's all I want. That's
Yeah,
why.
get on beat.
So this is what we're gonna have to do. I'm gonna make y'all choose. Did the kingship, the rituals, custom, and traditions come from South or Egypt? If it did, then don't play with the custom and traditions because we know what they are. If it didn't, if they kind of took a little piece here, shaved a little bit off here, then just say that. Just say that. Just say, well, a little bit, a piece of the customs came from the South. Not when it get real, they switch it up. Because I can actually show you the transition from doing it the real way all the way to the symbolic way, all the way to these later on, quote unquote, monotheistic religions where the human sacrifice is still part of the deal. That's a human thing to sacrifice items for the gods or the ancestors or to help them in the realm. So that shouldn't even be up for discussion. Now, whether they have the super clear information or the super clear glyphs that prove that point, it should be self-evident for everybody that went to church on Sunday and took communion, right? Now we realize we was actually drinking the symbolic blood of Jesus Christ and eating the daggone flesh symbolically. But it comes from the more ancient traditions that we find around the world. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying that Nile Valley culture started in the South, in Sudan. And I'm saying that the Old Kingdom is a transplant of Sudan. That's what I'm saying, with the custom and traditions and all that. And I'm not scared to say that. Now, if I'm proven wrong, then all of a sudden, then y'all got me. I ain't mad.
Give you 2 more minutes to speak directly towards your primary attestations of human sacrifice that debunk what I was saying.
So I want to go to the source, new development of the royal funerary called at Abydos, the new funeral enclosure from the reign of Aha. That's going to be a source, quote unquote. I believe that's Penn State. I want to use that. I'm going to put that on the record. Okay, 2007 theses, right? So what I'm telling you is that nobody on this panel will disagree with me when I make this statement that the kingship comes from the South. And we base it on the oldest such kingship, the oldest such place we find those rituals. But the question is, do we really understand the rituals? I'm saying I do. Now, can we find any glyphs? Maybe not, because we know most things they have not found in Egypt, and most people don't know that. I'm gonna say this again. We've only found about 30% of the archaeology that could possibly be found in the Nile Valley anyway. And we know this to be a fact. So lack of evidence don't mean something is not happening. So we can pretty much surmise, if we're claiming that the culture comes from the South, not just South in Egypt, but South, first cataract, second cataract. If we're agreeing with all the information, then why get scared, right? When we come to the actual rituals and customs based around that. So it's not a leap for the Egyptians sacrifice animals. Matter of fact, the first thing you do is sacrifice animals. Then you up the ante. So we know they sacrifice animals that they didn't eat because they buried them in the grave. So you can't say, hey, sacrifice didn't eat them. Nope, that didn't happen. They actually thought that there was some power in killing an animal and burning with the ancestors all in the graves. I don't think nobody would dispute that. They found it. But alongside them, they also found human beings that died at the same time. We know that. Now, do they have a glyph? No, they haven't found. I haven't said that. But I'm saying, but once you bring all the evidence together, we can safely say that if we was archaeologists, because I'll play the clips, when the archaeologists dig up the information and look at it, the first thing that's out of their mouth, that's a human sacrifice. Now, I'm going to tell you the racism. I don't think it's a person on this panel that's going to say that people in the Sudan, Kush, Kerma, did not do human sacrifices. I know y'all won't say that. But you got to say it if you're saying that the very culture that got it from that ain't doing it. I just have a problem with those two things right there. Either they did or they didn't. Either the people from Kemet did it, and the Egyptians forgot what they was doing when they borrowed the custom and traditions, or were those people split off like I say they did and started to form old kingdom. Either they forgot what the hell they was doing or they didn't. So I'm gonna rest my case right here. I think I make a great point. Go ahead, Smash.
You do. I gotta wait to respond. Somebody else get.
Black Line.
No, I agree. I've seen the Penn State source, and I stopped there. I've never seen the counter argument that Smash just brought up. So I agree with everything you said when it comes to that source.
I second that. Second.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think we've been made to. I think, first of all, when it comes to Egypt, it's been Eurocentric. That's first of all. You know, they drew that line right there. And they always made it in the Middle East, or what they would consider the Eastern, not the Eastern, but the, man, they call that shit, man. Damn, man. What is the word that they call breasted? What school? They started the, the Oriental Institute. Yeah. See that title? See that title? See where it put it at? Well, how in the hell is the Oriental Institute studying Nile Valley culture, right? Bet. And then how is it that it's Middle Eastern culture and Sumer and all this nonsense? And they was looking at Egypt in the context of the Orient, you know what I'm saying? In Asia, right? They looked at that. And if you was to look at it like that, there are things that you can absolutely see, right? That Kemet brought in. You could just see it. That's not a big deal. That's what great empires do. They borrow from different spots, right? But what they didn't do was, they didn't do what we're doing right here, right now. We're actually putting Egypt in its African context. And we can go around, we can go to West Africa, right? And find human sacrifices. We can go to South Africa and find human sacrifices. As a matter of fact, I would think people will start to be crazy if you're saying that most ancient tradition in Africa wasn't human sacrifice. That's really on the low end of not being realistic. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying put it in this African context and let's just deal with it and see if we can get some non-racist view of it. What's the non-racist view of it? The goddamn Vikings practiced human sacrifices before they went to war, and when their kings died, they killed women. The goddamn Muslims claiming they're going to heaven and meet some daggone maidens in heaven. How they gonna get there? You know what I'm saying? See how they slip around that move? Japan, China, they all do it. So when it comes to Africa, they either do it or they don't. And I'm saying the oldest such traditions of this, we will find it in Africa.
Well, you definitely find it in Igbo.
I was just, it's ironic because I was just looking at a presentation on Israelite sacrifice, human sacrifice. And I came here.
All right, let me show you how this would be so easy if we was in a debate. I mean, you be making this shit hella easy. Maybe I'm just built for this shit. Have we heard anybody refute retainer sacrifice? We keep showing evidence of what's called human sacrifice, but retainer sacrifice is what is being executed or sacrificed to be with the king in the afterlife. And so you can show human sacrifice of the Aztecs, you can show it all over Africa, but you have to prove the reason why they were being sacrificed is to accompany the king in the afterlife. And I know you can't do that yet because the first dynasty is when it stops in Egypt, but we get the afterlife theory in the fifth dynasty. So how could you be, and Asar ain't even there for you to become a Wasser, so they didn't even have that afterlife concept. So anybody following the argument, even though it sounded good and a lot of the things you said were true, we call those anal points because you making points on other topics that are true to seem right, but you ain't addressing retainer sacrifice.
Right. So yeah, don't listen to Reggie. He'll get you beat. So they do have the concept of the afterlife that predates Kemet. We know this. But how do we know this? Let me tell you. So when we go down to the Sixth Cataract, right? We find these graves. and we find these grave goods. Why in the hell would we have grave goods? Why are we putting these things that later on we would find in Kemet? Why are we putting these grave goods in Tutankhamun's tomb? Because he wants them things to accompany him in the afterlife. Why are you putting food there? Dead man don't eat. Ain't nobody gonna pop up out the grave and eat, because it's food for when you get to the afterlife. And I'm telling you, this concept of the afterlife also starts in Sudan. That's what I'm saying. So the afterlife is there. As a matter of fact, let's go to Homo Neanderthal. They got burial goods. Now they realize that they also had a concept of the afterlife. Man, come on, man.
All right, so let me address that. And again, a lot of the things you're saying ain't true, but we having a highly specialized conversation. So look, I pointed out the fact that Wasar ain't there for a pharaoh to become a Wasir to ever even be reigning as a king in the afterlife, to need some servants anyway. You see what I mean? So that whole concept wasn't even put in place. Particularly, it couldn't have been that, because the first dynasty is so-called the first king. So how you got some tradition about this first king convincing people that he now is closer to the afterlife, when all of that concept and theory wasn't even in play yet? You see what I'm saying? Like, in order for them to convince you to be a retainer, you first got to convince the people that the pharaoh is closer to God. When did that happen in pre-dynastic times is what we're pointing towards. The pharaoh was more like a person who could feed more people, but I'll turn it over on that. That's my point.
Okay, so I'm saying that in Mesopotamia, in Ur Chaldees, they reached kingship. It took them 7,000 years to get to one person to be the king. In Africa, it took them 800 years. Now, what am I saying? In Africa, it's not the one person becoming a king. In Africa, it's a reduction of people becoming kings. And you can find the same tradition in West Africa, where there are a lot of kings. Every damn 100 feet, you got a damn king in Africa somewhere. This is all textbook right here. So in the Nile Valley, it's the reduction of kings. So they always had kings in the Nile Valley. That's not new for us. Too many damn kings. So they had to reduce the amount of kings. Matter of fact, whenever Kemet went into like certain of downfall, you find all these other kings claiming to be in charge. Too many damn kings in Africa. Right now we could prove that.
I don't disagree, but you got to point to the fact that what I'm making clear is that time had to have occurred since the people that the king was closer to this so-called God or deities that we don't even have yet. Like, wasn't nobody running around in the first dynasty talking about Ra or nothing like that to be closer to. You couldn't be the Sa-Ra to be the son of God. So all of that shit fake, because he wasn't the Sa-Ra yet, because that wasn't in place. So he couldn't have been convincing people to die for him. I mean, he could have, but not under the premise of what they say, that it was a retainer. And so, again, I want to speak towards this retainer sacrifice thing, because what is harder for you to prove that they did it because, you feel me, because they wanted to accompany the pharaoh.
So I'm saying, so we're agreeing with the people in Kerma doing it, though.
No, we definitely agree with all our finding many graves buried around the king. I don't agree with the methodology that scholars have used to say that it was a retainer. So, and let's be clear, and I know you've encountered this before because you read the homework. The main thing on is that it was a continuous layer of, you know, a continuous roof on all graves. So they didn't carbon-date none of these people to make sure they died at the same time. And I'm one who's willing to propose that maybe they could have died over 1 year. 1 year would seem like they all happened. They all died at the same time. But for the hard evidence, you have to pull up something and say, look, like you said, it was human sacrifice. What was showing that Jared thing earlier. Then prove that. You know what I'm saying?
So I think for me, we do have deities like Mendelusi, right? We do got them ancient Nubian deities. I forget the name of Man, the name of the deity with the penis sticking out, he predate Asar, man. Mem. What about Mem? That's an ancient deity. Like an Asar type, right? I ain't tripping on the animal. I mean, I don't read the glyphs. That's what I got you for. But
That's deity.
That's right. This is what you gotta do, you right on that, and I'm gonna turn the floor back over to you. Name any of the deities that helped with the ancient Egyptian afterlife tradition for the pharaoh to prove to the people that he was the king. All of them are absent in the time period. Ain't no Hall of Ma'at that he could have said he went through. His heart didn't get weighed on no feather. He wasn't even called the Sa-Ra yet, which is the Son of God. So what was he leaning on to make the people say, you closer to God? That is the hard fact that no European ain't brought out yet. And so I know it's going to be a feat in this discussion.
Yeah, and I think, and that's what makes our points right, though, Smash, that the culture did come from the South, most of it. And because we got deities that ain't even quote unquote Egyptian deities yet that will end up being Egyptian deities that represent the same types of things. So I'm not saying that the ancient Egyptians didn't add stuff to these traditions, and they did. And I like to make this clear point, right? So what I will do is, right, I will find deities that kind of wrap around the afterlife. I think that needs to be brought out, and that's a great point you made there. So I think I can show that, right? And another point I want to make here is that the things that make Kemet is Nubian first. I think that's an important part, right? We know this because they wasn't even called Nubians. That ain't what they was called that. And you put some fire up the other day. I mean, I wouldn't have put that smoke up there like that. That's some fire, right? They all die right there. They die right there on that. But if that fire is right, then the conversation I'm saying, the conversation we're having, then it just would make sense. So if we're agreeing, right, then why would they want to send people to wherever they were sending them if it wasn't to the afterlife? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm showing you things like the fact that you be buried something with somebody shows that you think they're gonna take that with them. The same way the Christians bury you in a suit, for some odd reason they think when you pop up in heaven, sitting on the left-hand side of God, you're gonna have that suit on. You know what I'm saying? Like we take care in that, right? We really do. And I'm saying that's because for some reason, human beings, period, I'm saying Homo Neanderthal, they all had this idea. I think it's because human beings cannot vision their own death and they think we live forever. That's a concept that's been around for people actually think they can't envision their own death. Even when you die, you think you're still going to live forever in the afterlife. It's very outgoing when we come to the Nile Valley, very pronounced, right? But that's not just an Egyptian idea. The Egyptian idea is one of the oldest ideas. And since I understand that down there in the first to the sixth cataract is older than Kemet, right? I'm saying that those most ancient traditions start to get more modernized. That's another point I need to make here. This is how I know they was doing it. Because where you find the origin of the kingship, you will find people buried with the king to go to heaven. And then after they start to realize that's a little bit shaky, we doing too much, you see the things start to phase it out. And I'm saying Kemet reached the level to realize we doing too much. Whereas those people from Kerm was like, no, they was really on what's older is the best. You think the Egyptians was on it? No, we're not changing that. That's why the 25th dynasty was able to go and administrate the whole damn thing, because that was their damn culture. It's hard to tell the difference between the two. Matter of fact, Smash, even with all our reading skills, right? If we went to a Sudanese museum, and that's what we need to do, right? Go to Sudan, go to Sudanese museum, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a damn Egyptian artifact and a Nubian artifact. I bet you. The point is I'm trying to make here is that the oldest tradition of the king is in Nubia. And yes, you're right. After the first dynasty, they literally start saying that's bananas. We're not doing that. And they phase it out. And I'm saying this is the real separation that people's looking for. One group continued to bury dead with the king, and the other group would say, y'all lost y'all mind. The Christians did it a little more better. They were like, we not even going to play with the animal sacrifices. We going to act like we doing all that. So they got the act like religion. But that's just my points I'm making, bro. I know we gonna get into it more. We're gonna really pull out everything we need to pull out. You know how we do.
It's one good point you made, Unc, is that they were burying people with food and bowls and all that kind of stuff, and this was in the sand. So the question is, what time period was this happening? Was it happening before the 5th dynasty? And I from what I remember, I believe it was.
Definitely was, but I mean that's been happening since ancient times. And put it this way, they also got buried with shit that we also couldn't say would be useful to serve the king, like a cow's head and ostrich eggs and ostrich feathers. What was they gonna tickle his feet? And so they really put things in the grave that had other significance, bro. And we just using what white people said it was for to serve the king. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, put it this way.
Yeah.
Let's just be fair.
Okay.
Let's just be fair. If they thought that they needed to feed the king, at least they thought they had to feed themselves too. So we could say that some of the provisions could have been for their own self. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. I've never heard the counter argument. Never. This is the first time I've heard it today when you just brought this up.
Yeah, it's a transition though. I think the thing that really kill it is the transition. So then why they don't do it no more? Or okay, so why they don't act like they don't do it no more?
Yeah, so, you're right. That's where your argument is strongest because it did remain in Nubia for longer. But the question we ain't asking is human sacrifice because you could easily beat me up on that. We talking about explain the fact and how it went down to where they was convincing people to go to the after of it occurred in Egypt in the before the first dynasty. It ends in the first dynasty, y'all. Y'all know that shit ain't even set up in the first dynasty. That's the first family who said they ruling, so they must have said we ain't doing this shit as soon as they took over. You feel me? Well, some first dynasties did it. But yeah, if it ended in the first dynasty, how is we even?
Then how long is the first dynasty though, Smash? That's a long period. That's 500 years. How long did the first dynasty last?
Probably like 100 years or something. But here's the question. One dynasty out of 31, no matter however long it was. You feel me? Like it can't be made more significant than it really was.
No. Okay. So no, what I'm saying is that proves my point that the kingship started in the South. That's my whole point. And they phase it out because that's what you find in the archaeological record around planet Earth. You'll find out that the oldest traditions is going to be based off of a oh man, what is it called? A taboo, bro. Because that's like a taboo, right? And somebody got to break out of that taboo. Because it's taboo to kill somebody, man, because you died. Right? That's the oldest such tradition. And then they work your way out of it. And then because we can clearly look at text, and you have to use the biblical text, right? For a minute, because that's what we all understand, right? You can see the transition from the Old Testament to the New Testament, right? That's a transition right there. That's the same type of transition where because the first Christians was actually Israelites. Matthew, Mark, and Luke, right? They wasn't Matthew, Mark, and Luke. They was actually Hebrews, just like Jesus, Yahshua, right? He's an Israelite, and they follow Israelite custom and traditions. As a matter of fact, the Israelites, Judaism is really, Christianity is really a Jewish sect. And then it break away and get the Greek text and all that. So what's the transition I'm talking about? Moses in the book of Exodus, right? He takes a bull, okay? He sacrifices it. He fills watch this, the very bowl you showed, he fills that bowl up with blood, but it's a bull, right? And he does what? He sprinkles on the people. God was asking Abraham to sacrifice his son on the altar. What are altars for? Altars are for sacrificing. right? So did he sacrifice his child? No, but God showed up, he was going to do it. So he was going to do it. So he must have heard of his ancestors doing it. We ain't going to act like God drove off the clouds and told him. No, that must have been a tradition where you love your God so much that you willing to give up your first child. We find the same thing happened with Jesus Christ, the only begotten son. He's the first son of God, right? And he's to be sacrificed. And he gets sacrificed not just for God, but for the whole world. This same drama is playing over and over and over and over again. And I'm saying the oldest traditions you find in Kerma. That's my point. I've been watching this for 2 years.
Look, check it out. Those are evidence of covenant and theological sacrifice.
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying? That's not retainer sacrifice. Abraham wasn't a king, and those people didn't die to suit him into the afterlife. So the only thing I'm trying to say when I say they made that up is the retainer part. So that's the most parts we should focus on and less about the sacrifice, because you're getting less disagreements. We know they were sacrificing all in the Bible. And so let's speak towards that part. And that's the part I said I can't be beaten up on because they made that all up.
So is that, okay, so when archaeologists come in, okay, this is the funny part. They'll say the Egyptians practice retainer sacrifices, but will say that the Nubians practice human sacrifices. It's racism, bro. Why can't, what's the difference? A person is dying, man. It just sound better return. The person dying.
I hear what you're saying, but no, it makes a difference. A retainer means you dying for the purpose of suiting somebody else in the afterlife. That's what they mean by that. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
we talking about ain't been that. Like Abraham was gonna kill his son to make a covenant of some sort, with a theological covenant, which would be different. His son wasn't going to kill to accompany him to the afterlife, which would be a retainer. And so the afterlife theory has to be established when you start, when we have the retainer argument. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So, all right. So you would argue the retainer, dying for a specific reason. I would argue from a dead man is dead, no matter what's the reason. You shot me. Don't matter. I shot you because of the honor of my children. I shot you because you did. Yeah, I get it. You'll go to jail for shooting a person coming in your house. We get it. But that family that person did don't care why you shot them, and they might retaliate. You shot them. My point is that human beings lost their life. No matter what the reason is, no matter what you thought the journey was, at the end of the day, you had people who wasn't ready to die dying. That is my point. That's my overall.
Were they killing themselves because they was upset because of the king?
That's a point too, bro.
What you say? So go ahead, Black
What's up, y'all?
Yeah, I'm saying, well, were they killing themselves? And remember, I just looked at a presentation by Professor Kemp saying that the priesthood of the Israelites were engaging in human sacrifice to feed Yahweh. So that's a whole different concept than Abraham.
Yeah, you might be right. So you basically saying, yes, there is probably some evidence where people actually took the poison like the Vikings did.
Right.
Yeah,
right. That's what Smash was just touching on.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah, so I don't see I don't have a meaning. I think, and I'm not saying nobody on the panel is doing this. I think people want to dehumanize African people to the point where they make up a whole non-human person. So, and then they want to make the things we do so mean and evil. But when the Vikings do it, it's cool. It's cool. It ain't nothing. When the Greeks do it, oh, it's nothing. They, honor. When a man, is trapped in Greek culture and he dive off the damn cliff, right? That's an honorable man. But when that African sister jumped off that goddamn boat, all of a sudden she's lost her mind. Why did she jump off that boat? Because she had honor and not want to be enslaved. It's the same damn thing. As a matter of fact, Charles Darwin talks about it in his work, the beagle, as he circumnavigated the globe, and he started to realize the differences that his culture was placing on these indigenous cultures. And he made a clear point. He said, man, when the Roman emperor takes his life or takes poison, it's an admirable thing, right? But when these indigenous people do it, they have lost their mind somewhere along the line. Yeah, so I'm saying it's a couple forces being played here on us. We got this racist element who never wanted to see Egypt in its African context. Shout out to Brother Reggie, because he's going to the Brooklyn Museum, right? He's gonna get that data. He's gonna talk to that curator, and they doing a lecture there on the people of quote unquote the Nile Valley from the Green Sahara. But I'm telling you, this is, I've read this. I've read the differences in how they, you look at one culture and you can see the separation. So why wasn't the Nubians practicing retainer sacrifices? If that's it, why can we use that word too? Is that possible? No, they went straight to they buried the same way, around the body, and as you get farther away, they're less important. Same way in Aha's grave, same way in the ancient Kerman King's grave. But they name it different. And I'm saying, why is they doing this?
It's a good point. Good point.
Where you at, Logic?
I'm right here, man. What's up, y'all?
How you doing, brother?
Hotel,
man, I'm chilling. So I feel like there gotta be something else in there, right? So is there like a clue inside of the culture that would tell you that later on, later on in the ideology, that wasn't what they were doing? Because what I would say is the ideology evolves into practicing it differently, but they never change why they put the stuff in there. Like the whole idea of why we gonna have stuff in the tomb, that idea didn't change. So I'm saying, can you, is there a reason why it wouldn't be that based on something inside the culture?
Well, that's a very good point you made, and that means that we can't point to evidence with things inside of anybody's tomb after that is for somebody else. You see, everything in most ancient Egyptian tombs is for you after that tradition ended. So we saying in this time period, they had things in the tomb that was for others. And so, yeah, again, we do see some precursors to afterlife too, because if you think you need some shit when you're dead, then you know about an afterlife. But our points are they had specific things in their afterlife theory that attached a human pharaoh to God that had to transpire before you can convince some people to die for you, because they said in retainer sacrifice they died because this was the most powerful person close to God and they was willing to do it for him. And so if that ain't set up all, I just think
that makes sense. But I think it makes sense that, so no, we don't have all the details of the reason behind it. But I mean, I wouldn't say that you have any clues to say that it could be something else.
Oh, yo, so no, I hear what you're saying. But first of all, the clues that they have, we can go over them now. The clues that they have to say that is what they're saying it is two things: mass graves with a continuous covering. Nothing else, blood. They don't got no primaries. They don't got nothing. But we would honestly, thinking men would come to the same conclusion. So I'm not like acting like it's egregious, but we simply have to deal with the facts. The two things are and then according to them, a lot of them ain't even mass graves. Like, think about this. When you think of a mass grave, as reported, it's one hole and hell of bodies dumped in it. This is not that. I even showed it earlier. The retainers around Den's kingdom each have their own individual grave, which took time to excavate. And so people got to be like, them wasn't low-ranking people. Them was bosses wanting to be buried around the king, because we still do that to this day. You see what I'm saying? You want to be buried in a bum-ass graveyard, or you want to be buried where all rich Americans is buried? You see what I'm saying? And so there are other things that we could conclude just dealing with the two facts they dealing with is one, that there was a quote-unquote mass graves, and two, that they had a continuous rooftop. But I'm not faulting anyone who say retainer sacrifice seems to be the thing. They just have forced to prove how was they convincing people to do this when there was no afterlife theory. And in closing, I'll say that's like convincing somebody they're going to get to heaven or they're going to get 40 virgins before Muhammad. You see? Or they're going to get to heaven and sit at the pearly gates before Jesus. It's the same damn thing. How would you have convinced somebody of that? And I'll turn over on that.
Yeah, and the problem with this is, as far as clues, is you can see the same thing with the Zulu. Some say Shaka Zulu killed the servants of his mom in order for them to go with her into the afterlife, and some say those people killed themselves. Which one is it? It seems to be an open argument, an open debate right now, when we've been making it like it's conclusive.
No,
I think that's a hang up point right there. So we talking about how the people died and all that. I mean, I think it's the idea is what you got to get stuck on, right? Like the fact that I think that's the home run for me, right? The idea of being close to the king in the afterlife. That's at the very least, it shows why would you even want to be very close to him, right? Like if it didn't matter in the afterlife, then you could have been buried a mile away, and y'all, like what's the difference at that point? But the fact that there's already showing some kind of symbolism with it, then there's got to. I mean, it's almost like, why would you rule out other forms of symbolism if they already showing you that? Like,
yeah, we accepting those forms. We accepting them.
It is a very important point if these people were killed or if these people were killed themselves. That has to be addressed.
So you think it's a difference if a person, well, then you would call that suicide then?
Right.
Child sacrifice or the
volunteering, if they're volunteering,
there gotta be retainer suicide.
Ain't a suicide sacrifice.
If they're volunteering to do it, then you can't put it on someone killing them.
Man, say retainer suicide. Yo, you wild out.
He sacrificed himself or somebody else sacrificed him, bro.
Let me ask y'all something. I bet you
y'all
would never call.
That's the question.
Real quick, y'all ain't gonna never call what Jim Jones did a sacrifice. See?
Yeah, he probably did. He probably did sacrifice them.
They agreed and they drank the juice. That was suicide. They call it mass suicide.
Yeah. So okay. So all right. We can't escape the fact that it's all based around the most ancient tradition to take somebody with the king. As a matter of fact, those dignitaries that wasn't quite as important as the king, they had people circle them, people to die for them, right? And this is I'm gonna show it. And you see these graves, you can see that you got the leader in the middle with bodies around them, and then you get these other important people with bodies around them, and it's wow, you know what I'm saying? So I think.
Go ahead, finish.
All right, so at the end of the day, is based off. So now, okay, by later times, you get to the New Kingdom, right? In the Middle Kingdom, what you'll find is people just say, hell, the king died, that's fine, but bury me there near him. Yeah, I mean, later on, they start saying it was crazy to go when he go. Like if it was me and you, right? Everybody on the panel, we were like, shit, I know Unc dead, but we ain't down with that nigga. We like him though. Just bury us in the same area. The same way your mother and father do. When your mother die, your father died first, your mother gonna be buried beside him. But they put that shit to heart early.
Look at this. You gave me another lug that I'm about to throw into it, and then we're gonna let American Dream chime in so he can try to beat me up. You all good over here, American Dream. So check it out. Look at this. Think about this. Wasn't it about the Third Dynasty where they start hiding where they was buried? See? They said, we tired of these fools trying to come bury themselves around the king. We gonna go find some spot called the Valley of the Kings and hide the kings. So that even let me know that that's more evidence to that might have been a cultural phenomenon, a status cultural phenomenon to be buried around the king. And it could have transpired in 1 year, which 3,000 years later would appear like it happened at once.
Or was that because the graves were getting robbed?
I thought that was grave robbers.
There's grave robbing, yo. I ain't never heard that what you just put out there.
Hold on. All I said.
I'm not discounting what you said. I'm just saying, which one is it? Both, or is it? Which one is it?
The Valley of the Kings was a guarded area.
No one has ever proposed what I just proposed. You see what I'm saying? But again,
Oh, you made that one up.
no, let me say something. This is what I'm gonna say.
What?
We all deal with text. Show me the text that say they moved to the Valley of the Kings because of grave robbers. Egyptologists just made that up. This is what I'm trying to say.
Not the Valley of the Kings.
Let me ask something.
When they were hiding the tombs, when they were hiding where they were being buried, I thought the reason they hid it is because of grave robbery, not the Valley of the Kings. Everybody knew where the Valley of the Kings was.
Well, I don't think none of that contradict my point because I'm just
no,
simply
it don't.
Yeah,
it don't. Go ahead.
I'm just saying there's a possibility that we should consider that the kings start hiding where they was buried for other reasons than just grave robbers. There's a possibility that niggas was bum rushing grave sites, burying hella people around the king. And that was like, that's bullshit. I don't know, but I'm just
the Valley of the Kings isn't hidden; it's guarded.
No, we're not talking about the Valley of the Kings. We're not talking about that. Everybody knew where that was at. We're talking about when they did start hiding. Okay, well, we're talking about when they did start hiding in the third dynasty, like Smash said, when they started to hide where the kings were being buried. That's what we're talking about.
So I'm just only asking us to consider the reason that they could have been hiding them and phenomenon. I'm not saying I act on that. I just want to throw out that we could think of other reasons, yo.
I'm gonna put my neck on the chopping block and say Valley of the Kings was a guarded area that was actually under surveillance 24/7 and had its own priesthood there all the time.
Who want to chop that neck up?
I've never heard that before.
What happened?
Chop that up.
Valley of the Kings had a priesthood there at all times and a guard station.
Oh, I don't know.
Hell no. Show me one.
I've never heard that.
I'm learning.
I'm sticking my neck out.
I'm learning.
All you gotta do is show us the temple that the priest was at.
Yeah,
I mean, all I can really give you is the Egyptologist that said it. I mean, I can pull it up.
Oh, that's a good source, though. If you got a good,
that's a good source. Let's see it.
I thought it was a good one. That's why I put it out there. Let me see. This was like a 2-hour-long video, but if you give me a second, I'm gonna definitely get to it.
Just name the Egyptologist.
I can do that.
Real quick.
I can do that quickly.
We gotta understand when our information don't conflict. Even if it was guarded 24 hours, couldn't it have been guarded to keep these people who want to be buried next to the king away? You know what I'm saying?
But that you said it was hidden though, so I'm trying to say that's not why they moved it.
Oh, well, I do still corroborate that. I don't think everybody in the ancient Egyptian culture knew where the kings got buried, so that would mean hidden. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that they knew it was there, but it was just guns keeping them away from going there. I think they also used geography and location to hide it.
I don't know how they could have missed the Valley of the Kings with all those
Joanne Fletcher.
There.
Because they didn't build it on the Nile. It's supposedly off the Nile a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, you're not going to see that going up and down the Nile. You got to go to the Western Desert more.
But it's huge though, Smash.
Right. It's again not hidden, but better protected from grave robbers.
Imagine something that's huge that's 30 miles away from you, though. You feel me? It can still be.
I'm not. Yeah, it's possible. It's damn sure possible. It's damn sure possible. That's the thing about this. Is
okay.
Open end.
All right,
the lady's name is Joanne Fletcher. She's on the Odyssey history.
Oh, okay.
Odyssey of Ancient. Yep.
Know her, yeah.
Yep.
So hold on.
Check it out.
Cause I knew you wasn't gonna have nothing for me, Unc. I'm sorry, bro.
I thought I did. I think we delusional here. I'm
reading.
Did he
have something, y'all? He didn't.
I did. Cambridge archaeology. Archaeology is the early Egypt social transformation, Northeast Africa, 10,000.
You said some names. You said the name of some good books. Yeah. I was trying to see which one of them had anything primary to corroborate that they was dying for the king, and we haven't got to that conclusion.
Yeah, so, when you say primary, I'm not sure exactly what you would expect to find.
Do you know that most of the things? Look, do you know most of the things that we know about ancient Egypt primarily come from primary accounts. You see what I'm saying? We know the king's list because it's written in stone. That's a primary account. We know what they did at the beginning of the year because they wrote that down. They did a certain festival. We know what traditions the king espoused to become the pharaoh because he had a certain festival. All those are written down, and those are primary accounts coming from those people. So why, when they said what you got to do to be a king, why, when they wrote down all these pharaohs going to Ma'at, they never said nothing about their servants?
Right, I get that, but I think that there's even less writing in the South, and they still come to the same conclusion, though.
Less evidence. If they don't have
there's less writing in the South, and they come to the same conclusion that these people were buried with the king for his afterlife.
Yeah, they definitely were. They definitely were buried. But
if you're not using primaries, then go ahead.
I'm just saying they were buried with the king, and we all in this chat agree with that. We're trying to figure out why. And we're saying there's no primary that say why. That's all we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't disagree with that. I'm just saying that
less when you're not using primary. Go ahead.
I'm saying, so if they weren't writing, like, what would you expect to see? Is what that's what I'm trying to get them to nail down for me.
They were writing. There is even some that people look to and try to superimpose and say, look, this is sacrifice, like that picture we was looking at earlier.
The Nubians was writing?
Yeah, well, see, if you watch the video I was showing earlier, there's really no clear distinction between Nubians and Egyptians. And we got all kind of primaries that we talk about that actually say the Egyptians teach the Nubians Medu Neter. And then I got another one that's not really primary, it's a white Greek saying that the Nubians knew Medu Neter better than the Egyptians. So
okay.
If we know that Nubia was, if we start to appreciate Nubia as a region that states could overlap, there was portions of Nubia inside of Egypt and portions outside of Egypt. We are,
Okay, so what I'm saying is the Nubians wasn't writing. How did the archaeologists come to the conclusion that they buried these people with the king for his afterlife? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm.
The primaries are the bodies. If you was an archaeologist, you be looking at, you was like, oh, they human sacrifices. It's the way it's arranged and all that. You had dismemberment of body parts and all that down there.
It was a rhetorical question, but I'm trying to get there.
Well, this is how it happened. Honestly, what he said is true. Archaeologists got the privy because they've seen that before in other cultures, right? But some of the phenomenons don't occur in the Egyptian graves. Just like he said, the dismemberment of bodies. Notice that you are referencing the ones that they got in Nubia, more down in Nubia, where they did see it with some fights and stuff. But if you go do the research on the people who died in Egypt, all them people bodies is intact and they not even beat up or nothing. You see what I'm saying? And so there are different things that can make you dump 50 people in the grave. It ain't all just one thing. And the most probable ain't because they wanted to go to the afterlife with the king. Let's just be clear.
I don't want to change that. So let me say this. The reason we see dismemberment and stuff, because they was trying to figure out how they wanted to do it. That's what I'm saying. That's the early stages of all this stuff. And that's why I still say that Nubia, miscalled Nubia, is the origin of Egyptian kingship and burial practices, because really that's the whole culture is based off of the death of the great king. The whole Nile Valley is based off that, right? The mystery of death and conquering death, the whole drama, all that stuff, right? It's based off of the oldest thing, like the thing we don't understand the most, no matter where we be in 2023, and we still don't understand, why my mother died like that at 73. I don't understand that. Why everybody else's mother still living? You get that, right? So we still, right now today, I still don't understand why that had to happen. Why my father died, right, when I was 19. How I drive right by him and didn't know that was him. You know what I'm saying? It's the whole mystery shit. When you go, you go. Ain't no rhyme or reason to it, bro. So I'm saying is they was trying to figure it out. The oldest traditions of trying to figure it out. The wrapping of mummies, all that take place down there. I've heard people say that the mummification was somewhere all the way up in the Fayoum. Slap crazy. And I heard them say it. And they said it to the top of their lungs. And I just let them have it. Because I know they was straight ridiculous with it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to start no whole rigmarole all over again, but I am telling you this. All these things, mummification, body arrangement, dismemberment of the body, should we put it in this place? How can she do it? It all took place between the 6th and the 1st cataract first.
All right.
So let's get back to
Hey, Smash, I do.
American Dream, what's up with you?
Yes, sir. Peace. I was gonna just add that I think I may have a source that addresses the brother's questions about how they know whether it's retainer or not. And I think the source may also address your question in terms of whether there was specifically retainer sacrifices, like whether or not people were buried to serve the king in the afterlife. I dropped the link. I dropped the link in the back chat if you want to take a look at it.
I'm on my phone, but if you want to share the screen for the people, feel free.
Hang on a second. I'm on my phone as well, but I'm gonna try to share my screen.
I got it for
you. You got it, Unc?
Yeah, that's Egyptian tour. That's pretty good right there.
That's what's up. Let me tell you where on it to go.
All right, where you want me to go? You want me to go to the actual picture that the Smash was showing with what was that?
There you go,
no, I want you to go down. With that facsimile?
It's in the thing. Y'all can see it, right? I'm gonna share the screen. We can all see it.
Share your screen.
Share the screen so you can put it up there.
Scroll down to where it says human heads in the book of Amduat.
All right, let's see.
There's a big brown, I guess you would call that a stele. I'm not sure.
All right, okay. Offering of the gods, human sacrifice, Jack Kimmer.
Oh my God! See, you see what I'm saying, Bobby?
So you scroll down from there. No, scroll down. Scroll down.
I just want to put real quick for you, American Dream. Sure. That first attestation, we just went over this attestation. And you can't even look that part right there, what they trying to show, and they saying that sacrifice is lightweight ridiculous. I could say that
in the article right here, Smash. In this article, it says it's not sacrifice. It actually says it's a tracheostomy.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. And I don't know about a tracheotomy, but I thought they was extracting.
I thought that was funny.
I thought they was extracting seed, but a tracheotomy would have to do with your throat, right? He's going down by the phallus. He's doing something by the phallus. It looks like he got a ball by the phallus, but the thing that you beat people up with is the 2 words for birth and not death are actually written there. You see those things that look like at the very top of the top register, you see this thing that looks like it could be a leaf or something. It's smack dab center on the top register, the highest glyph that you see in the dead middle. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's a word for birth, and if you notice, you see it also in the second column. So really, this is like some Masonic rebirth, believe it or not, because we got this is where Oswash Quasi start talking about making a man stand upright. But as you clearly see, they're making him stand upright as he takes the form of a catfish and all other different things. But I wanted to point out that this is more than they interpret, and you said that they didn't call it sacrifice. So thank you.
All right, so that's the point.
Wow,
that rebirth is that.
American Dream. That's a very good source.
Yeah, but y'all not gonna sit here and think
tracheotomy. That make it.
And the first dynasty, yo.
That makes a lot of sense.
Do it. Okay, I'm glad to make a lot of
sense. Make a lot of stuff. Look, it look like it's going through his neck.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Bro. You got me, yo. So where the tube? They ain't invented plastic. You had to put the tube down there. So they opened up this man's neck for what? With a bowl?
But he got a bowl. He got a bowl. He's holding it for the blood that's coming out.
But I just gotta show y'all
a bowl right there in his hand.
It's not going to his neck, bro. It looks like he holding up one leg to keep it real, and like something going on between the legs with a bowl.
So you said you think it might have been the what's it called, yo? When you reach the
So y'all trying to say boy was smoking too many cigarettes, they had to do a tracheostomy on him?
Oh man,
Well,
no.
the man,
Smack saying it
man,
might
he
have been the
couldn't
what you call
breathe.
it though. He's saying it might have been the you know, when you cut the foreskin off the penis. Maybe it was that.
That's
I would go there
circumcision.
first.
I don't think
Yeah.
that don't look like a tool for circumcision.
I'm just saying I would go there first and say the trick and out. That's crazy, yo. That's a
It ain't even nothing neck. Look at
But that's what the source says.
yeah. You can't
Source
use half the
tripping.
source. Half the source
mean,
it says the neck. Which one?
Sometimes we gotta know the sources are human too, yo. Like,
Oh,
come
wow.
on.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, I'm not going that far with y'all. Where's that though? American Dream.
Right. So can you scroll down to where it says to where it says human heads? Human heads.
Why that's absurd.
That's
it can't be.
You know, maybe we can maybe we can
We got
read
to
what
go
it
to the
says after
TLA
we
and
do
look up
this.
tracheotomy right quick.
Go back. Go down to that first picture because this ain't how people be imagining it. When they
Right
show
here?
the tomb, the graves, no, when they show the graves, the open excavation, no
Yeah,
one
right.
imagines. They always
Right
be
here.
thinking, see, look, they got individual graves, B, that took time to dig out. That ain't no shit you do with no servant. You gonna just toss them in there. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what if, right?
Dwarf
What if I
dogs.
can
What about the dogs? The dogs just happen to jump in at you.
now what if all of this is one big power display and you know and that kind of and them kind of details was all you know for the bigger thing, the presentation? No?
I'm just saying they never stopped that. And the rebirth is actually something dying first. You got to die before you be born again. And there again, that's when the Christians get symbolic of it. You got to be born again. But in the ancient times, your ass got to die for real to be born again.
I hear you, Rob, but
Hey,
they
Smash.
was just talking about the Pharaoh right there. If you notice, he was inside of a cartouche or in one of those Tadak type things.
Let me pull it up.
I saw
Let me pull it up.
I saw that.
And let me say this in defense of this source, right? If you read what it says, the writer of this article is not saying that it was a tracheotomy. He's saying that there are some people who thinks it's a sacrifice, and he lists off some people who do, and then he says there are others who think it's not a sacrifice, and he gave examples of certain scholars, like he listed off a couple of names of the people who say it's a tracheostomy. So they're just saying that there are people who disagree on exactly what's happening in that slab.
Okay.
So you know, so don't lash out at the source that you're looking at for the tracheotomy thing. That it's not saying that it is. It's just saying that there are people who think that it is. But if we can, if y'all don't mind me going to what I really came on for, that would be great. Because my time is limited.
Are you done with this?
Yes, no, not the sword. No, we didn't even get to it yet. Go scroll down to where it says human heads. Human heads in the book of. Keep scrolling. I'll tell you when to start. Where you see the big wide brown picture. I think you may be going.
Ain't nothing else down there. Let me see. I'm gonna go back. That's why I went out here. I got the actual mummy with the face on it like somebody killed him. That's why his face got stuck. But keep going.
No. See, that's exactly what they did. They really did liquorship on that body and said, "Look at his face. He must have got killed."
Come on, Ankh, you got to scroll a little faster than that, bro. Get to the wide brown picture. It's a big wide brown picture.
But they do end with this though.
So
they
go
say,
up. So
they
go
say
back
there's
up.
evidence
So
of
scroll
human
up.
sacrifice in ancient Egypt during the first dynasty for the rulers and rich of their time. They say this possibly came from pre-dynastic times, but no strong evidence has been found to prove this. It says the labels of King Aha.
Come on, Ankh. Can you just scroll up a little bit, bro? That's
We
not what
looked
I
at
called to
those
show.
labels. That's what we was looking at, the picture that they said was a tracheotomy. They called that evidence of human sacrifice.
Right here?
But that
This
picture right
article
there.
did not do that, though. No,
Right here?
Ankh. No.
All right. I'm keep going right here.
No.
All right. Right here.
No.
All right. Tell me when you did see it. I'm gonna keep going. Keep going. Must be past the tombs, right? Here?
No.
All right.
Right there.
All right. chop them
Right
heads
there.
off, though. They was chopping people heads off, though. We do see that.
Well, we know that. We know that.
All right. So if you read, I'm going to read right under the what it says right under the picture.
It was no doubt custom right there. All right, go ahead.
It was no doubt a custom in pre-dynastic times to slay slaves at the graves of kings and nobles in order that the souls of the slaughtered might protect them and keep away evil spirits. So they were killing. So this is a form of retainer sacrifice because the slaves were killed so that the spirits of the slaves could protect the spirit of the king.
Just set us back to the beginning of the conversation, bro. So what you just read was B.A. Wallace Budge in a relation. Like he ain't got no evidence of that. So let's even look at the picture up there, and we could investigate the picture.
But there's more though. There's more though. If you scroll down.
Back the other way, okay. All right.
Hold on. Don't
I'm sorry.
leave.
Go back where you're not. You're gonna go down, Ankh.
Real quick, my brother, because you gotta always read the second part that cats be trying to hurry up and make you scroll down. What does the second sentence say? This may or may not be related to any human sacrifice. See?
We agree to that.
But right under the quote that we was using to say that this is evidence of a retainer sacrifice, it says that. I just wanted to point that out to the people.
Okay. And I'm saying in 2023, the archaeologists say the human sacrifices retainer, and they say that's the joke. They throw them words on there being funny, but they know what it is.
See, look, and then read the second line. This is what I'm saying. There's no reference in the text to killing humans for the protection of Ra as he traveled. So that's looking at the picture saying, look, the head's cut off. But when you read it ain't saying nothing about all the stuff that people inject on it.
No, but I don't think it's conjecture because if you're fighting for the customs coming from, so you're saying the Nubians surely did it, but the Egyptians found a way not to do it. Just dove out of nowhere. No, I
don't agree with that.
Away from it.
Smash.
You can't put what the Nubians did on someone else unless you have evidence.
Yeah,
but Smash.
So then the kingship didn't come from there. Then it came from a place where they wasn't doing it. Then
not
necessarily. They did it for their first year. Imagine if you just got a job and you do something that the person who hired you told you to do it that way for the first year. Then your shit start turning into its own thing, and you know how it happened.
Yeah,
that's what
I agree.
That's what made them be different because of their cultural traditions.
Yeah, but I agree.
They looked at the Nubians and said, "Hey, we don't want to do it. Do it the same."
I know, but I agree. That's why in each burial in the Old Kingdom, right, it gets lesser and lesser and lesser. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. They transitioned out.
They evolved out of that.
They did. No, they certainly did.
I mean, from the very beginning. Go ahead, bro.
Smash, when it says there's no reference to the killing of humans for the protection of Ra, are you saying Ra is synonymous with the kings?
No, but in the text,
because what I read said there was no doubt they were killing slaves to protect the kings, but you're saying when you read on it said there's no evidence of them. And then if you read on, it says they did the same thing for Osiris, and that there's no evidence of them doing it for the gods, but it says there's no doubt that they were doing it for the king. So I'm just wondering if, I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're kind of interchanging kings with Ra.
Let me add something to his point.
I just read what the quote said.
Let me add something to his point.
I understand, but you may be misrepresenting what the quote is saying, because when the quote says Ra, it's not talking about the kings. It's talking about something different.
Okay.
But there is. Let me just read one other thing.
No, we can read it. Let's go back up to that text and just click on it.
Before we read that, Smash, because like I said, my time is limited. And I need to if I could just read it and then get it off the screen, and then that'll kind of free me up a little bit. But I just want to show you one other thing that pertains to the brother's question. It's really quick. If you scroll down just a little bit.
Am I going in the right direction?
Yeah, you right there. Just go slow right there, right where that next picture is. Because right there is talking about it lists a bunch of kings and their subsidiary burials.
Yep.
And it says it lists off the number of tombs that were buried next to certain kings. And then it says, it kind of explains why they think that these were retainer um, sacrifices, I think. But it says the sacrificed retainers, servants, slaves, or even nobles or family members all had their burial pits as part of the Ab-Tu tomb complex of each ruler of the first dynasty. These people were thought to carry on their respective positions in the afterlife. For example, the slaves and servants were killed so that they could continue to carry out their work for their master. And then it gives you a specific example. It says, under the picture I'm reading, it says, in the case of King Aha, his tomb was looted in antiquity, but the bones scattered around the burial pits were all of young men and women aged 20 to 25 years old. This would indicate that they probably did not die from natural causes, but were selected for burial with Aha. The burial pits once held copper tools, stone vessels, and ivory carvings, and some even had the name of the occupant inscribed on the limestone stelae. These stelae refer to servants, dwarfs, women, dogs, and even a group of other people. So it's saying, and then it also went on to, so it's saying that you can tell it was retainer because all the people that were killed with him were all of young age who couldn't have just all died at the same time. So they seem to have been sacrificed. And the last thing he says about it, if I may, is that they were also able to tell, it says let me just read it, go exactly where it says it. It says, in the tomb of Queen Meritnit, most of the skeletons were found facing the same direction, but no signs of violence were found on the skeletons. This would suggest that they were not buried alive, since the bodies were all placed in the tombs in a specific direction for religious purposes, and that they had died previously to being buried. W.B. Emery, who unearthed tombs at Ab-Tu, had a theory that suggested the people were killed by poison or prior to being buried with the queen. So they're saying that you can tell based on how they were buried, the direction they were buried in, and things like that, that that's what gives them clues as to whether they were human sacrifice and whether they were more specifically retainer sacrifices.
Oh, you accept that? Did you hear how well, hold on,
it
real
makes
quick.
sense to me. No, I mean, it makes sense to me if that's what you're asking me.
So you must not have looked into any burial tradition. Show me any burial that wasn't buried in a particular way in ancient Egypt tradition. That's part of the burial customs. You see what I'm saying? Like, people don't just throw people in the grave. They face some particular directions. That don't give us indication to retainer sacrifices, just mean they died. You also said that this is an indication that they died before they got buried. That's not nothing the normal civilization would speculate. Most people die before they're buried. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm like, some of these things that we're using, like, this is an indication that they died before they were buried. Also, they say that we got some evidence that they served the king because they were from the age of 20 to 25. There's nothing in ancient Egyptian texts that say you need to be between the age of 20 and 25 to serve the king. People serve the king at 40, 50, and more. And so a lot of the stuff that we're leaning on don't actually lead to the fact that, oh, because they were 20 and 25, that we got something that say that they were retainers.
Right. That's speculation. That's not concrete evidence of human sacrifice.
You read that last line though.
So
hey, read that last line. The human sacrifice. Go ahead.
Which one?
Last line. Right here, the human right here say that. Right here, see it? Read that. You see it? I highlighted in blue.
I'm reading it from my phone, not from yours. But
we'll go on leave for that. It say human sacrifices not only performed at Ab-Tu, it say but in Sakura as well. Originally, it was believed that the rulers of the first dynasty had two tombs, one at Sakura and one at Abtu. It say, but research has led to the conclusion that the Sakura tombs were for nobles of the first dynasty. Tomb S3500. It said the tomb of the noble during the reign of Ki has the last of the sacrifices found at Sakura. So they, they tip it back and forth, but the tipping point is when you study Nubia. And remember, that's the last place they really started to do. Then they flooded out a lot of it. So, yeah,
Yo, and real quick, I want to add one thing. I'm
yeah, but
reading
look, y'all, I'm out of here, man. I got to go.
Right.
Glad I stepped through. Appreciate that time, Smash.
So you know how we do. Magi Archers, arrows up, boy. We stay game tight, boy. They made that up.
so look, Smash. I'm reading something right here, right from Ellen Morris. That says that the first dynasty they associated the king with Horus. So that she's saying that the first dynasty is a divine king.
No, that's not wrong. So this is what we learn.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Let me show you something. This is what we learn when we study Kemet.
So
Ru, hold on. Let me see you ain't even let me say what I'm trying to say. Ru is older than Osiris. In order to be justified, you could be a divine king as in a Ru, just because you was related to Netraship, but the concept of becoming an Osiris, which was all of this afterlife stuff, started in the 5th dynasty. So all those Ru kings were divine on earth. They was like, I'm the shit on earth. It didn't have that wasn't attached to afterlife theory. So my point I wanted you to focus on was Ru is older than Asar, and all of the afterlife tradition centers around being a Wasair or Asar once you die.
That's Ru the Elder you talking about, right, man?
So they brought out Ru the Elder at an older time, but as they brought him out later in history, but just as we know Ru, we could see him on our pre-dynastic stuff before we could find Asar. So I want to go watch Asar Imhotep, is that today or tomorrow where he coming on Garfield channel?
It's tomorrow.
Because he going to try to say Asar from someplace else. I'm not positioning myself to react to it because I know, my man, by now you're not going to get me with all your YouTube shock value, you feel me? And have me talking about it for 6 months. But I would like to see what he has to say on that.
Been going back and forth on that.
So what?
I don't believe that for 1 second.
Well, I have to see what he's going to bring forth.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah, I agree.
What's up?
Hey, Smash, real quick.
What's up?
You do accept that retainer sacrifices happened in Africa at some ancient time, though.
Kinda. Like, I'm not really, that's not nothing I'm trying to push back against. I want to see the attestations that let us know exactly what it was. Like, they do have those, in some cultures they must have said, when I die, 30 men must die to serve me in the afterlife. And then it's just a checkmate. You see what I'm saying? If it's all Europeans telling us what it was, then it requires more research.
I agree 100%.
So that's interesting. So if Diop had said it, would you have accepted it, or?
Nah, I would have accepted it more than just a European telling me, because he's more familiar with African culture. Just like I would accept what a European says about Greek culture, particularly if they're a Greek, or even, they don't even have to be a Greek. They could just be a European, really a European. I'm not talking about in the sense that we say it, but a European scholar in Greece who studies Greece. Yeah, I would think that he probably got more resources and know the culture more to tell us a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Right. I think we kind of all. I think we all kind of agree that that human sacrifice happened in Egypt, especially in pre-dynastic and maybe the first dynasty. Right. I think we agree on that, and I think we would agree that human sacrifice was taking place in south of Egypt in the pre-dynastic period.
I'm sorry, but I can't just readily agree with either of those claims, because let's just talk about it correctly. See, Egypt starts with dynasties, right? And before the first dynasty, first of all, it wasn't called Egypt hardly ever, but we're not trying to make this a semantic argument. We'll just deal with the dynasties. If it starts with dynasties and the first dynasty was the only dynasty that espoused that practice, you see what I'm saying? Whatever practice it was of having people being buried around the king, then first is not really fair to attach that to Egyptian culture as if that was a part of what happened in the 31 dynasties or however many. You feel what I'm saying? And it's just unfair to do that. We don't do that with nothing else. And secondly, when we go
In
down
fairness, Smash, I could have sworn I heard you do it with something else yesterday.
What was it?
When you spoke about the land in the south of you said the south of you said the land with the video you showed. He said the land south of the first cataract was called Tasseti. And then he also said the first known north of the cataract was also called Tasseti. And I think you kind of use that to say that, see, the very first city in north of the cataract was Tasseti, which means, and you drew conclusions of that simply because you thought it was saying that the first city was also Tasseti.
No, that is facts. No, that's all facts. That's all a fact. That's not nothing I drew a conclusion about. It's a fact that in history, in any source you read, the first city, it's called a nome in Greek. A nome is a city. A nomarch is a governor. The first city historically is Tasseti. So where's the
But Smash, the only thing I'm saying is because the first city, like, I was just trying to make a point in terms of you saying simply because something is the first doesn't mean anything, and you use Tasseti being the first to mean a lot of things. And I also gotta say, Smash, with that video, I think you're kind of misunderstanding what he said, what he meant when he said the first city was called Tasseti, right? I think you think he means because he said the first city north of the first cataract, and I think you think he means the first city in time, but I don't think that's what he means. He means the first city in terms of location.
The only way you can make that mistake,
the first city north of the cataract.
Think about this.
So it's like Texas being the first state north of our border.
Hey,
like
the only way you could make that mistake, the only way you can make that mistake of thinking that I made that error is if you did not know that Tasseti was actually temporally and geographically the first city. You didn't know that? That's a fact that is really, so let's not trip off Tasseti. Stockton was the first city in California. Now, geographically, it's not closer to the border of Nevada, but in the instance of Tasseti, both are true. You see what I mean? It's literally temporally, as in the instance of time, it was the first city ever established. And it is closer to the south. It is the most upper, or it is the first city geographically. You see? So that's the one way you can make this mistake, is not knowing that it was really in time the first city.
Sure, absolutely. And I would agree with you that it would be a mistake I would make. But still, in the video, I don't think the guy was talking about in time. I think he was talking about just in terms of location. And I would like to, that is news to me that Tasseti is the name of the first city in Egypt. And it's also the name that they call the land in the south. I don't know if you have a source for that, because I would really like to look at it, because it does bring up some more interesting thoughts. But I really would like to look at a source for that. But still, I just think that, if we're going to make a big deal of something being the first in one instance, we can't say we shouldn't use it as a big deal in another instance. That's really the point I'm making.
And the point is, you have to let the people speak for themselves. Like when it comes to the Israelites, they tell you about human sacrifice in their literature. So we know that was happening. You have to show us in the literature in Kemet that that's what they were talking about. You can't go by commentary from outside people who's coming to conclusions with guesswork. You have to come to a final conclusion. You have to take in consideration what the people themselves are saying about it.
Right, which is why I think Black Lion, I think it's a Black Lion. I think that's why I was asking him if he has any evidence of people south of Egypt, which is where we said Egypt began with, of civilizations before Egypt or any African civilization before Egypt. Do we find human sacrifice? Because I think it's easy to find human sacrifice in Africa before Egypt, and and I think you can find human sacrifice everywhere in Africa before Egypt and even during Egypt. But for some reason, we want to make it appear as if Egypt is immune to all of that
you want to
Egypt,
know what?
like it's as if when it comes to Egypt, we don't want to accept that Egypt had a really sophisticated system of slavery.
You
We
want to
don't
know
want, and
what?
we don't want to accept that
Oh,
they
you
did
can't
any
hear me.
type of human sacrifice. For some
American
reason,
Dream. You
we want to
making
keep
that up, bro.
Egypt pure.
You making that up. No scholar says what you says. Every source we said it stopped at the first dynasty. What's the first? The first is the beginning of something. If something stops at the beginning, like, come on, bruh. The first.
Now, what stops at the first? What stops at the first dynasty?
Anything that they even conject to possibly be sacrificed ended in the first dynasty. Every source we read said that. And but you're maintaining the theory that we find human sacrifice in Egypt. That's not going with anything that we read today. And so, can you see my screen? I just want to give you something right here. And this is the.
So you do accept that it was in the first dynasty?
No, that's why I was very careful with my words. I said whatever they said it was ended in the first dynasty. Remember?
Did it end with the first dynasty, or did it end in the first dynasty?
It ended after the first dynasty.
Say about it?
Right. So if it ended after the first dynasty, that means it happened during the first dynasty.
Yeah, exactly. No one's arguing that. And so what we're saying is it stopped with the first family. Whatever it was.
But it did happen during the first dynasty.
And with the first family that ruled Kemet. Yeah, exactly. And everything I say stands. You see what I'm saying? Like what happened in Stockton in the 1800s ain't got too much to do with how California is run right now. You see what I'm saying? Something happened in the first city in the first time when it was established. Ain't nothing you can convict the whole culture by. And it's still inconclusive what it was. But let me read this. It says, A group Nubia was the southern neighbor of Egypt's emerging state. In addition to the maintaining trade contact with Egypt, A group rulers employed symbols that were used by the Egyptian pharaohs at that time, meaning both kings used the merhole to say there was a king, which is crazy because we say Nubians couldn't read. But some Nubian seal impressions depict a bow above the rectangle, probably the earliest writing of where? Taseti. Okay, so the land of the bow, the ancient Egyptian name for Nubia. Let's go look at this time period that they're talking about, all right? This is 3800 to 3100. Egypt starts at 3100, all right? And so we really illustrating that Taseti was already a thing, doing this thing, before Egypt ever even got established, right in the same areas. And this is the University of Chicago. You say the land of the bow is an ancient Egyptian name for Nubia, but it was called that before ancient Egyptian could have ever called it anything. You see what I'm saying? And so we can't take away that it was geographically and as far as time is concerned, the first city of Egypt.
I'm sorry, Smash. I'm driving and I'm kind of having a hard time reading what you just put up. You said what you just put up said that Taseti was the name of the first city.
Actually, no, it didn't say it was the name of the first city because this was it took you back further than that. It took you back to 3100 and it told you Taseti was the let me read it again for you, bro.
Because I'm looking for where it says Taseti is the name of the first Egyptian city.
I could be easily found just by Googling what was the name of the first Egyptian city. You feel me? You see it? I'm Googling.
I don't see your screen. I don't know if you're sharing.
Your screen is not.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Now they popped up and said Memphis, but I don't want you to get confused by that. So I'm about to share my
Smash.
screen.
Let me ask you this, Smash.
Uh-huh.
Would you consider this to be a human sacrifice? It says later, and this is from the same article that I was reading from earlier. It says later in Egypt's history, Amenhotep II of the 18th dynasty claimed to have executed 7 Syrian princes at the temple of Amen in Karnak, and displayed 6 of the bodies on the temple walls.
Yeah, what's the matter with that?
For what purpose?
That's not a retain. But we can see. You can't just hop
we're
all
past
over the place.
retainer
Look, real quick,
sacrifices.
that's not a
I'm not
retainer.
talking about retainer. I'm just talking about humans. Would that be considered a human sacrifice? When
No.
You know
what a sacrifice is? You need to be getting some type of result from some unworldly result. You can't just kill somebody and say it's a sacrifice. You got to think that by killing that person.
Someone at a temple, but you don't just kill someone at a temple.
Huh? Just because someone was, yes, you do. If you're, if you're an ancient king, you're not gonna go no place else. Bring them fools to me. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
And I'm sitting on my throne while they die, and I'm gonna watch them, and I'm gonna say, clean up the blood and go bury them fools. I'm not even gonna go outside to see some foreign princes be killed. Like, yo, the way your brain work is tripping. Think like a king, my brother. What you gonna do?
I think to kill someone in a temple is different from just killing someone. I think there's something actually, anything you do in a temple, there's something religious about it. And even if you kill people,
if you kill people, you're not getting around. You're not getting around the speculation. I don't know if you see that yet, but you're not getting around the speculation.
Bro, most of
Egyptology you're not attacking
is speculation. Sir, most of Egyptology, Smash will tell you that most of Egyptology is speculation.
All right, let me give it a shot.
Am I right? Am I right, Smash?
A lot of Egyptology is. A lot of Egyptology.
Thank you. So how
not
can
most
you
of it.
You tell me I'm speculating. That's ridiculous.
But then it's not concrete if it's speculation.
Of course, nothing about Egyptology is concrete. Nothing about Egyptology is concrete.
That's not true.
That's not true.
It's speculation.
That's really not true.
What are y'all talking about?
Not all of it.
That's
most
you just
of
made,
it,
you made
Black
that up.
Lion.
Most
of it is speculation.
But you just said
Go ahead, bro.
You just said
real quick. You made that part up, but we're gonna revisit that again, American Dream. Let's let. No, we can revisit that because it's worth some time. You said most of it is speculative. Let's see how that suits your premise that this was retainer sacrifice. Why would you
I didn't say it was retainer sacrifice, Smash?
The whole show is about. We've been talking about retainer sacrifice for about 2 hours, bro.
Okay. I'm talking about human sacrifice, Smash. I don't know. I'm specifically talking
here's
about
the thing.
human
So,
sacrifice.
all right, that's pretty good. But here's the thing. Both instances that we talk about, they still say there's no evidence of the such after the first dynasty, bro. Let me let due diligence in.
I hear you, but that's the 18th dynasty, and I think that can count as evidence.
Nah. So this is what you have to do. You got to be fair to the scholarship. Would you agree that if you kill somebody and you don't respect no extra worldly result, that couldn't be considered a sacrifice, right?
I think now you're doing a lot of speculating by saying
That's
they
not
didn't
speculating.
expect any results from killing these people in the
No,
temple.
you have to
Of
show.
course
No.
Of course they expected some earthly results.
No, they didn't.
Boxing yourself in, you don't even know
exactly, bro.
Show us what they was expecting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Show us what they was expecting.
From another territory.
All you expect is to kill a prince.
Why would
you can't. You make an argument like
that. All right. So
didn't
we kill a lot of princes over in Saudi Arabia? See, were those sacrifices?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Didn't we kill a lot of princes in Saudi Arabia?
They didn't kill them in a temple.
They didn't have to. First, let's
kill them in temples.
But so you agree that we did? We'll get to that part of the
temples and kill them in a temple. Yes.
Hold on. We'll get to that part of it. We'll get to that part of it. But first of all, since you're being semantic, which temple did they indicate that they killed them in?
Killed them.
Karnak.
So they killed them in the temple of Karnak.
The Temple of Amen in Karnak.
That's what the source
Now
says.
show us where it says
Yes.
it was human sacrifice.
You can't show that.
Show us that part.
That says what?
You can't show that.
Show us that part. Show us the part where it says it was human sacrifice at Karnak.
I'm trying to think of a Temple of Amen at Karnak, man. Hold on. My memory is off.
So again, this whole article, Black Lion, is about human sacrifice. The whole article is about human sacrifice in Egypt, Black Lion.
Okay.
And that's why it mentioned it. It says, so that's why it's speaking about, and it, and on to say that he didn't claim that it was a sacrifice to the gods. There's no claim of it, but it does show, and it does give a depiction of what can be seen if I'm reading it. Man, let me.
So be fair to your own source. After all this argument,
I'm just gonna stop trying to read.
But hold on, blood. You just said
discovered he ain't got it.
Yeah, but we just and then he just said the source just said it wasn't no sacrifice. So why you doing this, bro?
Yeah, he killed himself already, yo.
This is madness.
Didn't you just say your source just said it wasn't a sacrifice? Come on, where you go?
Then he said he could show it in the temple. I mean, that's gonna be way too hard. Now you got to show them writing and saying all of that.
So
that's too
I'm
much.
just trying to be fair to humanity. Every killing, even by a pharaoh, or even in a temple, ain't a sacrifice. Like if somebody got shot in the church, that don't mean it was a sacrifice. Now, if somebody was like, the devil, if I go kill this person in the church, give me the power to rule, then he would, even whether it worked or not, that was intended as a sacrifice. You see what I mean? Because you taking a life for an intended result, extra supernatural result. You can't classify no sacrifice in no other way. Or you could talk about the sacrifice that we know because we're in capitalism and I'm going to put off something for the better good. You see what I mean? Like we know, like I'm a sacrifice this time or something, but that's not the context we're talking about. So if they just got killed in a temple by, you could say that was all military. Like I don't get it, and so I hope I'm not being too.
No, you're not. I'm gonna agree with you there on that part, on that splash.
I mean, y'all need to remember that this is the Egyptians we're talking about, and these are very religious people that don't just take people into a temple to kill people. Like if they're taking people into a temple, these are people that revere their temples, and they just don't go into temples to kill people just because there's nowhere else to kill them.
You making it all up, and I can make up something. Look, I can make up something just as weird. I could say they wasn't going to kill him out in the public. I could say they wasn't just going to kill him out in the public, and they need to make sure that they died right, so they went into the temple. All this is stuff we making up. The fact is, the sources even say that it was no evidence of sacrifice. That was the last thing you read before you got blanked.
No, that's not what it says.
Or
it
can
says
you
he
read?
Didn't claim it. That's not what it says.
Yeah, exactly. So he
so
that's
didn't claim it was a sacrifice.
So look,
that doesn't mean it's not.
No, that's all we deal with here. That's all we deal with.
He didn't claim it was a sacrifice, but it was done in a sacrificial way.
No, the first you just added the sacrificial way. You never read that, and if you want to read it again, you tripping.
They did it in a temple.
This is all your interpolation. So let me tell you other things they did.
Come on,
can I tell you other things
they?
Anything you kill in a temple.
Can I tell you other things they did in the temple?
Especially if it's on purpose.
See, here go one thing about your discourse, American Dream. Do you be looking to like get escorted out? You can make your points, but let's not turn up to where we got to be screaming all over each other. Because you be just trying to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to get to the point where I feel like the panel losing control. You got the floor, so I don't want you to feel like I'm cutting you off. So make that point.
I think I've made the point. I think, like I said, I think whatever the Egyptians do, especially in a temple, I think Egyptians revered their temples. Their whole lives revolved around their religion. They were super religious people who didn't just kill people in a temple for the hell of it because they didn't have a better place to do so. Anything Egyptians do in a temple is a religious ceremony.
That's not true. I got I got direct evidence that ain't true. See?
Right. You also said you had direct evidence that the first city in Egypt was named Tasseti.
Everybody, but you making
evidence
yourself
yet.
look
You just keep
crazy.
saying you
Let
have
me say
direct
something.
evidence, but you never give it.
Let me
That's
show
all
you
I'm saying.
something.
It's not like I'm not open to the evidence. I would like to see it, but
The
you just keep claiming
majority
you have
of
it, but you
people,
don't show it.
the majority of people who deal with this situation know that already. So I'm not looking hella hard to show you that. You can find that, and if you just grab one
I don't
Oxford.
believe you. I don't believe
All right,
you.
well that's not useful, conducive to your learning.
I believe
you know what I'm
that if
saying?
you could pull
Like,
it up to prove me wrong.
so this is what I'm trying to say. If somebody
you could
tell
pull
you,
it up to prove me wrong, there's no way you wouldn't pull it up.
no, that's
that
not.
shit up
Look,
right away.
I don't hop every hurdle, bruh. Some things ain't worth the time. If you want me to prove that Tasseti was the first place,
This is what your show is
hold on.
about.
I pulled one source for you that predated all of Egypt, didn't I? Real quick. Didn't I go to the Orient? Real quick, because you acting like I didn't address that. I want to ask you, did I not go to the Oriental Institute? Stop talking over me. I asked you kindly and politely once. Let's try to not turn up too much so that the show could king you over. We could discourse, but you just you know, you don't have to go on mute. I'm just saying. Because I want to do a quick back and forth, but in a way that the people can understand it. You feel me? So I'm saying, didn't we just go, man, didn't we just go over this?
He should get it by now, yo. Like we so look.
Well, just real quick, I'm just asking my brother, American Dream. Did you not see when I pulled up the document from the Oriental Institute that dated from 3800 to 3100? Did you see that or not?
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't really reading along with you because I wasn't reading along with you, but I was there and I did specifically ask you if it says in there that Tasseti was the name of the first Egyptian city.
But let me show you.
Said no.
Let me show you about it. Didn't say that sentence, but I just want to show you something. Don't you know Egypt started in 3100 BC?
You're not going to speculate, are you?
Is that what they say, at least in Egyptology? Doesn't it start in 3100 BC?
Yes, I believe so. Around
and
that time.
I know you recall that the article said that Egyptians called this place Tasseti, the land of the bow, Nubia. Remember? So if they had this place, yeah. So let's not even trip. If I just showed you that they was calling some place Tasseti before they existed, and you know that this is the first nome in Egypt, everybody know that the first nome. Like I don't gotta. That's like saying the 13 colonies.
But that's the most important part of what you're saying, Smash, is that that's the name of the first city in Egypt. And you keep saying we know that. We don't know that. That's what I asked you for a source for. That's really the thing that proves your point.
All right. So while the conversation proceeds,
I'm not.
Go ahead. I feel you. I'm gonna pull that up while the conversation proceeds. But let's continue on because that's throwing us off. Let's continue on the temple. The fact that even your source said it was no claim that it was a sacrifice. And really, that's really all we deal with without to superimpose things over things. Killing 7 Canaanite princes wasn't because he wanted some superpower from Amun. It probably was over some diplomatic or political issue. Furthermore, like I said, and I've shown you before, letters from the temple of Amun to Nubians in Ugarit concerning gold workers in the Levant. Everybody know, and I could go through the painstaking to pull that up again just to show you, but everybody know that's been shown before. Okay, these are letters from the temple of Amun, so this discredits your fact that all they did inside of these temples was religion. Again, and this is a source.
Sorry, what did they do inside the temples that wasn't religious?
These administrative things, particularly my source is a letter from the temple of Amun to Nubians in Ugarit who were to receive.
Who did the administrative stuff?
Whoever sent the letter. I know his name is on the text. But first,
it wasn't the priest.
Didn't they have schools inside of the temple?
It wasn't a priest.
No, it actually wasn't a priest. No,
inside
it wasn't.
The temples, didn't they have schools?
Hold on, let me do something for you real quick. inside of the temples? Did they? I'm not very much sure.
Why you find that Smash? Let me ask American Dream a question. American Dream.
Yeah, I did want to respond to something Smash said. I hope I remember.
Go ahead, then I'll
go
ask
ahead.
you. Go ahead. No, go ahead, then I'll ask you then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think that if we were to find some temple with the bones of certain animals, and it was clear that those animals were killed inside the temple. I think that whether there's evidence of anyone claiming that this was a sacrifice, I think we would easily accept that it's a sacrifice simply because they're killing animals inside a temple, right? We would need to see it that they said it's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice. And so I think it's the same thing here. If you're killing 7 princes in a temple, we don't need them to write down that it's a sacrifice to know that it's a sacrifice that's being done in the temple. That's
wrong again. I'm claiming. You're wrong again. So you could conclude that so you just don't understand all the things that happen in ancient Egyptian temples.
They could be preparing food.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what I'm saying is I think the fairest thing to
let me ask him this. Okay, thank
you. All I'm saying is the fairest thing
you got to be doing this on purpose now. Now that it's become a lower level.
Conclude about killings in the temple is that it was a religious ceremony, and because it's religious, it can be seen as a sacrifice.
We heard you.
See the first, nothing about no religious ceremony. He made all that up. He made up the religious ceremony.
In the temple, dog. Everything they do in the temple is.
I just got through telling you. All right, let me show you something.
Matt, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
First thing that we got to stop letting them do is paint everything that they did as religious.
It's a temple, bro.
Everything that they did was not religious. The temple,
you got the temples.
Hold on.
You got the temples all messed up.
You cannot talk about
question.
And y'all can't talk about.
I was going to ask him a question next. Let me ask him this question. American Dream. Would you say that Jews revered the Holy Temple in Jerusalem?
I'm sorry, bro. Can you repeat that question?
Do you stand on that the Jews revered the Holy Temple of Jerusalem?
I would suppose so, yes.
Okay, so you know they had male prostitutes in the Holy Temple of Jerusalem. You know they were selling animals to do sacrifices in the Holy Temple of Jerusalem. You know the Holy Temple of Jerusalem was considered the biggest bank in the area. So they didn't just do religious things in that temple. They did other things in that temple besides religious things. Now go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure. They probably did. I'm sure that's why God got mad at them a bunch of times for doing that stuff. If you can prove that the Egyptians did the same thing, the fact that
I just told you didn't accept my letter. I told you about.
I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. I'm sure they may have done a lot of non-religious stuff in there, but there was a lot of times when God got pissed and punished them for it, for specifically that. Even I don't know if we're talking about the Jews. Well, we are. Jesus went.
Are
in
we
there,
talking about God punishing the people as fact? Yo, come on.
Right now we're talking about God punishing people.
So all I'm saying, Black Lion, if I can finish my statement,
I'm not talking. Go ahead.
Somebody's talking.
Due diligence, I felt you.
I'm trying to get the mic from you. You've been 30 minutes and you ain't made your point.
Yeah, for real though.
The Jews
I'm trying to get the mic from him also.
Yeah, you ain't made your point in 30 minutes, yo. It's my turn.
Go right ahead, respectfully.
So look, I'm
other things.
I'm gonna try to provide some evidence here, right? It may not necessarily be proof, but look, the evidence is that they never did away with the idea, right? So are you either one of you two familiar with the hairdresser?
Yes.
So the hairdresser, right? So that the hairdresser is
wig maker. Go ahead.
It's clear that he's going to do that in the afterlife, right?
I've never heard that part, but go ahead.
So we might be talking about a different hairdresser. One for the king?
You're talking about the one in Kemet, right?
Right, the one that grooms the king?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm kind of.
I'm just saying I've never heard that said.
Okay, well, I'll retract that as an example. I wanted to be something that we're all a little bit more familiar with. Them. So let's just take the processions, right? So isn't it made clear at some point in time that either the food or the other items inside of inside the tombs are going to be used for the afterlife purposes? It's at some point made clear inside either procession. You can find that in the writings. You can clearly see that the food was a part of the ceremony for the afterlife, right?
I wouldn't say ceremony. I would say rations. You know what I'm saying? Because I would say it was part of something they would need to eat in the afterlife.
But you wouldn't debate the purpose of the food being there.
Yeah, but people's food was for them though. You see what I'm saying? I don't know about food. You taking food for somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whose procession is it?
What you mean procession? When you die, when any person die, they take their rations and stuff into their tomb. You see what I mean?
Okay, so look, so we got to at least maybe I could be wrong on this. Would you disagree that there was only one procession for all these people in that one tomb?
Wait! I don't get it. Not how do you? Wait, what's the scenario you're imagining here? Like,
so the scenario I'm imagining is that this is one festival. This is the King's festival.
You mean there is one festival because you said this is. Like, what are you referencing by saying this is?
Let's talk about Aha's funeral.
Okay, Aha, yeah, okay,
there would have been one procession for that funeral.
Supposedly, yeah.
So if there's only one procession, then the other people aren't necessarily even being celebrated in the same type of way.
Or who even said they was even ever included in such procession?
So they're in the same tomb, but you're discluding them from the ceremony.
Oh yeah, because so we think that. So to think about what you think. So then we think that. Oh wait, we got to think of it one way. We got to think of what we think talking about practically. Because if that's the case, were they alive at the ceremony or dead? See? So you think somebody was carrying more than one tomb? They was carrying 316 bodies down the street?
They never said those people had a casket. They were just in the tomb.
Yeah, so I said bodies down the street. They got to get there somehow. So during the procession, there was some people behind the royal king body just carrying the dead retainers in rags or something in order to dump them into the thing. That's the more likely scenario to y'all?
I mean, it sounds barbaric, but why not?
There ain't no evidence of it, and so we just made it up right here.
So King is the only one that was going to the afterlife at that particular time period.
I think that could be debatable, right? Because if they already have a deified king, I mean, then it starts to become unclear about what other things they deified to me. Right, they are like all of that is got to be put together. The idea of the deified king, they got to have some more things with the religion other than that. Like that, we gotta agree on that.
But that came later, though. That came later. At first, it was
what came
only
later.
The king that was that other people were going to the afterlife. Later on,
I would say that doesn't help the argument.
Regular people were able to do that.
You know what that actually leaves? That leaves.
Talking about if you
hold on 1 second, because that would leave them with having an idea of an afterlife.
What would?
If he says that, if he's saying that the king is the only one who gets an afterlife, well, that would at the very least, it would confirm that their culture had an idea of an afterlife.
Smash.
Huh?
If you look in the back chat, I posted a video in there about the daily life of the ancient Egyptians. If you could play it, it's from Kings and Generals, a very reputable source of all this shit about the religion being part of, like, everything being religious is a fallacy.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely look that up. I'm still over here trying to find.
I'm gonna put an article in the back chat too. I would love for you to read, Smash. And next time you do a show, I'll definitely have it read. And I think that's because it's right where we at right now. So I think that we are underselling how big of a social event this funeral has to be because you have a deified king.
Like the regular people, their life wasn't wrapped up in religion.
But I feel you on that. I'm asking, why is everybody willing to entertain these wild new theories that they made up without going with the simple, easy ones? Like, you would rather entertain, like, on some Night of the Living Dead, that they was really walking down the street, because one dude had 560 retainers, quote unquote. So we're imagining a scenario where the king died and everybody so-called love him, and then the families of his retainers and stuff is just lying in the street, and people is walking with 500 dead bodies to toss them into his tomb. Why is that easier for you? But real quick,
we can't discredit.
I haven't
because
discredited
of how ugly
it.
It was.
I haven't, but I'm just asking you a question about it. Why is that easier for some to reckon than the next family killed everybody who was down with the last king? Like, which one seemed more probable? That seemed more probable to me, that the next family would say that, oh, all of y'all who was down with the last family, come here. Y'all all dying with him. I'm putting y'all all in the same tomb. In the sense of human logic, why wouldn't that seem more logical?
It does. It seems like a perfectly good explanation, but it does not. It does not. What's the right word? There's little cohesion with that idea when you look at other cultures.
But see, you got to stop looking
that
at
would be
you
an
got to
outlier.
stop. You got to stop trying to compare this culture with other cultures.
But that's what the experts do.
Actually, they don't. They look inside the culture and see if there's similarities with other cultures. So they look at that culture.
That's the same thing I said.
So if they don't see comparisons with other cultures, they allow that culture to speak for itself. So allow this culture to speak for itself, because you're not seeing many comparisons with other cultures.
So you don't see other cultures having people buried with the king?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good point.
Yes, you do. And I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, you see, here, this is how conversations get convoluted. When you mishear what's actually been said. If you actually listen to what I said, you will understand that I was agreeing with you. But I was also saying we have to stop when the comparisons stop, because that's what they do. When the comparisons stop, they stop looking for comparisons and they allow the cultures to speak for themselves. Why is that hard?
It's not hard.
That there can't be a comparison drawn?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
So what's the argument?
I'm saying once you've drawn the comparisons and you've seen the comparisons and the comparisons have stopped, then stop looking to make comparisons. Stop drawing your own conclusions, and the comparisons have not been made by the scholars. With the evidence, with the things that we use to see if there's similarities, if there's things that are common. That's what I'm saying. We have to stop inferring and interpolating. We don't
agree with that.
No other culture.
So Smash, with there being one continuous mud layer over the top of it, are you saying that they could have possibly broken this layer of mud up multiple times to put the bodies in?
No, I'm
or
saying
did
that
they
that's
put them
crazy.
all in there one time?
I'm saying the fact that they can attest that they found one continuous layer seemed kind of crunchy to me. I mean, it's because there's not no other instances where I know that that's a thing. I mean, I'm just saying for real, whether the case that's true, like how we know that this couldn't be a geographical or geological phenomenon just dealing with some sand, the sand blowing over these graves over time. You see what I mean? How do we discredit the natural?
In the Valley of the Kings, the tombs would have been different. They would have been more so dug into the rock, right? So you would have just have maybe a layer of bricks or whatnot to cover the one doorway, right? Whereas if you look at this is something that they built into the sand. You want to look at it again when we pull it up?
Oh, you know what? There's a couple different ones. And a lot of, you're right, those are the ones that go into the ground. Since you can't find a tomb, you could call it a tumuli. But if it is a tomb, you see, then tumuli are normally round and they would go into the Anitun. Tumuli are normally rounded that would go into the ground, but notice in any instance that you pull up like that, it's not going to be the instance of a mass grave like you think of. It's what you're going to see is they actually have their own graves around the main king's grave, which makes it. Go ahead.
The point is that they found it with the one continuous cover. So you'd either have to be saying that they didn't cover all the bodies up at the same time, or that they remade this cover multiple times.
No, I just think that the science behind knowing that these graves was all covered at once. I want to know more about that basically. See what I mean? Like how you just could tell that some graves from 10,000 years ago was all covered at once. That's all. It's just, I'm willing to accept it, but that ain't enough for me to conclude that they was retainers because the graves was covered at once.
All right. My evidence was more so going to what we can kind of learn about the culture, right? Like so we can there is a running theme, right? And I don't know when that theme stops of people being buried with items for their journey. Right, you're saying rations maybe for themselves, but the idea is still there. This is about afterlife. This is they are preparing for their afterlife. We have no dispute on that part of it, right? The only dispute is either how they died, when they died, and when they were buried, right?
It depends on the time period, but yeah. Because in pre-dynastic times, we can't really say that. But go ahead.
Right. So the only real dispute is why the people are with the king. So and I think when you gotta look at the culture, I mean, the whole idea around the king of why these people will be buried to him and buried with him is the political dynamic, the social dynamic of why this has to be such a elaborate event. It has to be.
Well, I mean, we're not arguing that it's not an elaborate event.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna propose a theme for you here. If we are promulgating the power of the king in the afterlife, wouldn't it be undermining his power to do it any other way?
Nah,
wouldn't you that's like saying we gonna have servants for the king and he dies, but we gonna make the king wait 6 months for you to die, for him to have his servants.
But why would even like I said,
really fit.
Show the text where a king needs servants in the afterlife. They all made that up. Even the closest one he tried to bring forth said they wasn't trying to serve Ra, okay, and so we cleared that up, but it ain't. That's just, we could say anything, bro.
We can say a lot. So can we show a text of them having that meal in the afterlife?
See, we could show all these texts. You definitely could show all that type of stuff. You could show going through the hall of Ma'at, and you could show them with all their provisions after they went through the hall of Ma'at. They be standing there with hella goods. It only be the Pharaoh, and he don't be getting fed by no little people that he had killed to accompany him.
The only people he got around him is the gods.
Well, I mean, think about just in the most instances of any hall of Ma'at you've seen. I could pull up tons of them right now. I mean, I still was trying to look for these things for American Dream that is just so readily easy there. But when I typed the word Ugarit in the TLA, so I'm now trying to remember another word that's in this one text, but I already cited the source. It is a letters from the Temple of Amun during Ramses IX period to Ugarit that shows that they did other things but religious things inside the temples. And finding Tasseti, I could do that too, but that's just, it's too crazy if you didn't know that that was the first city. But that, what was I about to show you right now?
I'm not sure.
No, you just asked me to show you
something.
something.
The banquet scene.
Oh yeah, let's go to right here, right? So I'm gonna go to any papyrus that's considered one of those scenes, and let's just look at how they conceptual. This is one of them. First, there she go with her provisions, right? One sheet in front of us was there. Now you can read this whether she. Oh, you want to know what else? That's another thing. Oh, that's checkmating people. Because really in the afterlife, if you look at what really happened, they give all the goods to the Netcher. As you see, these are the goods that was in her tomb now that she in the afterlife. So have you, right? But here go the process. I mean, we could. Well, let's see if I'm recanting this. Let's see. Let's let it scroll and see how I'm recanting this. Let it scroll the other way. We see some purification going on with the wob. They pouring the water over our heads. Let's see if there's a Hall of Ma'at scene in this. This might just be a whole nother papyrus. But nevertheless, Hotep D. Nusut explains it all, which is the offerings to the king, but they also have Hotep D. Nusut Waser, which lets us know that some of those things that they take into the afterlife are actually offerings to the Netcher. But as I look over some of these texts, anybody could build. Look at the dead. All right, and so we'll look at some of these and see.
So the idea behind regular people being able to purchase a Book of the Dead for themselves, right?
Or to commission, not really regular people, but people of wealth or something, to be able to have a Book of the Dead. Look, notice in any of these, they always gonna be given the stuff that, this is how you checkmate heads. Here she go. Every dead person at the end, they give their stuff to Asar. Now, if we look through any of these things where they sitting there grubbing, or they got heck of little minions around them, then we got a primary that attests to what people talking about. You see what I'm saying? But most all of these, they're going to be different versions of people's Books of the Dead. They're going to look the same. But keep going along your line of logic.
So yeah, what I'm saying, so when you see the advancement of the idea, like the idea still didn't go anywhere of them talking about doing things in the afterlife. That's like, to me, that's a huge point. It looks like we're kind of like underselling it a little bit. Like that whole idea, maybe they might have performed it different. And look, you can look at the people getting access to these ceremonies. Is it, again, some of the ideas change, but the main idea of all of this stuff being, you continuing your life that you have now in the afterlife.
Bruh,
that didn't change.
Everything, this is why we do primaries, family. Everything, including my brother American Dream, everything that y'all contend about this food being in the graves is thrown out once we look at primary accounts of the spiritual afterlife tradition. In every primary I went to, the rations have been given to Waser. And now we understand this because it's encapsulated in a spell called Hotep D. Nusut. These are offerings to the Netcher, and the Nisut at that time is Waser. So now you just helped us. I mean, y'all, even everybody in this conversation just brought a heightened understanding to Hotep D. Nisut as well. And I'm going to go, and it's not a limb or nothing. I got the most evidence to say that the burial items were to present to Asar, not for you to eat, as we see right here. And every text I go to, they're going to be giving their items to Asar, and we should see a Hotep D. Nisut statement somewhere around here, which would let us confirm that these are offerings to the king. And so I'm going to keep going through text and watch this.
Whether it's being sacrificed to the king or to the gods doesn't change.
Why you use the word sacrifice? No, you just messed it up. We
it's
talking
being
about food,
offered,
bro. Look how he did that, y'all.
Yeah, I did that.
We talking about food.
Whether it's being offered to the god or to the king does not change what it is.
Yeah,
it
nah. It definitely does.
As a matter of fact, when you offer it
your name is
directly to the
Logic,
god,
bro. Go ahead.
But when you offer it directly to the god, what else can it be?
Look, check this out. Let's check this out. Your name is Logic, and look.
Word, and whether it's
you can't
food
give
or
God
not
a horse.
doesn't mean it's
You
not
can't ride a horse.
So here's the thing.
Whether it's food or not doesn't mean it's not a food offering is a sacrifice because you're giving something up. You're giving
well, hold on.
The reason it's called a sacrifice,
so
man, is
look,
you're giving something up. When you offer food, you're sacrificing your food.
What Osiris gonna do?
I'm gonna let y'all make y'all points, but y'all is funny because everyone can see that since y'all, once we look at the primaries and it ain't no little minions and no more, now y'all switch from retainer. So the food is a retainer then, huh?
What is Osiris going to do with the food, man?
Y'all just went from people dying and being buried to now food being given
don't
to
put
the
me in
God.
American Dream
So this
stuff.
the
We gonna get me
sacrifice y'all was talking about?
A ghost.
Well, they
is
said
gonna
they were
eat
buried
food.
with the
A
food.
ghost is going to eat food, though. A ghost.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah. None of it makes sense. But we showing what they thought.
Anything they give up is a sacrifice, bro. Anything they put in
So
the
when
tomb
you
that they give
offer
up is a
something,
sacrifice.
Now I'm
let's look at
feeling
the
you.
definition of
Look.
sacrifice. When
Okay, I
offer
see
to
you
the
trying
God,
to
that's
tie
not
it
a
up,
sacrifice.
but it don't work like that. Y'all make that up.
You are
That's
in
what
the
a sacrifice
Mariana
means.
I
You
made
give
it up that
You
they
something
are in
up.
the
offered to the God
Mariana
as a
That's
Trench
what
sacrifice. I made that up.
sacrifice means.
without
A human
a life
sacrifice
raft,
means a
bro.
human gave
Stop.
up his life.
You
You
sound
sacrifice
like
a
a
lamb. You give up a lamb.
Nah, but
That's
where
why
do
they
you
tell
see
you to
that?
give up the best
Show
of
me
them.
where that's at.
That's what
Yeah,
We
sacrifice
looking
means.
at primaries.
You're just
Bro,
saying words.
sacrifice means to give up
Why are
something.
we even
Yo, you
going
know
over
what?
this?
I'm
That's
gonna
a
go
This
on
is
mute.
definition.
pointless
Show
at
us
this
the
point.
Sacrifice
Hey,
means to give up something.
all right, so you're not tripping, but we talking about the difference between food sacrifice, human sacrifice, and retainer sacrifice.
Smash, we gotta
Saying the
slow down on
same
But
this
it's
one,
still
bro.
a
This is a
Golly.
good
sacrifice.
point.
The fact that it's
Smash, this is a
food
good
doesn't
point. We
mean
gotta
it's not
slow down.
sacrifice.
No, y'all sitting here trying to say that, see, he giving them some food. We was trying to figure out why people died.
Exactly.
Golly, this is crazy, dude. And then
We
show
trying to
me,
figure out
look,
why they buried with the king.
see, this is the good thing about this, about the Metal
Not how
Netter.
they died.
Because look at this right here. You see this group of people? Ooh, they arms tied behind their back. Ooh, you could say these was your minions. Nope, because they write a name next to everyone who let us know what each one is. The first one being Ma'a, or the truth. The second one being Duat, or Dua'u, or Dua'u, you feel me? And now we got like what we would call suits or whatever. And so, essentially, there's nothing on none of these texts you could say, see, they had to be accompanied by their servants in the afterlife. All of these are divine beings. You see? And these, I guess this is, what's that snake called? I forgot the divine snake or whatever. A pet. You feel me?
Pep. I thought that was a
Yeah,
pep.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we see what they, now, you want to see if these is the servants? No, none of that stuff rings true. What you're going to find out is that it's nothing but Neteru, and the divine. Oh, here's another theory. Remember, in order for you to get into the afterlife, what do you have to be? You have to be Ma'akaru, true of voice. What says that every motherfucker that, excuse my language, that got buried with the king that was just 20 to 25 was Ma'akaru? What made you know they would have even got let in under their theory?
So every single king was great man, good king, did all good things.
Well, they
It was
were
a
they
representation of the netters of the supreme
That was a little reachy right there.
Nah, that was exactly how they. This is in their logic, not our logic. They wanted to portray themselves as such, even though they might have been shady. They wrote all these things on the walls to make themselves seem like the most best person in the world.
Right. And that was what they wrote.
Thanks, brother Reggie. But look, at the same time,
where you see brother Reggie?
He in my head.
Oh,
he in my head. I'm talking. No, but real talk though. But real talk though. But that's true though. You said they got to be true of voice and all of that. So you switched up the rules a little bit right there when you said that. But
no, I just pointed you to the rules. I pointed you to the rules.
I don't want to mess with that right now.
Yeah. How was they all gonna be Ma'akaru? I love that they wrote the names to all these people, so y'all can't say that they're the slaves.
If they're not trying to accomplish something by being buried next to the king, why couldn't they get whatever they was trying to accomplish by being buried 10 feet away or a mile away?
No, so let's examine why
is it important to be buried next to this man?
Let me ask you
what
a
is
question.
the relevance to that?
Modern question. Where are presidents buried? All next to each other, my dude, just like the Valley of the Kings. Now, let me ask you a question. Who else is let in the presidential burial sites? See?
They don't use our modern understanding, though.
It's the same thing, bro. But I'm asking you, who else is allowed to be buried at presidential burial sites?
We can't use our modern understanding. We don't have a God on earth.
No, you have to look at the context of civilization.
We have to at least think about it the way they would have thought about it, not the way we would have thought.
Yeah, you definitely do.
We don't have a God on earth.
So look, we've been attempting to look at it the way they look at it all day. It would add some context if we look at the modern burial traditions. That's all I'm saying. Because some of the things are synonymous. We still go down deep enough so it won't stink, right? We do all of these things. We still bury people in certain ways. Like, well, now religion traditions don't, but some people still go up to the person they did, fold their arms so that they have a certain presentation. For who? I guess in the afterlife, right? And so some of this stuff is still synonymous. So I was only asking, a president is close to a pharaoh, and some of the traditions are still the same. They are buried away so that they can't get tomb robbed too. And the people allowed in those burial areas are other pharaohs or other presidents. You see what I'm saying? And their family or whoever they elect to be able to have rights to be buried on those burial grounds.
The president is not a high priest.
No, but no, it ain't the high priest who would do it. It was the pharaoh. You could equate a pharaoh to a president. We just separated church and state. If we didn't separate church and state, you didn't think we would get to a point where the president was the closest to God and not the preacher?
I mean, he is, but he doesn't have any of those religious elements tied to him.
I just pointed that out. So listen to what I said, my brother. I said that's because we separated church and state in America. So
which is why you can't look at it like how we look at it. That's not fair.
But we talk about civilizations in a whole, correct? And we just seeing how we arrived at a different space in modern times. One of the ways we did it was because we realized church and state gotta be separate, because things like that'll happen. Eventually the president will be higher than a preacher.
I don't think that's fair, because then when you look at situations like how did they bring 500 people to this grave? I mean, we got to get caught up into the how and how much blood and how that would have looked and smelled and all that stuff. But to them, that's just what they did.
That's what you're conjecting that they did. We don't have no evidence that even let's just be fair to what you're saying. If we want to conclude this clue, we don't got no evidence that any retainers were involved in any said processions. Like you just made that up out the clear blue sky. There's not one source that linked these retainer sacrifices to these type of processions.
I was trying to look that up with you. I didn't say I had that one. The one I could say I have is, I mean, I think that the grandeur and the scale of why that they're actually doing it, I think I can show you that. But that's me thinking I can do something.
Go right ahead.
Can I add on real quick?
Go right ahead.
Just in terms of thinking of how they thought about it in their time, like, because I'm trying to imagine, I don't think that those retainers, if they were retainers, if they were picked once the king died, like they weren't picked exactly at the same time the king, like these, it's more likely to me that these people were being groomed to be retainers, for a while. And they were treated in a special way, if you will. And their families, it's likely that their families were treated really well and given a lot of, because they had to give up a child, because these people were, being buried at a young age. So I think that, I think it's the same way with maybe even wives as well, where they're
I'm trying to not paint a picture like that.
Yeah, I'm understanding how you can stand on.
That.
No, I'm asking you. This is still for you, American Dream. I'm just wondering how you could stand on so much stuff that you really making up the most stuff out of anybody in the argument. Like none of the stuff we looked over today said it shouldn't be leading you to said conclusions. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
like I started off by saying, it makes more sense to me that the people who knew they were going to be retainers for the pharaoh knew they were going to be retainers for the pharaoh for a long time. They didn't just, it's not as if the pharaoh died and then somebody turned to him and said, yo, you are going to get killed right now. It couldn't have worked like that.
So we was just wondering whether they were retainers, bro. You went past that and you talking about the people who knew they was going to be retainers. So you got some whole order of operations in your head about how this went down that we ain't even discussed in the conversation. What do you mean? They knew they was gonna be retainers.
Aren't y'all talking about aren't y'all talking right now?
Nothing we read said nothing about that.
Smash. Aren't y'all speaking about whether these people participated in a procession? Smash.
So at this point, just to bring you up to speed, American speed. Look, I'm bringing. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. I heard your question. I heard your question. You don't gotta ask it again. Oh my gosh. Bruh, I heard your question and your phone breaking up, my friend. Your phone breaking up, plus I heard the question. I'm bringing you up to speed where we at. We ain't even at that point right now. We was looking over primary text and looking at what they did with all of the food rations that were in the tombs. And then we was looking over the duos to see if any of those servants or retainers ever made it there. And we didn't find no text. Every time they show other people, they always indicate who they is and let us know. We never seen no instance where now they reached the afterlife and those portions weren't being given to Wasair. So you got to remember, American Dream, we in this work, we on opposite sides, but we still making progress together, because what we just pinpointed is what gets done with the food that the dead person take. We never see him eating it. He always is giving it as Wasar. And when we pointed that out, y'all switched from talking about retainer sacrifices and tried to equate it with food sacrifice, and we just pointed out that that was kind of unfair.
Yeah, bingo. Every time you box them up on every single point they bring up, they just move the goalposts or something.
Oh no. See, that's why I'm trying to keep American Dream out of this, because I feel like he's making it look like y'all doing more than y'all doing right now.
Hold on. So Smash. So your point was because they had food for the gods, they couldn't, because the food was for the gods, the retainers couldn't have been for the kings?
No, this is my point. First of all, just in dealing with the king, right now, just be fair. These ain't even kings we looking at. That even make it worse. These is normal people's rations. See? So they are giving their rations to Wasair. Every single text we looked over, these are individual people's per them Herus or Book of the Deads. And they don't get
what does that have to do with the retainers?
Because it's showing you what a retainer would have done with his provisions as well. How you gonna give them to the king and you got the God in front of you? I'm just keeping it a buck. Let's think.
And my whole point. Let me tell him what I was talking about, because he don't know.
Now, so basically,
I'm saying that there's one procession because there's only one group of food.
All right, that's good.
Means you're buried for the service of the king.
No, but now this is making your theory fall more apart, because now we got stuff. Look, well, just real quick, I'm gonna give you the floor back. We got primary attestations to show what a normal person does with his burial food. It's used for Hotep Dini soup. Listen, and this is even more evidence. If it wasn't for a one-time offering, they would have had to have enough to live by.
Did the regular person have retainers? Smash. Did a regular person have retainers?
I hope you so lost in the argument, American Dream.
The regular person who sacrificed.
So let me show you something. I'm about to answer your question. To answer your question, bro. Yeah, it's not about whether a regular person had retainers. We are proposing that regular people were the retainers, right? But here's a regular person's Book of the Dead, and this is what he did with his burial provisions. You see that? He gave them to Wasair to get some love in the afterlife.
I sure show sources that back up what you said, American.
And you think that means, and so Smash, so you think because the retainer brought gifts for the gods, he couldn't have been there to serve the king?
I think that I could form my look. This I'm answering your question again. I think I could. I think I have enough primary text, right, to form.
That's your point.
Well, you're not even letting me finish. You asked the question, and why you start talking after you ask the question? I don't get it. You don't really want to hear my answer. Then you just want.
I would
go ahead. You talk.
Yes, and then elaborate. Can you just say yes and then elaborate? Because most of the time, smash. I would rather you say yes and then elaborate rather than just elaborate.
I would appreciate the world ain't a simulation and everything ain't gonna work the way you rather it. So check this out. Look,
I just don't know.
Just simply re-ask the question and I'll answer it the best way I can. I hope that's good enough for you.
Evidence.
Just ask the question over and I'll answer it the best way I can.
Okay. Are you saying that because the retainer brought food for the gods, that means that the retainer is not there to serve the king? Is that the point you're making?
That's not the point I'm making. Now allow me to elaborate.
So what is the point you're making?
But when you allow somebody to elaborate, you don't have to ask what the point you're making. You just got to be quiet. Feel me? That's all you got to do. So look, this is the point. I was beginning to say the first time you cut me off, that I could begin to mount an argument that we now have evidence to what happens with the provisions that we find in the graves surrounding these tumuli, or we think these provisions were so that
I don't know if you can hear me, Smash, but I can't hear anything you're saying. You're breaking up. I don't know if it's on your end.
It's on your end. Is it breaking up on y'all too?
No, that's on this end.
All right, all I was saying, see if you could tune in. All I was saying was we like this primary evidence in front of our face and all of the other ones we looked at can be used to show what an ordinary person thought was to be done with their provisions that they were buried with. They were to be, it's a picture in front of our face. They were to be presented to Asar for whatever purposes. And then all of us who study Medu Neter actually know there's a particular spell for that, and I cited it for you. It was called Hotep D Nisut. You hear Reggie talk about Hotep D Nisut all the time, but what this is telling us is now those provisions wasn't for the king, again, because they would have been inadequate to live by for afterlife. And secondly, we see normal people taking their death grave provisions, giving them to Wassair. So all I was saying is I could start to mount an argument that since we know what these provisions were for, that we could start to attack the theory about it being for retainer sacrifices. That's it. You have to go about things systematically.
Okay. But what do you mean? So I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say we're trying to see if it's for retainer sacrifice. Are you saying is the person, because the person is bringing food to the gods, does that mean that he's a retainer for the king?
See? All right, and that's a good question. That's a good question. Now, in the initial retainer sacrifice theory, all of the provisions of the retainers are supposedly for the king. See? We can't find any evidence of this in any primary account. So we start digging through evidence of primaries to see.
I'm sorry, Smash. You said it says that everything the retainer has is for the king?
It says that?
You said you had a primary that showed that?
Huh? Well, I'm talking about the argument. So hold on. I'm talking about the argument mounted by those who say that these are retainers. Or let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase it in the question.
Say that the people
let me ask you, no, it's going to be a lot simpler. Real quick, let me get to the bottom of this. If you do argue that they were retainers, what were their provisions for?
The same thing their provisions are for in regular life. In regular life, right? Because
you just missed it.
They are the reason. The reason that they are there is to continue serving the king like they did in his regular life. Let me just finish, please, Smash. In regular life, they also gave sacrifices. They also went to the temple and gave sacrifices to God, even though in regular life they served the king.
But you're not making no sense. Right? You either think their provisions are for a sacrifice or for them.
Please.
No, you gotta make sense. Because you just been talking. You've been talking almost more than me, bro.
Make sense, and I didn't finish.
No, I just asked you
can't tell me
to
I'm
make sense.
Smash. Let me finish. In regular life, they serve the king. And they gave provisions to God. They sacrificed food and stuff like that to God.
That's not what I asked you, bro.
So
you answering the question let me just reiterate. No, you finish and answering the question I didn't ask you. Can you at least feel me that?
10 seconds.
That's not the question I asked you.
But let me just finish what I'm saying.
But why is you? That's just making the show longer because this ain't the question I asked you.
10 seconds, bro. 10 seconds, bro.
Oh my God!
You've been doing that for the last 40 minutes, though.
You could have been, but you're gonna be giving us useless information because that ain't the question I asked you.
Land that plane.
I asked you what was their provisions for. That's all I asked.
That's what I'm telling you.
No, that's not what you're telling me. You going off on a tangent.
For the gods. Their provisions were for the gods.
Blood, you just hold on. I wanted you to say that. I wanted you to say that because we've been having a long conversation, and until I brought this text out, y'all was saying their provisions was for the king, bruh. For real.
No, we didn't.
I brought out.
No, we didn't.
I'm gonna let somebody else. I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
Let us fix this, yo. Come on, man. Come on.
I know.
Look. Why does he have the hook and flail, yo?
Serve the king, bro. Let me just finish.
So y'all trying to say that the dead stuff wasn't for the king at first? See, this is how when people switch up. Now the dead stuff is for you.
No, I said they're there to serve. The example I gave you was that they were killing slaves so that the spirits of the slaves could protect the spirit of the king. That has nothing to do with whether the slaves are buried with provisions that the slaves want to offer to their gods.
See, hold on. Now
they have a right to do that.
That's fine, American Dream. You're making a good point. But feel me.
The same way in regular life, they serve the king and gave offerings to God. In the
That's not that. You have to deal with the question, bro. You have to deal with the research question.
I can bring that back home in 5 seconds, bro. So doesn't the king become Osiris?
Hold on, let's let Logic talk, please. Thank you, American Dream. What you say? So hold on, go ahead, my good brother right here. Yeah.
So don't the king become Osiris? So
yes, that's a good one. So keep going.
That's a good, at least keeping it back on track, even if I'm making it up.
Thank you. That would have been a lot better to say, well, don't the king? But look at this. And so that's a very good one. But and in the sense of this, so this is how they do that. You don't just become a SAR, you get to attach a SAR to whatever your name is. So you got the status of a SAR. The difference, the way we know the difference between Wassair and a king that's become a Wassair is you would be Pepe Wassair, you see? Or you would be Teddy Wassair. But if they're just talking about this deity we see in front of us, if you read right here, they got Kenti, I'm into you, and you see this eye, I'm gonna make it bigger so y'all can just know anybody who will see this later, you'll see an eye in that same chair. They're actually talking about Osiris here. So you did mount a better argument than American Dream was mounting.
I was just an example. Like I'm really. So look.
Bro,
so you can show the king with the hook and flail, right?
Yeah. Are y'all for real?
Mm-hmm.
If the king becomes Osiris,
that's to celebrate his authority in the afterlife.
That proves my point.
No, he was trying to help you out, but it's still.
If the king becomes Osiris,
that wasn't your point at all. No. That was Logic's
way better point than he's trying to make.
If the king becomes Osiris, if the king becomes Osiris, then the retainer's sacrifice to Osiris
that was
is
like a placebo example.
Nah, you messed that up. You don't be listening, huh? I didn't tell you the difference between Osiris. Look, American Dream. Osiris Petrie don't get an offering. You don't die and give an offering to Osiris Petrie. When you die, you want to become Osiris American Dream. You see what I mean? And so you have to go to Osiris and be Ma'akaru through the hall of Ma'at to become I keep saying Osiris, to become Wassair American Dream. But no one praises or prays to Wassair American Dream or Wassair Ankh or Wassair Jonathan Owens. We just reached the status of being a Wassair. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The conversation got tricky. You trick them shipping right now though, Smash. Come on, you tricking us, Smash.
Tell us how.
Yeah, because to hell with the retainer aspect of it. That's just a ceremony. That's the way somebody do something. That's the way somebody human sacrifice somebody. To even have a retainer sacrifice, somebody has to be sacrificed. And that was my point.
Okay,
and
so
that's all
Bobby,
I'm saying.
I might not understand retainer. Let's look it up. And let's just be clear. That could be my flaw. I thought retainer, and by retainer, they meant retained for the purpose of serving the king. Am I wrong?
No, that's fine, but they still kill somebody. That was my point, that they practice human sacrifice. Now, whether you want to say retained for the king or retained for goddamn Bobby West, it don't matter. They still got to be sacrificed. That was my point.
We didn't take that out of the First Dynasty, right? So I can't disagree with you on that, but we all agree that we never took it out the First Dynasty, right?
I agree with it, but you still got some sporadic people doing it. It don't just shut off completely. But yes, for the most part, they reached a level where they wouldn't do it. And then just like Christianity and Judaism, they reached a level where they no longer sacrifice animals.
But you
know what I'm saying? Is a transition. They transitions out of it.
So you're right on point, but that's what we arguing right now, whether that happened or not. You see what I'm saying? Like whether they were actually sacrificed or not. We're looking at the evidence like of these 67 people with Jen, and we seeing that they was buried, and we knew they had provisions, so we start scrutinizing the provisions. Some at first said, see, they got food to give to the king, but then we switched it, we went into the primaries and seen that they was all giving that food to Osiris, so they try to switch their argument and say, well, kings turned into Osiris, so in a sense, that's still giving it to the king. So we making progress.
I wasn't saying that.
Well, go ahead, Logic.
No, I won't cut you off.
No,
I ain't.
Yo, peace. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We hear
I can hear you, James.
But the next time somebody say, "Can y'all hear me?" act like we can't hear them, so just to not let nobody else get in.
I just came in, but my mic was tripping, so I wanted
whoever side James on, they wrong.
Let's see who wrong. Come on, James.
Due diligence side on.
Weigh in, James.
Come on, let's see who wrong. James, tell us what's up.
There you
well,
go.
You already know logic and due diligence is not correct. But what the deal is, what we have is people still retaining Eurocentric thought instead of accepting Afrocentric thought. See, it's a demonization of African people coming into the text and having a different opinion on what the text said. So Smash is on some Diop, Theophilo Banger, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark level, which means he ahead of the curve because he can go and read the text. He went and read the text and told you what it said.
You feel me? Yeah, that's where I'm at.
But they ain't caught up. They haven't caught up.
They ain't caught up, James. Tell him, James. James, I'm gonna hire you for a hype man, boy. James gonna be
where we at. And if I was Smash, I got to give you credit for your patience, your patience, and even dealing with these type of cats. If this was my show, they would have been gone.
Wow, that's why you don't got a show though.
Nah, he a good hype man.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't got a show. I'm gonna tell you why
somebody listen to you. That's why you don't got a show.
Anybody can have a show.
Hold on. Let me tell you why I don't got a show. Because my internet connection, for some reason, when I try to go live by myself, it won't. The power of so basically, I just got to get a new computer to where it'll be able, because I don't like my stream lagging.
Hold on, we can help you with that. Say that again real quick. That's a quick fix.
What I'm saying, man, I need to talk to you about, because my streams are lagging.
He said your internet know you pseudo. Hold on. Hey, but that was a joke. This is the real true part about it. Look, you need to get dedicated. You need to get a dedicated private network. Just go into your, because other people might be streaming in your house, and you need to set your stuff to priority. You feel me? And you can pick the bandwidth reserved just for your streams.
I'm gonna need some help with that, man. Because
call Comcast or something, but I'm gonna give you the best I can give you right now, though.
Okay, because I was thinking maybe you fixed yours because you was having problems with your mic.
I be having different issues. I think they be trying to put a bug because I be putting out too much knowledge.
I'm over here thinking, Smash. I'm over here thinking I'm sabotaged, but I don't know because I got the.
Hey, James, don't think that. Don't run, I don't know what you would think that for. Fast as you is.
They gonna try to promote. They ain't sabotaging us, huh?
Hey, James, don't run. I'm gonna ask you the same question, James. I'm gonna ask you the same question. The Egyptians practice human sacrifices. That's the real question.
Okay, now bam. This is what's going on.
Bam.
According to what Europeans taught us, they do. But from what Smash, hold on. But from what Smash had done is he went into the primary text and saying that he does not see what they're saying. Am I confused here or not?
Yeah, you're confused.
Okay, now Smash, is that not what you're saying?
He definitely ain't confused. What we all ain't confused about is there not being any primary attestations.
That's
of
all.
it.
That's what
yep, we know that. It ain't written nowhere. See, like, we don't take the Bible. Look, real quick, Uncle, you got the floor. We don't take the Bible as a primary, right? But we could cite a verse out of Genesis where somebody told Abraham to pick up a kid and kill him. We can't go nowhere into the ancient Egyptian text and see nothing about no retainers. And now I'll surrender the floor.
And that's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. That's what Smash is doing.
Okay. So
I'm not saying he's absolutely correct. I'm just saying that's what's going on.
So the same with Karma. They wasn't practicing human sacrifices, right? You're gonna do that all the way down the line, right? I just want to make sure you're consistent.
So, no, this is what I'm trying to say.
I'm not telling you.
You talking about the James? Okay, go ahead.
On the James. Once again, that the people from Karma practice human sacrifice.
I'm not sure.
Now you're not sure. So watch this. If you're not sure, then you should say the same thing about the Egyptians then, because it's the same damn evidence.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Shit.
I'm just talking about what Smash is doing. And I'm saying I'm not sure because I'm just telling you what Smash has done is he went and said that this is what they said. And then he went in because he had the ability to go and read the primary text, which we all don't. I don't know how many people can read this language, but Smash has the ability.
But look,
so we all hold up.
He's at a disadvantage.
Based on what the panel is, we all have to refer to Smash.
But look, not true. Because all of us look at this, James. All of us know they say it stopped in the first dynasty. You don't have to read Medu Neter for that. See what I mean?
Right.
Everybody boxed up, even if we just stop right there. How is y'all putting that on a whole civilization when some stuff stopped in the first dynasty?
Well, I didn't.
When the language wasn't even written down yet.
No, listen, hey James, I never said that. Matter of fact, I explained the whole process of how the kingship starts, and everywhere you find it at, they find human sacrifices, and then generations later they stop it. So that they right in line with the whole point I'm making. They would know why. I've never said they didn't do the whole thing. I'm saying that you can see the point where they start to drift away from that. The same way the Bible drifts away from animal sacrifices. It's a sacrifice. So tell me right now, if you got a person in your backyard sacrificing dogs, you're gonna call a goddamn police on their ass. Because it's a damn animal sacrifice, and we know.
But let me ask you a question. On that same line, let me ask you a question. If you look out your window, you see your neighbor killing his dogs. You really just see your neighbor killing his dogs. But if you see him praying over him or something, then you might say, or you see an altar set up, then you could say it's a sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? We don't got none of the external clues besides just looking and seeing heck of people was killed. And they tried to use the provisions as one, but we seen that those wasn't to be allotted to the king. So what other external evidence that we have to conclude, even in Nubia, because just like you said, we know there's more evidence of Nubia, but it's the same type of evidence, just like you said. Only mass graves with no explanations.
Go ahead.
I'm muted out.
Give us a consensus.
Yeah, he
what does
broke
the
up.
consensus say about this topic?
Man, the consensus is that the people from Karma did human sacrifices. Right? The consensus in the conscious community from day one was that the Egyptians came from the Nubians. That's so at a certain point, you can't have it both ways.
Nah, you're right. Tell them now.
That's all I'm
Expound,
saying. Like, come on, yo.
Tell them what the consensus is based on so we can get to how shabby it is. What is that consensus based on?
Okay, so the consensus, first of all, the consensus is based off of people from Nubian, those who really study the culture, understands that the kingship, the oldest burials are in the South. So those archaeologists, we talking about the young archaeologists coming up today, right? They look at it, they see the graves, they see how they formulated, and then they see them copying the same thing in the first dynasty of Egypt. They see the exact same thing.
No, there's no text. But if we're going to go on whether it's going to be text or not, then you got to throw away everything because we sure as hell ain't got no text explaining the Egyptian religion.
This is what I mean.
Right?
This is what I mean, my man. This is what I mean. The consensus is based on, you feel me? Mass graves together, continuous burial tops, and then one more thing, and so-called provisions that was supposed to be on the king. That's what I mean. You see what I mean? And so that's the same thing that they basing that on in Nubia, because they find tumuli, mass grave tumuli. Tell me when I ain't wrong. They find the mass grave tumuli that was all supposedly buried at the same time, and these people got provisions. But they don't go beyond that into primary sources or anything else to tell us to form that conclusion. So am I wrong in saying that?
Well, we're faced with the same problem with all the archaeology, because that is the nature of archaeology. All you got is the archaeology, and only in the New Kingdom do we have text to kind of back up the administration and all that types of things. And so we don't have that for the Egyptian religion either. But you got people in America running around claiming they practice ancient Egyptian religion. Some people, those my good friends, swear they practice ancient Egyptian religion when we know that it's the same flimsy evidence. They do not have an Egyptian text explaining the rituals and how it's done.
Bogus. That's bogus.
I know, of course, we bogus because you don't do no reading, dude. I expect you.
That's
well, hold on. Unc made a claim. So real quick, this is why the show get messed up, due diligence, because he made a claim and you just hit him with that's bogus. So back up that and don't just like tell him why is it bogus? Where is those facts?
Right. It's bogus because he's saying like we got artifacts that can state directly something. Like the conclusion that they got to what they're using retainer sacrifice is conjecture. But we do have artifacts and papyri and stuff like that to where we can draw conclusions absolutely or objectively. So that's why it's bogus, because the conclusion of the retainer sacrifice is conjecture and not evidence. You know what I mean? There's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and that gives a conjecture conclusion.
So now is evidence and not proof. Now
let Ang respond.
Is evidence. So now I see your weakness, due diligence. You'll never be able to get nothing off against me from now on. Your weakness is your inability to hear what I said. What I said was, if we're going to say that the evidence is weak in the quote-unquote retainer sacrifices, and I'm talking about human sacrifices, then you would actually have to say the same thing about the Egyptian religions. Where's the religious text at that explains Egyptian religion? They don't have it. Matter of fact, they only got 25 to 30% their archaeology from Egypt. So they don't have none of that.
You kind of messed that up a little.
I'm actually
he messed that up because he's using a false equivalent.
I'm going to say this
That's
again.
a bad analogy.
My point was very clear, bro. And I stand on this again, that go find me an Egyptian text explain their religion. Just like the Bible. Like
wait. I'm trying to get what you mean, because you know we got hella Book of the Dead that explain how you gonna go through the hall of my eye, right? And so I'm trying to get clear on what you mean. I know you don't mean that. You mean the rituals, the daily rituals?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I hear you.
Right,
I hear you.
Right. That's what I ain't talking about something you buried with a person. That ain't it. And those who really need the glyphs know that ain't really it. So I'm saying that the fact that we want to act like that we're not, if we were to take an expedition to one of these spots, we would walk over them graves and we would say, okay, that's people burning them damn graves. A mass grave is just people thrown on top of each other. So I don't even know why anybody's saying that. No, they placed a certain way, plain and simple, and you find the same exact thing. So my point is, why is it when you go to Japan, you find the exact same thing? Why is it when you go to the Nordstroms, you find the exact same thing? Why is it when you go to India, you find the exact same thing? And why is it when we come to Egypt, us African Americans say, well, they ain't doing it. Well, if they ain't doing it, they sure enough mimiccing that. So let's do that. They mimicking that then.
It ain't even mimicking it, bro. I mean, so let's compare the Egyptian first dynasty tradition that ended with the Nubian tradition that ended at about the time of Christianity. Nubians barely even did tombs. They did more tumuli. You feel what I'm saying? Meaning that they would have these mounds above the ground in a circle where people would get buried around them, but they wouldn't get, as far as I know, you can prove me wrong because I could be wrong here. But I didn't think they had all additional graves, just like they do at King Jer, but they possibly do. I thought it was more of mass grave type site in Nubia, but that could be all the way wrong. If we,
I got you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, but see, let's talk about the tumuli. You talking about football fields? That's big as hell. Do you know how big a football field is? So those King tumuli was
I don't know about
fields.
it that big, bro.
Yeah, man, I studied the surveys, man. Yeah, come on, man. Yep, that big. Absolutely. Those tumuli are the precursors to the pyramids, right? And the tumuli are precursors. You find them all in the Sahara, right? And the tumuli are precursors to the mastabas. So they transition to mastabas. And then the mastabas transition to step pyramids, and the step pyramids transition to the true pyramids. We can see the evolution all over the place. We can see the evolution of grave goods and all that. We see all of that. That's my point I'm making. So let's just say the Egyptians was corny and they was faking Nubian kingship. Then we at some point somebody gonna have to concede some way on this. The Egyptians was really the fake Nubians.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of respond, but you just went somewhere else. But it's no big deal one way or the other. But
all right, it's all good.
Yeah, but I just it sounded like you were saying that, you know, that things can't be proven substantially. Like you saying that nothing can be proven from the artifacts, that it's conjecture and all of it. And is that what you were saying? Or am I mistaken?
I didn't use the word conjecture. I'm talking about as far as the amount of evidence. So if we're looking for something that is like 100%, first of all, that's not even how archaeology works, because they're all bits and pieces, putting pieces together. So, but I understand archaeology, so it's not stuck like we want it to be. And my point is, if you look at the culture too, if you look at African culture, see, African culture is a clue. Human culture is also a clue. It'd be harder for y'all to prove that a civilization is ancient, but yet don't do the ancient practices. Because I can go all around the world and show you that the most ancient of a culture, or the most ancient of a kingship, it always ends up with some kind of sacrifice. Everybody do it. That's not, everybody sacrifice animals. So a human is an animal. So if you can actually sacrifice an animal.
Do you know how wrong you is about Egypt? They don't find an article that try to take human sacrifice in Egypt out of the first and second dynasty.
Why you keep saying Smash? I never said it.
You said all
That's like
cultures
trying to find an article so the Christians did human sacrifice. That's not what my point.
I'm sorry, Onk. 18th dynasty, Amenhotep II.
Okay, what the article say?
We already went over this, man.
Which one? Are you talking about the one with the
seven princes? The seven princes in the temple.
Don't take the American dream train.
No, you said they didn't say. They said that there was no claim that it was a sacrifice, right? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
Said
let's move on then.
He said the king didn't claim that it was a sacrifice.
Well,
but
then
he did it in the
can't
temple,
be a
so that makes it
sacrifice if he ain't say it's a sacrifice.
He has reasons to say that. Like, remember that the king is political, bro. You got to remember the king is political. He's not just gonna say he sacrificed 7 of.
Show us the source that backs up what you saying.
It
So
doesn't
let's
make
just
sense.
say
That's the
that
fact that
first.
they did it in the temple. It's a sacrifice.
No, you're making that up. You're making that up, bro. You're making that up. You're making it up. You have no source to back that up.
Hey, so American Dream.
Agree with the first.
Smash still has at least 2 sources to bring up that he claims he has.
Everybody's seen them already, and I couldn't find them. I'm over here not tripping. Let's talk about those sources. Hold on. Let's real quick for American Dream, please.
Don't take the American Dream train down.
Let's just stop with the first dance.
Go ahead.
Go back to what Uncle Smash.
Yeah, let Bobby go real quick.
No, all I'm saying is, so are we all in agreement that in the first dynasty, there are a couple of kings that practice human sacrifices? Can we just agree to that?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
I could not agree to that, and I would damn near be willing to argue it so
I didn't
that
say
people.
retain a sacrifice.
No. I'm just saying, yep, human sacrifice. I would be willing.
How about made it seem like it was? Hold on. How about make it seem like it was a human sacrifice?
No, I don't even. I mean, honestly, I'm just going over my knowledge of what I've looked over. I ain't never seen nothing like that. And when I looked into it, it's so shabby. We just was looking at the only attestation they got, and it was that Jer of King Jer or whatever. They got another one. They got another one with a man being impaled. Okay, and so that's called being impaled. You have to show me that they trying to get some type of magical powers from impaling this person. That's what a sacrifice is. You don't just sacrifice and be like, sacrifices to reach a means or achieve something. The way we use it today is like giving up something, like, I'm gonna sacrifice my time. But they always want to reach some type of a means by performing the murder. So that's what I mean.
And what did they stop doing? What else did they stop doing besides
why would they
with
stop?
the king? Yeah, what did they stop doing?
They never
get what you're
started.
saying.
Y'all don't even
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. Hold on, wait. I don't get
That's
what.
how slow they is.
Hold
Man.
on,
They
this
don't
is.
understand. They never started.
But these are the things. And logic. Look, they stopped the burial tradition that some presume might have been what they call retainer sacrifice. It stopped. They don't find no more evidence of it.
Then why did
you
they
act like
stop?
retainer sacrifice ain't human sacrifice. It's a human sacrifice.
See, I tried to word that well. I said the evidence that they tried to say is like we could leave that inconclusive in my statement. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying whatever it was, human sacrifice or not, it stopped at the first dynasty, and we gotta keep making that a point, because if we don't,
I wouldn't put I would say for the most part it did.
Nah, it did stop. It ain't no evidence of no mass graves after the second dynasty.
Okay. All right. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the experts. Like,
that's
you know
what
how
they
we
gonna say.
do.
That's what they're gonna say.
Yeah. I'm gonna play the experts and let's see. I'm gonna play the experts who's on the ground and do the
I'm gonna go and play him. Play him right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I'm in the car.
I ain't mad.
Ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. When it comes to the people that was buried with the king, do they have evidence that they were buried, that they died at the same time?
You want to know what their evidence is? This is their evidence.
Yeah, don't nobody say them about the Kermans though. Like y'all crazy. Let's
tell them what the evidence. Yeah, we talked about the Kermans. Let's talk about the evidence.
Every single body.
Here go the evidence.
They died at the same time.
Here go the evidence. The evidence was that they was supposedly 20 to 25 years old, and that their burial graves had a continuous top. That's the evidence. That's what I'm saying. I'd argue.
What's that? You know that's deep though, right?
That's not that deep. No, that's weak.
It mean they buried them at the same time.
Nah, what I'm gonna do?
Correct.
At the same time.
What I'm gonna do?
At the same time,
right?
Well, here's the question. Well, the question is it
absolutely
don't really mean that. What it really means is the final layer. See, y'all ain't even sharp. What it really means is that the final layer was placed on at the same time. They could have had a foot of dirt on people. See? But the final layer is continuous. You know how deep burials go down?
Yeah, go get that.
See?
Man.
It's that the final is that the roof. Let's just say the roof is continuous. That don't mean they wasn't buried under no dirt 3 feet deep for a while, waiting for them to fill up the whole thing to put on the continuous top. But these are the ways. We should at least be allowed to ponder these theories in these ways. That's all I'm saying.
Just give me the
supposed to be.
They want to go with the European thought was from the beginning and never even have to think about what the other possibilities could be.
Just give me the source that
other possibilities is all
that they all died at the same time. That they all died at the same time. As soon as the king died, then all these match up with the death of the king.
Man, I keep telling y'all.
Show that.
The most probable theory is that the new king had the old king people killed.
Hey, Smash.
What's up?
I'm sorry. I just got to open up a file now. I apologize. I got to open up a file on y'all. Yeah. You're officially in the file cabinet. I got you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's not going to help you. Trust me. On this slippery slope you already on, you're going to crack your skull with that file. Oh, you already got the file. Oh,
yeah, let me get y'all out. Let me get y'all out the game.
I thought you was talking about a long-term file. Yeah.
Nah, a foul on y'all messing up this human sacrifice. Y'all, I mean, come on, yo. Y'all gonna find me messes up, but I'm gonna come to Harvard Museum, though, right, of Ancient Near Eastern Studies.
I want you to do this, but Bobby, watch what happened. You're gonna read this whole article, and they won't get past continuous tops on the graves and the other one that we got. The three things we've been scrutinizing today. See, let's see if they could get past. Look, these three things. Well, let's lay them out for the people. The continuous tops, the provisions in the graves, and what? Burial orientation, or what was the last one we were scrutinizing that made us think that it was retainers? Let's see if they get past them. Go right here.
Well, Europeans saying it's retainers.
Yeah, well, the first thing I do want to do is I want to get to the culture that the Egyptians came out of first, right? I like to go on order of things. So right here, Elizabeth Minor, visiting associate professor in anthropology, Wesleyan College, right? It said the Kerman Kingdom was an ancient Nubian civilization located in present Sudan. It says its capital, the city of Kerma, had monumental architecture and religious art depicting deities in the form of lions, scorpions, and hybrid figures such as winged giraffes and hippopotamus goddesses. It say during the classic Kerma period, 1700 to 1550 BCE, funerary monuments of Kerma kings could be up to, look at this, 100 meters long, like I said, and included hundreds of sacrificed individuals. It's a Elizabeth Minor. It discussed the complexity of Kerman culture and its practice of human sacrifice as a mean of, negotiate social hierarchies. And I'm saying that same system was transplanted to Egypt, and they stopped after the first dynasty, and I'm going to stand.
Hold on, let me stop, because don't mess with the Magi no more. Hey, Chef, I'm going to let you get this one. What the top line on this one say right here?
What?
On this? On the article, on the part. Don't go back down. On the article you just was reading. What that say right there?
Free public lecture.
What? Hold on. So you just read the excerpt from a free public lecture.
Correct.
And
y'all gonna go.
And that's in the file. Hold on. You in the file and got the experts from a pre. This is like getting Jabari and Garfield flyer. No. And reading what they about to debate about on the flyer and presenting it to some people like you got some facts.
No, that's not what the file made.
Hold on,
man, that's a good source.
Are we suggesting that at the Geological Lecture Hall 24, Oxford Street, Cambridge, will allow some pseudos with some misinformation?
Look, definitely not, my brother. Look, this is what we're suggesting. We're suggesting that no one bring forth the flyer to a public lecture.
This a flyer?
To the mat, live streaming. Look, that is a flyer. Look, let's read some more. It show you when the line. Look, they go to free parking. Look, free parking at 54th Street in Oxford. This brother just brought a flyer. Hold on. You don't want to mess with the Magi. This brother just brought a flyer, y'all. To prove human sacrifice, we bring a flyer, bruh.
That's in the 17 through 5500 BC. Don't you the civilization start?
Oh my God!
I had to press mute to laugh. I had to press mute to laugh because I didn't want no feelings. I had to press mute to laugh,
Where you at,
Yeah, you gotta come show us your camera. We want to see how you look right now, bro.
That says 1700 to 5500. We're supposed to be doing.
This nigga's frantic behind the scenes.
Hey, Bobby, you gonna have to come anew, bro. You know how the Magi do. I don't play no games. If you want to be on the other side, I mean, you get not spared nothing, bro. Like we learned that from the culture. It might get embarrassing, bro. You feel me?
Smash. What about what the flyer said?
Do y'all disagree?
What about what the flyer said though?
Hold on, let's see what
Hey, I love American Dream. He say, what about what?
Let Chef get
Go ahead, Chef. Come on.
Yeah, I'm saying, do y'all disagree with the information on the flyer? If it's a flyer, do y'all disagree with the information on the flyer?
We need to hear all of it. We need to hear all of it, not just what it says in the introduction.
See, look, this is the part about flyers. At the event, they could tell y'all everything I'm about to say. They just like we about to deal with human sacrifice in Egypt.
Somebody drunk as hell.
Yeah, human sacrifice.
Bad, Smash.
Yeah, we dealing with it right now. We dealing with human sacrifice in Egypt, ain't we?
It's a pretty bad apology, bro.
Huh? What you talking about?
This is not a good apology. You're not making a good apology right now. This ain't good. All you're doing is saying it's a flyer. Let's talk about what the
Oh
flyer
no, that
says,
was
bro.
I just
Are you
wanted to,
saying that in Kerma?
I had to
Are
get
you
Bobby
saying in
on the
Kerma
ropes.
they
That was
didn't
just to
have
get
these?
Bobby on the ropes. That wasn't nothing. You feel me? It was a flyer, but
I
let's
could have sworn it was a distraction.
let's
I
deal with
thought it was
it
a
wasn't a
distraction
distraction. It was
from not wanting
facts.
to.
It was
From not
facts. They
wanting to
showed where
talk about what the
parking
flyer
was,
says.
bro. They showed where parking
I
was. That
gotta tell
must
you
mean
right
they got
now,
more
yo.
to tell you about the subject. Is all I'm trying to tell
Exactly.
you. They don't want you to
That's all
form
I'm
your
saying, man.
conclusion off of that, bro. They want to tell you more at the event.
Yeah,
He got
it
supporting
was
evidence.
promotional. It was
We don't
promotional.
know what else was
Hold
said.
on. Do he have supporting evidence for it? Absolutely
Of
not.
course.
He made the
Come on.
sacrifice in Egypt.
Of course,
He
man.
made it up.
Right.
Of
So
course.
if he got supporting evidence, then it's a worthy debate. Everybody jumping in and out, right? And it's a good chuckle, but it's a word like we have sources that's saying that it actually happened. Now,
What's
Uncle
supporting
saying,
evidence, Phil?
hold on, the continuous top on a grave, meaning that more than likely they was killed around or they died around the same time and buried at the same time. Y'all can't just brush over that like.
Okay,
We
well,
dealt
watch
with
this.
that.
Watch this shit. Okay, what
We
if?
dealt with that.
Hold up. What if a
Magical
flood?
meta
Hold up.
naturally they can do it.
They trying to speed. Y'all trying to speed past that,
What
man.
if a major natural disaster happened and that's why they buried their life?
That's
What
not.
if a major? What? Hold up. I'm just
No,
asking. Hold up. What if a major flood or something like that
that's not
happened?
what happened,
exactly.
That's
though.
why
They
they all.
underselling the
I'm just
king.
saying. What if that happened though?
But it didn't.
How you know?
Because the
Oh,
king
wow.
died. It don't say nothing about a major catastrophe that killed all those people.
Do it say something about them
Where's
being
you getting that
sacrificed
from?
though? Do it say anything about them being sacrificed though?
Right. And
So
it
they
doesn't
all.
date all the remains, Chef. It doesn't
Then
date
why they
all
All these
buried
people
the
died at
remains.
the same
the
time with the
king?
king. Look, the king died of old age, and all of those young people died of old age at the same time. No, like that don't even make sense.
Then how was it a sacrifice? If they didn't all die, how is it a retainer sacrifice if they all didn't die at the same time with the king? If they all wasn't buried at the same time?
Y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much.
Okay.
I'm just saying we don't have. Where's the evidence?
The evidence is
Where
right
is it?
there. What other culture? All these people is gonna get buried at the same time. What else would it be? Y'all have to explain that. We're saying it's sacrifice and retainers. Now y'all gotta tell us why those other people are buried with the goddamn king.
No, the
Y'all
people
gonna
that
have to
say that
explain
it's
that.
a sacrifice have to show that those people were all died with the king. They have to show that.
Oh my God, Joe. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Okay. No, no, hold on. Now we know that the king's burial and mummification sometimes take a process of months, right?
Absolutely. Good point, Chef.
Right. So if they are buried with him, his mummification and his funerary process probably took 4 months. So if they are buried with him, that's a preparation. They were prepared and killed to be buried with him. Like, so.
That's a good point.
It doesn't imply retainer sacrifice, though.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it. Okay. Right. Willing.
But you trying to make it sound
It could be
ugly
willing.
again.
It could be. Hold on. In religious rites, they have such things as a willing sacrifice. Some people could, in certain religious practices, it could be an honor to be buried with the king or to assist him in the afterlife. Right? All of those things, but it's still. Hold on. But it's still called sacrifice. Y'all get that? Right. That's what it is. Oh, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's detained. That's detained. Detained is against your will.
You still got to kill somebody though,
Yeah.
Smash. I can't believe
Did
you're running
the
that point.
sacrifice happen? Did the sacrifice happen?
Yeah.
Was there a ritual for people to die with the king? That's that's what we're
We
saying.
don't know.
The issue is.
We don't know.
But was it voluntary? Was it
We don't
voluntary,
care
Chef?
whether they was. We don't care whether they was willing or
That
unwilling.
don't matter.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Huh?
Come on, Smash.
Sacrifice yourself. You said you going to. You sacrificed yourself. You did that.
Are y'all serious? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. So
That
you
is
hold on.
sacrifice.
No. Let them have it.
When you die in a religious ceremony, what is that? Hold on. But in a religious ceremony, what is that called?
What?
Sacrifice. If it's done in religiously, oh my.
It is right, yo.
Oh.
Stop sign, yo.
Mm-hmm. That's a sacrificial killing. That's sacrificial suicide.
No comprehension.
Yeah.
Right.
So when they sacrifice a bull, why do we call that sacrifice?
Because they're getting something in return.
All right. So when the king die and the servants go with him, is a purpose behind that? It's the same thing.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
What's the purpose?
That's not. Oh my God, yo.
What is
I know it's not.
Right.
Hey,
what is
Smash.
the purpose?
Y'all are not bringing those sources that's saying what y'all are saying.
Whoa.
Because
Y'all
the archaeologists
every source
already
that's been
said it.
brought up, he knocked out the box, and y'all just can't accept it. Accept it.
Except, okay,
What is
yeah,
the
we got.
purpose?
Y'all haven't
I was
proved
muted, my
any
bad.
What do you read about the purpose? What do you read about the purpose?
Hold on. Do y'all know hold on, bro. Do you know that y'all haven't proved that it wasn't sacrifice yet? Y'all haven't proved
All right,
that.
yeah.
What we did prove was, check it out. What we did prove was, for the most part, every instance that y'all showed on the primary or whoever brought up any type of evidence that it wasn't what people are purporting it to be.
And
That's
y'all
what we did show.
Y'all trying to make
They never said it about Kerma, yo.
But look,
hold on now. We're not gonna run that. Hold on.
In this argument, go ahead real quick, then I'm after you.
I think the point I want to make here is that I just want y'all to know, in psychology, in terms of psychology, and I give the example, if you got a son or a daughter around the house killing animals and shit, yo, you got to watch that, because you right there for killing a human being.
Yeah,
so I'm just
right.
going to let you know,
Yeah.
the fact that they killing animals and burying them means that they definitely would kill humans and bury
Oh yeah,
them for ritual sacrifice.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on, you just stretched it though.
I'm saying.
Everything you applied was right, and then at the end you said for ritual sacrifice. See, you just took characteristics that we should watch in our real life, like the kids who kill cats and shit. Then they gonna do some sneaky shit when they get older, and they might kill you. Trust me, they practicing. So you need to watch that. They want to put a firecracker in a cat. Stay away from dudes like that. But you took that and stretched it to ritual sacrifice at the end. So I agree with everything you said, but I just think that
right. But
what about the Jew? What about the Jew?
The human thought behind it. I was just giving you the human idea and thought behind it.
Yeah, if I
And
can,
so
if I
even if
can,
you
on
say
to
retainer, hold on for a minute. Even if I'm not fighting the retainer part. For whatever it is, whether you give yourself the poison yourself, because the Vikings did it before they went to war. A person would actually agree to being sacrificed. It's still a sacrifice if you agree to it or not.
Well,
It's custom and traditions
That's
that
not a
humans fall
sacrifice to
into.
me.
That's all I'm saying.
Y'all keep you right, but y'all keep messing up the part about sacrifice mean you're gonna get some external favors from something unworldly. Ain't no sacrifice that don't involve that part. So if that part ain't involved, it's just called a suicide because they just die for no reason.
That's what I do.
So y'all saying
if you don't have a purpose, if you don't have a purpose behind it,
All they were was a suicide.
call it a
Then
ritual.
why are they buried next to the king?
See, I didn't know. So here we go. That's good. We'll get to that. But what I was just putting out is the instances of different things. We'll propose that. Like, because I wasn't, let's keep following our argument. It wasn't me who proposed that ultimately. It was Chef who said that they died willingly. And if you die willingly, that they might have killed themselves, but we was acting like that meant sacrifice. I was pointing out that that's more classified as suicide, even if you killed yourself because the king died. If you killing yourself was supposed to give the king some magical powers or give you some powers, then that's a sacrifice. But if it's just
That's exactly what it was.
so that's what I'm saying. That's there's no evidence. That's where there's no evidence at.
Smash. What if you simply thought it pleased the gods?
That's funny. I can't believe you actually think
I thought that earlier in the conversation that it could have been voluntary.
I can't hear.
I use Shaka Zulu as an example. I use Shaka Zulu as an example, as willingly being sacrificed. So what is the purpose? No one is telling us this.
We're getting away from it, right? What's the purpose for them? What's the purpose for them?
Y'all asking for things you don't have.
Oh, let's go one at a time. We gonna do American Dream, then what you say, bro?
Why is just pleasing the gods not reason enough?
That would be reason enough. So tell us,
when you sacrifice stuff to the gods, it's to please the gods so that they don't bring harm to Egypt.
What the what?
It's not because they want something back. It can simply be just to please the gods. I'm sorry.
That's
say that
something
again?
that we would accept,
Hold on, I'll be right back.
except that there is no evidence to say that. We'll accept that. But how you drawing that conclusion?
Yeah, give us a text that says that.
What evidence do we have that they didn't sacrifice stuff to please the gods?
What evidence do we have that they did?
Isn't the pharaoh some type of deity?
Are y'all for
These
real?
so-called retainer sacrifices falls in that line of what you're trying to say. We would accept that.
There's no evidence. Wait, there's no evidence that people sacrifice stuff to please the gods. Every sacrifice is to please the gods.
No,
what
you
are
can't
talking
say
about?
that,
We don't have no scripture on their
You can't
religion.
say that.
What do you expect?
No. You can't impose what other people did on another culture, bro.
Wasn't the pharaoh some type of god or deity? Or
Absolutely. He's a representation of the supreme. That's facts.
That's enough. Y'all dead in the water.
That's it.
That's enough. Oh,
yeah,
y'all
tell him no. What?
They like conjecture. They can stick with that. They want that conjecture. They can have it.
You don't get no opinion when it come to God, bro.
I mean, y'all
let's take the Israelites and their sacrifice. They make it clear why they did it. They make it clear.
Black Lion. No one's saying they know why they did it. No, who's saying that? Just like y'all don't know.
American Dream is saying that. American Dream is saying that.
That's why I
said you are not arguing what American Dream said, Joe. Come on now.
That's exactly what he said.
No, listen, hold on.
He
American
made some
Dream
good
is
points.
arguing. Listen,
you in time out right now for that bogus promotional deal you just put up. So put him back on mute right quick.
Hey man, I expect I gave Pearl the swine. I understood that was gonna happen. Yeah, I knew that.
But that's exactly what American Dream said. Oh, go ahead. That's exactly what he said, though.
No, listen. The conversation, some kind of way, the conversation got out of the human sacrifice thing and got switched to a retainer sacrifice, as if you don't gotta die first. It's all dealing with death of human beings at the death of the king. I don't know why we played that. You can't get me with that.
Right.
He said everybody. He said everybody sacrificed to the gods. That's what that came out of his mouth.
Okay,
Y'all,
we don't know the reason.
Hold on. Hey, they switched the word retainer to be some type of way out of this.
Yep, I don't know
Whether
why.
you use retainer or not, it's the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah,
why would you?
Somebody volunteering to do it.
The man is buried next to the king for the same purpose.
Right.
What?
So
Who
what y'all gotta do
cares?
is,
Who cares?
y'all got to show me what retainer means that negates it from being sacrificed.
We don't need to argue how and when they died. That's why he there. That's why he's next to the king.
Listen.
I ain't arguing that neither. None of that. I'm arguing human sacrifice.
Is that an Egyptian word? What's the equivalency of the word from the metanoia to retain?
No, Black Lion, you trying to get out of it with that. You know, you trying to get us out of it.
I'm just asking who put that term on it, Chef.
I don't care what word they
obvious,
put in front. Listen, I don't care what word they put in front of sacrifice. You know what I mean? They could put loving sacrifice. They could put evil sacrifice. They could put retainer sacrifice or detainer sacrifice. We're arguing it was sacrifice, bro.
You gotta show the people of Kemet putting that term, not some.
Oh, what
European
happened? I'm back. So what happened? I came back. We was a big fight.
I'm asking,
where we at right now?
I'm asking who put that term retainer on it?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. That's these are the things we need to know.
I told y'all who did it though. It was the racist white people who looked at the commons and said they was practicing human sacrifice, and then gave an eloquent reason why the Egyptians did it. That's the point.
Well, that's nah. So when we looked up retainer, it did mean the same thing as detain. It mean to hold somebody for a purpose. So now we got a little bit past that though, because
exactly. But you keep saying this, and there's no purpose.
Bruh, no, that's not what we're doing. We're scrutinizing the purpose. We're just scrutinizing the purpose, bro, and rather seeing if it's substantiated.
What is the purpose?
Pardon me?
No, I don't know if we were scrutinizing the purpose. We were saying unless you can show that there's a purpose, we can't say it's a retain or sacrifice.
No, we definitely were scrutinizing the purpose. Hold on.
They're holding them for a purpose.
Hold on. Let's respond to that. We definitely were scrutinizing the purpose because we was trying to see whether they were being held to be serve the king in the afterlife. We was showing there wasn't no primary attestations to that. That's all scrutinizing the purpose of whether they were retainers or not.
Oh, so that's all you saying.
The purpose enough. So that's the purpose.
So hold on. So now we don't have to argue no more. So Smash. So you're saying that you're not arguing whether the Egyptians practiced sacrifice or not. You're just arguing over whether it was a retainer sacrifice.
No, I'm not even saying that. But you closer to what I'm saying. Look, that's closer. Look, I'm saying that any evidence we got of any type of sacrifice stops at the first dynasty, right? And so when we say the Egyptians did this and the Egyptians did that, it's unfair to take a practice that was omitted and considered, I would say, taboo after the first dynasty, or at least they stopped doing it, to say the Egyptians did and take a practice like that and then try to search for evidence so hard that really ain't there. Like none of the evidence of the afterlife tradition was even in place at that time. You know what? No, it was.
But it had to be.
It couldn't have been, because you want to know why? It wasn't no Asar yet. At least we haven't found it yet. We haven't found it yet.
But so you're telling me that we need an Asar, or we need the Metanoia to say it when we see evidence of it.
No, you don't see evidence of
from
it.
Archaeology.
You don't. All you see is graves buried by each other with a continuous top. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's with people in there, so that's it.
No, because you see, see, people don't like me saying this, but if you go, let me say something. People don't like me saying this. If you go to any grave site right now, you're going to get the same exact thing. And particularly a royal grave site, you're going to get people buried around each other with a continuous top. So in theory, we saying that they graves wasn't up to par with the ones we got now. We can execute a continuous tops on graves right now, but they can't. It's the same thing. You go to a grave, Listen, let me say it slower. If you go to a grave, let me show you. No, it's tomb alive, brother. It's tomb alive. So that means it's in the ground, like so. They around him. They at walking level. He the only one that go down in. You see, and then they surround him at you. So imagine if we dug a hole and we put the important thing down in the hole, then we walk back up to the regular land level and put all of the retainers, basically.
So you are fighting against the sacrifice.
Yeah, I do have. I mean, yeah, it's not enough. It's definitely not enough.
So we right. So we right to argue because at first you just came like okay. So you're all saying what we thought you was saying.
Well, I just said it clear, like it's just not enough evidence to conclude it. I'm not being like, no, it wasn't happening. I just was like, look at what they pulling it from. We looked at everything. If you look at that one picture, where they said it was a tracheotomy, if that's what we're gonna use to say it was human sacrifice, we lightweight tripping. It looked like a kid drawing, and you really can't tell what's on there. So to form something conclusive, the only word on there was birth, not death.
So let me ask you this, Smash.
And my source
Smash.
didn't make that claim. Real quick, Chef. Just to make it clear, my source didn't make that claim. My source did not say it was tracheotomy.
Oh, somebody else said that.
No, it didn't. It said that he claimed that it's a tracheotomy. It said some people say it's a sacrifice, and other people say it's a tracheotomy.
Well, your source said yes.
My source didn't claim that it was.
Yeah, but it said people claim that. Okay, so that's close to
That's the same damn thing.
Y'all, hold on a second. Hey, Smash, I put a link in the back chat. I put a link in the back chat to the sister. Remember, they had some sisters that actually did some archaeology and digging in Nubia. I put that link in the back chat. If we could watch that, she actually confirmed what you're saying about this burial. That was the old thinking. That now that they're maybe rethinking that.
Oh,
and it's right, I got the link right here in the So this is actually somebody that did the archaeologist's sister.
Yeah, but I don't want to watch the whole video. You know the time
stuff. Did you say the archaeologist's sister?
Let me come back.
Yeah, she is a sister.
Come back in a second. I'm gonna try to get the book, the what you call. So I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna see if I can get the timestamp where she actually starts to talk about it, and I'll come right back. So y'all just give me a second because I'm actually right where the part is. So give me a second.
I can pull up Egyptologists saying that the people were buried for the king. So I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. You can pull up what?
Majority.
Archaeologists saying that those people are buried for the king.
See, this is what's going to happen. You're going to notice that your source material, this is what's going to start to happen as you go through your material and classify it. You're going to notice the newer it get, the less you're going to find evidence of people saying that. I'm saying, and you're going to find people questioning these theories that were written in the stone like they was facts at first. And they standing on the thing. Go ahead.
I think that they may speak less absolutely. They might speak less absolutely, but I won't see that they would have any evidence to show otherwise. I mean, we still have not answered. We dancing around the magical question.
What's the question?
Why are they buried next to the king?
No, that ain't even no. That's not even a big question. That was answered in 10 ways. So the first way I assumed to answer it was like, first of all, in any tradition, people want. In most cultures, people want to be buried around important people. Is that a lie or true? Like, you see me? Like, is that a lie? Like, let's say American culture. The most prestigious burial grounds in America are for the presidents, right? You know, are rich ass people. And we would hope we could be buried there, but we ain't got the money because we know those grounds. So that's obvious. So that ain't a thing. Being buried around the king is a thing. And so for us to go to say now that people want to be buried, you want to be buried around your family too, right? So it could be instances. It could be instances that all of a king's men or their posse was seen. I think it's more probable, like I said, that everybody who was down with somebody, if y'all want to say it was, I think they was just like, okay, it's over on some Jim Jones more than somebody forced that to happen.
That showed exactly. Unc actually pointed out something real strong. Whatever relationship that they are holding with the king clearly supersedes whatever relationship that they got with their family.
Nah,
They
only in y'all, only in your force. Hold
with
on,
the king to spend eternity with him.
my dude.
And only
That's
just
only
that
in the
regular
logic
life.
that you're superimposing on them.
I'm trying.
You the one who's
to
saying they thinking all these things.
Can I get a minute?
Go
Ahead.
ahead.
Give a minute, then I want to supply this source and get out of here.
Oh,
He checked this one. I know he checked this one good. You checked this one good. Let's let Chef go. Let's let Chef go. And then Aunt got his triple check source that he knows. Aunt ain't gonna mess this one up.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this today.
It's on you, Chef. And then somebody else gonna have to press the button. This been 7 hours, man. But go.
Unc got a new flyer.
He found a new event. But go ahead, Chef.
He gonna kill us with it. All right, so now, all right, so we have archaeology that say that the people that was buried, right, and what they was calling a retainer sacrifice, because we got a source that said it was a retainer sacrifice. Now it talks about the health and the age of these people, right, and we know that they was of high class because of the diet. They were healthy, meaning only the people who had wealth and access to wealth had access to this type of food and healthcare that these people had. So if these people were eating healthy and was at a healthy age, meaning that it wasn't time for them to die, why are they all dead at this time? Like all of this stuff points to the same thing. And then Smash, you said it. You said, okay, we only have evidence of it in the first dynasty. Then after that, they cut that shit out. So you just agreed to they was doing it up until a particular time, and then they stopped and they made it more ritualistic. So it should be over.
No, that's not true. I agree that whatever the practice is that we're trying to scrutinize, like, because we still unclear on whether it was human sacrifice or not. Whatever it was, it still ended at the first dynasty. See what I'm saying? So that has to be taken into account.
Items into the afterlife with them. It didn't stop that.
Hold on, somebody said something. What did you say, Logic, about the afterlife items?
They didn't stop taking items with them to the afterlife.
But didn't we just pinpoint? Didn't we just pinpoint what the items in the afterlife was for? Taking items in the afterlife ain't for the king. They not for the king.
Not stop it from being a sacrifice.
Let me ask you a question. It's on Ankh after this, real quick. It's on Ankh. But Logic, just real quick, Logic. You wasn't on the show when we seen. Then we pulled up hella books of the dead that show what you do with your afterlife provisions.
I might have missed that part. But were you talking about when you were showing the lady giving it to the Osiris?
That was like 10 different texts. Everybody who died.
If you look at the definition of sacrifice is offering something to it.
But see, this is where y'all getting real whack. You get whack when you do that because a food sacrifice. Provisions that you said, and then you said that the person was the sacrifice. You went from the person being the sacrifice to his food, bruh.
That means that the definition for sacrifice is in the wind because we got two different items in the same act and they're being called two different things.
It has something to do with offering.
Yeah, that's what Hotep means. That's why they messing it up.
Used in the same way, but being called two different
But
things.
just be clear, Chef, you right, but they about to make you wrong because they making you focus on food sacrifice. We know that's just me giving you a noun later, bruh. You feel me? I only got 5. Nah, I'm a sacrifice one. Now I got 4.
That's a sacrifice.
Yeah, that's a food.
Hold on, a life offering would be a sacrifice too.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. But that's what we find no evidence of. See, we only find them. So that dead person stands in front of a Sar on his Book of the Dead, and he give him all the stuff that was in his grave. He don't be like, bite my hand. He stand there and be like, here go the things I brought for you. I could put it back on the screen.
No, you won't. You gotta let me do my thing.
Go ahead, Uncle's on Bob.
Oh no.
He say, oh no.
There'll not be no backslide in this. I know that.
Yo, look,
Somebody, who else about to press the button? Hold on, Unc. You gonna press the button? Take this view to your thing, because I'm at almost 7 hours. I mean, you could talk after and then.
I want to come through in the 7th hour and clear out the division with one source.
Uh-oh,
that
he
y'all
got a new
act
one.
like y'all ain't just had.
In the first quarter, you didn't put up no points, but the game's still going.
We got the download.
Come on.
Here we go. So y'all see the screen, right?
Oh, hold on,
Y'all
let me
see
let
that?
you share your screen. My screen up. Stop sharing.
Yeah, this the one that nobody can get around ever. None of y'all can beat Wikipedia. That's funny.
Okay.
It says it right here. Let's just listen to what it says.
So a flyer in Wikipedia. I'm just taking notes.
Yep,
Keep going.
yep, that's what I'm going at right now. Watch it. I ain't got to go to the next level. Y'all got good jokes though. It says ancient Egyptian retained sacrifices. Now, if they talking about somebody else somewhere else, or they talking about the ancient Egyptians, watch this. Is a type of human sacrifice. We said that, in which pharaohs and occasionally other high court nobility would have servants killed after the pharaoh's death to continue to serve them in the afterlife. Watch this. In Egypt, retainer sacrifices only existed during the first dynasty from about 3100 BCE to 2900 BCE, slowly dwindling and eventually dying out. So are we saying that we reading something and we just lost our mind? Are we serious? Think about what let me finish my point. I just want to finish my point. Let me finish my point. So at this point, I don't ever want to see y'all use Wikipedia if you saying Wikipedia is now officially lying. It covered all the bases that we talked about. The reason why I did it is all right there. I don't think nobody on this, hold on, because if y'all can defeat it, y'all need to be writing Wikipedia and get that shit changed. With that, I'm done.
We just asked for the evidence.
He didn't say nothing.
Okay, so that was my only point. That was my only point. They had human sacrifices. You can call it what you want. They call it retainer sacrifices, and it dwindled. So they actually sacrificed human beings. That was my only argument. That's it.
That's the contention.
So am I wrong? Hold on. Do you agree with Wikipedia or not?
That's the whole contention.
No, I'm asking, do you agree with Wikipedia
is whether it's retainer sacrifice or not.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get you on record. That's fine. So ladies and gentlemen, he does not agree with Wikipedia. Okay, got it. No, because we don't gotta go into all the sources in the fight, but the consensus would be, hold on. No, Wikipedia actually is the consensus. See, how about that?
No, it's not. Wikipedia is not a consensus.
It's a consensus.
It was
oh, man, you can't go past consensus. Black Lion asked me for the consensus. Black Lion.
But it doesn't say that. It doesn't
Black
say
Lion. Black Lion. That's the consensus, brother.
But bro, it doesn't say
I'm just
that.
saying. I can go to Britannica and read the same thing, right? Are y'all playing right now? Y'all being fun.
but wait.
Right.
But wait a minute. If I was looking up a historical Jesus, it would show consensus. It's going to say consensus. It doesn't say that right on what you just read.
Black Lion. You didn't know that? I'm saying that encyclopedias, they represent the consensus, bro.
That's just the fundamentals of the argument, the fundies.
No. So that's all I was ever talking about. I know y'all.
Don't ever get away from the fundamentals, though.
But we haven't look. See, yeah, you're right. But we having a detailed argument to establish new fundies.
Reading is fundamental.
Yeah,
You never want to get past the fundamentals.
Right.
Please, don't ever tell nobody that again.
Nobody said Wiki was wrong. You got to know how to use Wiki. If it don't got a footnote on the source, they not telling you where they got that from. So we was trying to see, was it a footnote on that? And it wasn't.
Go down in the article. It is.
It wasn't one. They just said that.
Because he just read the first excerpt. But when you go down into the article, right, where they go into detail, it's 6 sources in there.
Yeah, I know they got sources before the actual claim.
So that's what we want to see.
When they make a claim, they tell you where they got that from.
So we could check it out. He wouldn't even let us see.
Yeah, he didn't want us to see. You know we was gonna put it up to that Amon Squad scrutiny.
Go ahead. No, y'all can all pull up Wiki. He didn't hide nothing from y'all.
I don't feel like it because I know what it's gonna do.
Pull it back up so we can look at it. He said no.
Hold on. He did not hold up a $600 book that all y'all got your cell phones right now.
All right.
Y'all can go look at
Yeah,
that.
all right, we can, but let's just be clear. We all got a memory.
Knock him out right now.
Hold on, I ain't tripping, but look at this. We all remember it still said at the bottom that it ended at the first dynasty. So I'm trying to get like, how was that a strong thing?
Because he proved that it was happening.
So let me ask you a quick question. This is gonna kill everybody. The simple questions. Go ahead, dude.
Man, he was trying to purport this because that article said that they did it in the first dynasty. He was trying to purport that it was definitive. Like, this is what they said. But he didn't. So the source, so we can scrutinize it. If we can't see the source, then we can't just use that. That's the point.
That they was doing
That's
in the
point.
first dynasty.
No, I agree.
What
I agreed that whatever they say this phenomenon was only occurred in the first dynasty, but we're still scrutinizing whether it was the phenomenon. The phenomenon is finding dead people in graves around the king. You feel me?
Okay, good. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
You don't have to say sacrifice, man.
Because it might not have been. So remember, we came to the suicide point. Somebody about to have to click live on their page. It's gonna be 8 hours. It's gonna be 9 hours. I'm longer than Q Butter. What's up with Q Butter out here? Hey, Q Butter do 12 hours minimum, bruh.
Hey, you can end this now. That would be good.
Yeah.
End it now.
Nah, we already killed y'all. We gotta put some more. We gotta stomp on it for a minute, huh?
Now you need to put one layer of plaster over the top of it. That's
if y'all let American Dream go again, I killed y'all with the modern graves got one continuous top. Y'all didn't even want to talk about that.
I think that proves our point.
Hey, American Dream got
that proved our point. Modern graves got one continuous top, bro. Them people buried at different times.
It means that they wasn't opening it back up. It was a continuous top.
No,
meaning the grave wasn't being reopened and bodies dumped.
Exactly. But
so they was all buried at the same time.
No, what I'm telling you is
they covered it. It was covered.
No, I'm talking about the science of, like, I don't know if it's agriculture or whatever, to know how to cover something and make it look continuous. Like, we act like we could do that now, but they couldn't do it right then. If archaeologists excavated a modern American grave, they would say they had a continuous top. Exactly. If archaeologists excavated a modern American grave, they would say they had continuous tops.
Would they not?
No.
But half of them got grass on top, so how could they not, bro?
I'm not agreeing to that.
So you trying to tell me?
That's hilarious.
No, here, listen to what y'all trying to say.
That's true, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, it is true. But here, thank you for saying that. But here's the thing: the way that we know the difference. Here you go, Chef. Look. The way we know the difference, since the tops are continuous, we place tombstones to let us know where the different people are at. If you take all the different people, you're just going to see one continuous line, bro.
Yeah, because we get buried individually. One grave.
You making my point. You making my point.
No, you're not, bro.
We get buried individually and they have continuous tops. And they have continuous tops.
Right, no,
but there's
more than one person.
Only one person in our graves.
No, you talking about an individual grave, Chef. Hold on, American Green. Hold on. Look, y'all talking about an individual grave. I'm talking about the whole graveyard has a continuous top. You know that. You don't never walk to a graveyard and say, ooh, there's a stump. You won't even see a hole in the ground. That'll be disrespectful.
All right. End this live, Bill.
See, because y'all got hands put on. This was the worst hands put on in a while, bro.
Smash.
All right, let me make this point.
So everybody listen, go to Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh, man, he's still trying. So he hit a flyer. He hit a flyer, wiki, and Encyclopedia Britannica. You doing the fundamentals, bro.
Can't get past that.
Yo, I see you reading and trying at the same time. I see you.
He just read a definition of. He read a definition and act like he said something.
That we all know that we all know because we know that's what they say. We already know that.
Who's the they though? Who's the they? You act like black people.
It's time for James. It's time for James to step in. Hold on, because what you just say? You almost messed up again. You said you act like black people out there excavating.
Hold on. And we never speak in absolutes.
Come on, James.
That we don't have black people.
Hold on. Look.
But the majority of the field, hold on, the majority of the field is those people y'all love to hate. Just for the record.
Nah,
Don't
you
speak in
said
absolutes. Don't
you
do
said
me
you
like
act
that.
like black people out there excavating. I had to go to this one part right here. Where is that, James?
You're gonna do the absolute thing, yo. All
Massive
right, there
groups
you
of
go.
people moving
Okay.
part of the African.
What's happening here? It's absolute that it was a sacrifice.
Nah, we just having fun, blood. I know what you mean. That black people ain't out there excavating, but these sisters is, and they don't say what y'all say. They in the dirt.
What you think they're gonna say? That's what we're gonna do. We're
Well,
gonna put it on.
no, they don't disagree. But here she goes. So first of all, this is an actual tumor lie. Let's hear what they say. Let's let them talk. Listen.
You about to prove she said
Yeah, she about to kill me over there, yo.
No, she about to do what?
About to finish the ball.
She's a professional. What's wrong with that?
She a PhD, bro.
With her suit
Yeah, how big that is, Smash?
I don't even. I can't really tell y'all how big is them rocks.
Come on, yo.
What does it mean, though?
Let's hear what they got to say. Go ahead, Smash.
Typically, local
Yeah, go ahead and read that, Smash. We're gonna write their paper and they're gonna say, yeah, they did it. Why?
She telling y'all, listen.
Ukraine
Go
are
ahead.
male.
I can't hear nothing.
Oh, y'all can't hear? Oh, I didn't click
Yeah,
I didn't click the sound button. Let me start again. Somebody can talk while I get it right.
Horns in the skull, and they were all.
I'm saying we're speaking in absolutes on this subject right now.
On it, really
Nah,
We scrutinizing. We going through. We trying to hash it out.
I don't even know what y'all saying at this point.
All we saying is, first of all, stop whatever y'all talking about it was. Stop at what we call the beginning of something. Anything that stopped, feel me on that. Anything that stopped at the beginning of something got stopped out by the installment of the new thing. You see what I'm saying? Like, what all start at the beginning? Like what stopped at the beginning of Trump's presidency? In the beginning of the United exactly.
States.
No.
Afterlife.
You had slavery in the beginning of the United States.
No, I'm saying something that started at the beginning. Chef, what stopped at the beginning, not started. See?
No, hold on. At the beginning of the United States, it was slavery, but when the first 100 years, they had already abolished it. So it's the same thing of what you're saying.
That's the opposite, though.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm saying something that stopped at the beginning. It's completely different. You're talking about something that went on for 100 years.
Hey, Smash, you making my point. You don't even know it, Smash.
Hold on.
They don't
The
get it.
retainer sacrifice happened from 31, 30, 29. That's 300 years.
Hold on, though. No, all right, listen.
That's
the first dynasty.
Let's look. How long did America last?
Hold on. America,
So when you making comparisons like this, you can only deal with percentages because America only lasted for like what 300-400 years, right? And 100 years of that was what you talking about. We talking about 3,000 years and 300 years of that. You see what I mean? So that's still the very beginning.
Right. So in the first, I'm with you. Right, but hold on. So all right. So for the United States, right, 1776. So from 1776 to 1865, in less than 100 years, they had already fought a war to end slavery. So none of us have experienced slavery in our lifetime, and we think about it as an archaic practice. Already now, in this small period of time, it seems something archaic to our sensibilities now. So in 300 years, it took them 300 years of their nation's inception to eradicate that practice altogether. It took us less than 100 years to abolish slavery. So time is still time, bro. You dig what I'm saying?
Man, I don't know what that boy was talking about, huh? Due diligence, that boy fell off.
That was a brilliant crazy that flew over y'all head. That's crazy that flew over y'all head.
I don't know if that's what that's called.
Hey, Chef, you got some dedicated pseudos on Smash Panel.
No, we doing good. Everybody having fun. Hey, stop tripping.
We got a bunch of Natalis on Smash.
Hey, look, we got American Dream, and you welcome here. So we've definitely got you here, American Dream. We got the brother. We got the brother with the American flag on his face.
A dedicated pseudo when he used a promotional flyer to try to prove anything. We the dedicated. Get out of here.
It was actually a good joke, though. It was actually a good joke. Really good research. Good try. It was really a good joke.
How much was the tickets, huh?
It was really a good joke.
I want to know what was the ticket price, man. What was the event capacity,
man?
Man?
Cabinet is wide open.
We need to know where that parking lot is.
Yeah, where was the parking lot too? You tell us about sacrifice and where the parking lot at.
Yeah, but we supposed to know about we supposed to know about people with doctor's degree. Yo, they have they have their papers that they wrote on the subject. They have their lectures that they do, and they do a lecture on a paper they wrote, leaving the damn archaeological dig. So it's a good ha joke for people who don't understand archaeology.
We want to know what the whole thing says. We don't want to know what the introduction says.
Yeah, he gonna tell us the flyer part. That was to get us to spend tickets. That was to get us to spend on the ticket, bro.
A smash, but we know what it says because the consensus hasn't been overturned about the human sacrifice in early.
Yeah, we about to play the sister right now.
And,
Let's play the sister and see what she got.
I don't know. James left, and I couldn't see the video too long. But here's the thing, Chef. We were only scrutinizing this consensus, bro. That's what we do. We look at the top of it and see what they basing that on. So if we want to go back to what they said, we already looked at all the sources they used to form their conclusions. So we could get onto our own conclusions. You see what I'm saying? We looked at the Jared picture that they cite.
They don't deal with that because they only follow the experts. So whenever you try to double back and try to scrutinize what the experts are doing, of course they don't consider you no experts.
Because they looked at the data. Hold on.
They can only go with what the experts are saying, not knowing you not the experts.
No, we looked at the. No, we all looked at the data. The data ain't that exhaustive, Sheffrey. You talking about in the field? You talking about in the field? Oh, he talking about in the field. Everybody. Hold on.
If they record, if they are the ones who make the finds and record the data and analyze it, it is their information. How do you then go back and read and say no? It don't mean that.
That's why scholars look. This is why scholars write out their work so that other scholars can look at it real quick. That's why they write out what their findings are so it can be looked at from multiple perspectives. They tell you what they think when they found it, but they know it's other people who could have found it and said it was something else. Just because the first person found it and said it was, that's like saying the person who found the Olmec head said they was Negro. But y'all fight against that.
All right, so what was the consensus of the scholars who looked at that material, who could properly assess the data properly? Like we're acting like we actually can do that.
No, we actually can. You tripping? Stop tripping. You a grown ass man. You can assess the data. The data is public. First of all, let's be clear. All the data, every single thing they looked at to form this conclusion is public. You know for a fact whether your opinion is going to be as qualified as them because they might have did this more than us. You still will be able to form your own conclusion after observing these things. And so most notably, one thing we can't get past is that we all observe is that it stopped in the first dynasty. That would have to mean something in this observation, but we're just going to cast that to the side. Next thing,
we want to know what stopped, Smash. Tell us what stopped.
What stop is a tradition. I'm gonna tell you.
No, what stopped?
Look, this is what stopped.
Hold on. Everybody be quiet.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell him. Let him go.
Stop it, you diligence. We trying to figure out how Smashrock, one of the best scholars I know of, what did they stop?
The tradition of people being buried around the king stopped in the second dynasty.
That's not true. Because they do that all through Kemet, and you know they bury people around the king and buried in the same. Come on.
So then you just messed it up. In Egypt, it does stop in the second dynasty 100% completely. As a matter of fact, they started high, like somebody said it wasn't hidden, but they went all the way out to some valley in order to start burying the king, so people couldn't even do that no more.
Okay, I hear you.
It's called the Valley of the Kings.
So hold on. So you basically saying in the first dynasty they was acting like it was people. No, you're basically saying that they were just burying human beings around it. and Wikipedia threw the word in there because they racist and said retainer.
No, I didn't say racist, and I said all we really find is people buried around
Why
the
don't
king.
they say that? Why don't they just say that though?
They do in the more highly specialized material. Read Jacobus Van Dyke on the subject, or a few other scholars who really digging in on these assessments.
Now, all right, put the paper. Send me the paper, yo.
I'll put it up on the
come
screen.
to that conclusion that it's retainer sacrifices is using conjecture.
Okay, all right, due diligence. What you using due diligence?
I ain't using what you using.
So they just really talk about how substantial the evidence is, because nothing's conclusive, and that's what we mean. We got facts, and sometimes they say in some instances is less substantiated, and some is more substantiated. None of us is arguing definitively, but I don't just stand on European conjecture like that. It gotta fit into my logic, and I still don't see the process of these people dying. And when I ask you these logical questions, people be like, "Don't worry about that." No, did they all drink some juice? Did they all say today is the day, bro, we gotta die? Or when your die day, you die tomorrow? See, if you put it in the logical stances, you can't come up with a scenario that support that people was sitting around, they knew the king died and they was preparing him and they was mummifying him, and we died Thursday. And let's get ready.
I'm a fan, bro, but you're being dangerous right now.
Hold on, do all kings
around?
around? Do most kings wear crowns? Hold on. Do most kings wear crowns on their head around planet Earth?
They used to.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they still do. So keep going.
Yes, they do.
Expound on
listen. Okay, so my point is that around planet Earth, if you read the whole article, they show you on every continent they practice that around the oldest kingship. That's not hard. I don't know why. I don't know why y'all don't get that.
Because they have way more evidence of human sacrifice, like by the Aztecs, like by the Israelites.
Why would you think that? Because they stopped
evidence. Where is the direct evidence? Hold on.
In AD time, yo, stop it. We talking about going back 5,000 years, yo.
But where is the direct evidence of this?
Oh man, but it's the same thing though.
Nah,
let me ask a question.
He right, huh? All you need, Rock Squad out. Where the direct evidence? See, you want us to lean on something besides what we known that we came up off. Where is the direct evidence?
So this is why you asked me what I use, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna stand on Smash's shoulders on this one, because this is probably like the third or the fourth presentation or lecture or whatever you want to call it that he's done. And everybody have brought their so-called primary evidence, and when Smash put it on up under the microscope, it fails every time. So why wouldn't I stand with my brother whenever he's knocking everything that y'all got out the box, the primary, not just the rhetoric coming out y'all's mouth, but the primary where the source was supposedly come from? He's been bashing it, been smashing it. So why wouldn't I stand with my brother instead of standing with some so-called expert? What are you talking about, bro?
I ain't got no sound effects. I'm just doing them, man. You need some Batman sound effects. Look.
Hold on, Black Lion. I just want to say this so everybody can hear this very clear. Due diligence, I agree 1,000% with the statement you made prior to that. You said that them guys are just going to sit around and use the experts. You're right, brother. And I don't think nobody on this panel can get around the experts. I said it. But shut up.
We have no problem with that. We have no problem with that, but don't act like the consensus has never been overturned before. The consensus.
Yeah, so when it overturned, I'm right with you. I agree.
Abraham, Moses, and Jacob was on historical figures. Now it doesn't say that anymore.
That wasn't no consensus, yo. What you made?
Yes,
that
it was. It was. It was the consensus.
Never, yo. They never.
Oh, come on.
Biblical
you don't
time,
know that?
No.
Until 1970, until a man named Thomas Thompson came along and proved through the evidence that they had that these people never existed. Until 1970, that was the consensus.
Hey, let me ask y'all something. It's a crazy question. Black people kill black people in the hood every day. How many of those are sacrifices?
0.
all murder.
How many of those are buried next to the president?
I mean, but look, think about it. When they do die, they want to be buried in the most prestigious place they possibly can. Some people want to be next to a D-boy if that's the culture they in. You want to get buried with Lil D if you from the Bay Area. Ooh, you know, if you so that culture's still there.
I went to school with him.
Big point. My big point again is why are they next to this guy? See that, but that's all right. I'm trying to hang in here, get in where I fit in. But you're being a little dangerous right now, Smash. I just
why they next to a god, or you mean to
why
the
they next to the
Nisu?
king?
So I think because he had a prominent status. So as we look at it from, let's look at it from a scholastic point. There's no attestations of a king ever being called a Sa-Ra in those times. When you become the Sa-Ra, this is what they equate to the son of God. And so this is where we get the logic that the Pharaoh was the closest to God. At the time,
what about Nefer Nesu? I mean,
that's just a beautiful king, like Nefer Nesu.
Yes, sir. That's not.
Yeah, that's just like a beautiful or a good king. That's a good king.
So none of his titles don't mean good God or.
No, yeah, Nefer Nisut. Nisut. So look, Neter. Remember, Neter is the one you would need. You said Nefer. Yeah, Nefer is beautiful.
You knew it was there.
So he was a good king. So that's even better for me. He wasn't one you need to sacrifice for. He was Nefer Nisut. You know what I'm talking about? I'm just playing. But hey, yo, somebody else get ready to press the button because we doing 8 to 9 hours on this one already. I don't even think I got a cash out.
Split it up. Why don't you split it up, Smash? Split it up.
Hold on. Let me see how they've been doing good in the cash app. Somebody grab the flow. Let me grab my phone. Yeah, but you know how we do. Go ahead, Aunt.
Nah, yo, I appreciate coming through. Yo, it was a lively conversation, man. Y'all got to know how to fight without hating each other, man. It's all good, man. I appreciate everybody's opinion. Yo, Black Lion, yo, due diligence. Even though he a dedicated pseudo, I appreciate his pseudo wisdoms at a high level. Right? James too. You know, James, my man. You know, matter of fact, me and James got a video we're gonna do. We're gonna do it this week, James. That's what me and you gonna do. We're gonna do that. We're gonna have fun with that.
Diligence was on point today. He was on point. He said,
"Yeah, you know, go the opposite way of James sometimes."
Oh, okay. I got so Shim. I thought I missed some super chats, but I definitely didn't miss no cash apps. So thank y'all who intend in the future to support.
Hey, and I appreciate the conversation too, man. It actually was really fun. And I put an article back there in the back chat, man. And I'm gonna we'll continue this a little bit later.
So y'all see,
this was a great conversation. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me up here, Smash. It was great. Good conversation.
So y'all see how shabby a ground you standing on if you want to say they sacrificed people in Egypt, right? Because even if you could prove your point, you couldn't get past the first dynasty. You know that, right? You know that, don't you?
Never tried to get past the first dynasty.
So look, let me ask you a question. Ma'at wasn't even set up in the first dynasty. See? Ma'at is the way that you live as a righteous man, and then these are the things that people espouse about Kemet. So if you're trying to pull something from the time periods when their righteous system wasn't set up yet, you tripping.
All right. Okay. Go get that text, yo. Let me see.
Which one? Which one you talking about? Which one?
The Ma'at.
Just look it up. Everybody know
that.
A
Horus already. That means that they don't got the whole divine system already. They don't understand who the divine one is in society.
So let me break that down for you. A Heru king is living. Then you become Waser when you dead. See? You graduate. And so Waser wasn't there yet. And we talking about the afterlife, not the in life. You feel me?
The ideas of deification.
They got different kings. They got different deities mean the same thing, though, yo.
Right.
That's a nice fact, but name the deity that substitutes for what we talking about.
I said Mem. He the creator God. He creates it with his erect.
So you don't turn to him in the afterlife. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the fertility god.
But no, you gotta go look for that though, Smash. I don't read no damn glyphs.
Which one you saying? Look for what?
I want you to find the deity that Nubia had and
Kenty, I meant to you. Kenty, I meant to you.
How about in the Kata period? Do you find any of them symbols, yo, when you look at that stuff?
I remember
And
the oldest one, maybe like Dinwin, but Kenti Amentiu was what represents what a Asar was before an Asar. So if y'all want to see if that is a tradition was there, you look into what they said about Kenti Amentiu, because he was the foremost of the Westerners, and the West was supposed to be Amenta, where dead people went, but nothing established about what to do there, how you get there. They didn't have that in a tradition yet. It starts to come out at about the 4th, 5th dynasty. And we see it developing in pyramid texts where they try to say all these different things that'll happen. Eventually they come up with Ma'at. But everything we use in the scrutinized Kemet was before Ma'at. It was the 1st dynasty. And there ain't no wins there. Because if you got 31 dynasties, it'll be hard to get a group of people to agree that you could judge a culture by what it did in its first dynasty, after it had 31 of them.
And that's what I think they fail to realize. So the question he was really trying to get you to, the thing that he was trying to get you to understand, so if we talking about Egypt, you can't contribute retainer sacrifice to even Egypt as a whole whenever Egypt wasn't established. And at the same time, it didn't go up to the point where Egypt existed. It got stamped out as soon as it started, excuse me.
That's a terrible argument because the same people speaking the same language in the same area.
No, we got some cash apps. Hold on, we're gonna do the cash app. It's the end of the show. So before I let Logic bust why that's a terrible argument, I gotta say thank you to a few people. Oh no, that's just Robert. Just came in fat. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. So what you say, Logic? What's so bad about that argument as we close?
Because that makes it, that again takes you away from the culture comes from the South, because that's the same people speaking the same language that's going to eventually later become the same group of people that you would call Egyptians, and they're in the same area. So that's why it's a terrible argument.
Also, nah, not true, because the same group of people, same language could identify a bad piece of culture and stomp it out.
There, you can't show any other. Hold up. You can't show any other group bringing any other influences to change those ideas, which is why it makes a bad argument.
No, they changed them themselves. That's a better reason. That they changed them on their own, bro.
It just shows the same religion evolving.
They changed them on their own. They was like, you know what?
Hey, them Nubians was doing some crazy stuff back then. We don't want to do the same thing.
They could have been like, look, and really, they could have been like grandmama and granddaddy and them used to do something different.
That's why they pay homage to Thebes and all of that. That's why it don't make sense.
So the question is,
we're not talking about the whole entire culture. We're talking about this particular aspect of the culture. They could have said, we don't want to do this.
So they can't in the same breath venerate Nubia and not be associated with Nubia at the same time. That's why it's not make sense.
Why not? Couldn't we create our own civilization right now and say, hey, they did some things in the United States that wasn't right, but then there's some things they did that was right. We could adopt other things from.
But you wouldn't do that day one. But you wouldn't do that day one. You would.
We might do it day one if we've been here for 400 years.
But 300 years into that. Look, 300 years in the 3,000-year history is 10% of the time. Now it took America 100 years of our 400-year history. That's 25% of the time. So essentially, you feel me? They did it long before we squashed out slavery. They stopped. You know what I'm saying? They stopped, and it still ain't represented enough. Oh, shout out to B Dread. I see you out there.
Of America did the same thing with England. They said, hey, they did some things in England we didn't like, and they did some things that they did like. And they incorporated it into American history.
Just because they didn't like it, you ain't gonna say it didn't happen though.
Yeah, they got
make that. It is some things that didn't happen that they were doing it. One of them was they didn't want to worship the God they worshipped in the same fashion as they did in England. That's why they came here.
Did they do away with Horus, or did Horus just grow into something else?
So no, they didn't do away with him.
See what I'm saying?
So no, let me answer the question. What are you saying, and then I'll expound. What are you saying? They didn't do away with
I'm
them.
saying that yes, you have your time period where they could have taken these ideas and changed them, but you can't show me any other group of people that would have came in, gave them some other ideas other than what they had.
See, that's why you.
If this is what they came from, then you gotta assume this is what they was doing.
No, family. Let me ask you a question. Why, in your logic, do they have to only espouse change by another group of people coming in?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, so you're saying that they could have formed their own ideology completely independent.
Heck yeah.
Right?
I mean, just to stop a practice, bro. That ain't even an ideology.
But
They're stopping something. They're not starting it.
Making it seem like it's complicated. It's not.
But their ideology, their foundation of their ideology does have this in it. So I can see where they would have started with that ideology and then you out of it. But I can't see them starting from, like, it has to, if it's showing that it's based on something. You can see Hathor on the temples on both sides of the cataract, right? So it's showing that it's starting from something.
Bro.
So if they already show the foundation, right, then why would you try to take out the foundation inside of the culture?
Because you're messing it up. First of all, this is how much you're messing it up. Hathor has nothing to do with none of this. So, yeah, they had deities and stuff around, but Hathor is just the protector of Heru. Like, you see what I'm saying? She didn't have nothing to do with retainer sacrifices or even the fact of substantiating any type of tradition. Yo, I know this is a good one because we still got energy to argue it, but I'm going to get ready to... Well, I think I lost my football game because I never stopped the game.
It's cool
plan,
though.
you know,
So the cattle culture that don't help prove the argument too. That what we saying?
how does the cattle culture come into this argument?
You know what? I don't have all my specifics together. I was assuming that you would actually have that, but I'm asking you.
I'm saying
how does the cattle culture?
How does it come into the sacrifice argument, bro?
Because it shows the continuity between the two cultures starts in the South.
But what does it have to do with sacrifice?
Yeah,
it would show that the fundamentals of their ideology come from the South.
Yeah,
it reinforces that.
We know that. We agree with that.
Okay, then
what's the okay about that though? What does that prove that they come from?
Right. So it showed that they do have a foundation that would have included human sacrifice. So even if they did stomp it out.
So because their culture come from the South proves they got a foundation that includes human sacrifice?
I mean, unless you're saying that they didn't do human sacrifice.
So here's an anachronism that my brother Ankh put forth and I wasn't even tripping off. The Kerma tumuli are from a later time period. If we ever get to, so how could it came from that? That when we find these tumuli in Kerma, this is from when Kerma kind of had a kingdom. You see the kingdom of Kerma, which is later on the timeline than what we're scrutinizing right now, the first dynasty of Egypt. And so that's something. But look, we could talk about this forever, man. And I appreciate y'all for making.
I think what you're looking at is in the new kingdom when everybody starts writing. Yeah, when everybody starts writing, you get a little bit more access. But I mean, my bad. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Nah. Somebody else. Go ahead, Black Lion. Then I'll be out.
Yeah, if I could just say a last word as well.
Go ahead, all of y'all, everybody. I ain't in no rush. I've just been streaming for too long.
Right.
Anybody?
No doubt. Yeah, let me just say my last word and I'll be out. Just to speak to what you said about slavery in America was 100 years, which is 10% of which is 25% of how long America has been in existence, and it's only the 300 years that was slavery in Egypt is only 10%. Well, if somebody was to ask me, right, where would I prefer to live, where me and my descendants, like, would I prefer to live in America where me and my descendants would be slaves for 100 years, or would I prefer to live in ancient Egypt where me and my descendants would be slaves for 300 years? I would quickly choose the 100 years. And if they said to me, that 100, if I could just finish, if they said to me, Slash, let me just finish. If they said to me that the 100 years is 25% of how long America has been in existence, and the 300 years is only 10% of how long ancient Egypt is in existence, that wouldn't make no difference to me at all. I'd still pick the 100 years for me and my. So,
look, you just make up arguments and think them through, huh? Look, let me show you why that's so problematic. Real quick, dude, I'm gonna let you kill him. I'm just gonna say something. You know what? We were never talking about slavery in Egypt. We were talking about ritual sacrifice. You just made up some argument like if I had to choose between slavery and 300 years in Egypt or 100 years in America, I'd choose the 100 years. What?
Oh man.
It was no slavery ever proposed. We wasn't talking about slavery in Egypt. We was talking about they had a practice of ritual sacrifice. Supposedly that if it lasts, and then I wanted to look up because Chef was the one who said the first dynasty was 300 years. I never looked that up because that. Yeah, okay, 300 years. So, okay, so about 200 years. I mean, what? 29, that's 200 years, right? Yeah, 2,900 to 3,100 is 200 years, right? Yeah, you got 2,900, you get $200, you got 3,100. Mm-hmm. So that's, first of all, is less than 10%. And your analogy you made, I hope I pointed out how it was just not even good.
Neither here nor there.
You rather live in 100 years of slavery. But yeah, all right, y'all. I appreciate everybody tapping in. It was a very good show, and I appreciate all the cash apps that just came in at the end of the show because that's how y'all be representing. I'm gonna go on and close this down and look forward to one of y'all opening up y'all page so that we can keep the dialogue going. But thank you, and peace to everybody who helped to make it a good show. So we just hop in the dojo, we hop in the danger room, and we try to see if we still sharp. We don't be tripping. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here chilling. We don't be tripping. We'll just try to see what's up. You gotta make sure you keep the homies sharp. I don't need to keep bodying everybody, man. I don't like it. Somebody needs to step their game up. Like, really though, because y'all know I'm not about to argue something I don't know. So this Magi Archers, we always reign supreme. Y'all know how we do. I want to thank y'all for tapping in. Let's make sure you support all the channels. Sonetta University, Pseudo Killers, and all the classics. Thank y'all for tapping in. We'll be back to talk about this more. Thank you, B Dread.